collected and annotated by John S. Farmer. Index to authors: Ainsworth, W. Harrison, Anonymous Bauman, Heinrich Bong, Gualtier Brome, Richard Bruton, James Chevalier, Albert Copeland, Robert Decker, Thomas Dibdin, Thomas Doss, Chidados, Stokange, Anglicus Egan, Pierce Fletcher, John Godby, Robert Gregson Harper, J. Henley, W. Ernest H. T. R. Jones, J. Magin, William Marr, Wamatzel, G. W. Messink, Middleton, Thomas Milliken, T. Moore, Thomas Morley, R. Parker, George Reed, Lehman Reynolds, G. W. M. Rowlands, Samuel Sims, G. R. Smith, W. H. Tomlinson, R. Vance. Forewords. When Harrison Ainsworth, in his preface to Rookwood, claimed Tope the first to write a purely flash song, he was very wide of the mark. As a matter of fact, "Nix my doll, pals, fake away," had been anticipated, in its treatment of canting phraseology, by nearly 3 centuries, and subsequently, by authors whose names stand high, in other respects, in English literature. The mistake, however, was not altogether unpardonable. Few, indeed, would have even guessed that the appearance of utter neglect which surrounded the use of cant and slang in English song, ballad, or verse, its rich and racy character notwithstanding, was anything but of the surface. The chanson d'argot of France and the romance de Germania of Spain, not to mention other forms of the Musa Pedestris, had long held popular sway, but there was to all appearance nothing to correspond with them on this side the silver streak. It must be confessed, however, that the field of English slang verse and canting song, though not altogether barren, has yet small claim to the idiomatic and plastic treatment that obtains in many an argot song and Germania romance. In truth, with a few notable exceptions, there is little in the present collection that can claim literary rank. Those exceptions, however, are alone held to be ample justification for such an anthology as that here presented. Moreover, these rhymes and songs, gathered from up and down the years, exhibit, en masse, points of interest to the student and scholar that, in isolation, were either wanting altogether, or were buried and lost sight of midst a mass of more, or less, valuable matter. As regards the vulgar tongue itself, though exhaustive disquisition obviously lies outside the scope of necessarily brief forewords, it may be pointed out that its origin in England is confessedly obscure. Prior to the second half of the 16th century, there was little trace of that flood of unorthodox speech which, in this year of grace 1896, requires 6-quarto double-columned volumes duly to chronicle, verily a vast and motley crowd. As to the distinction to be drawn between cant and slang, it is somewhat difficult to speak. Cant, we know, its limits and place in the world of philology are well defined. In slang, however, we have a veritable Proteus, ever shifting, and for the most part defying exact definition and orderly derivation. Few, save scholars and such-like folk, even distinguish between the two, though the line of demarcation is sharply enough defined. In the first place, slang is universal, whilst cant is restricted in usage to certain classes of the community: thieves, vagrom men, and, well, their associates. One thing, indeed, both have in common: each are derived from a correct normal use of language. There, however, all similarity ends. Slang boasts a quasi-respectability denied to cant, though cant is frequently more enduring, its use continuing without variation of meaning for many generations. With slang this is the exception. Present in force today, it is either altogether forgotten tomorrow, or has shaded off into some new meaning, a creation of chance and circumstance. Both cant and slang, but slang to a more determinate degree, are mirrors in which those who look may see reflected a picture of the age, with its failings, foibles, and idiosyncrasies. They reflect the social life of the people, the mirror rarely being held to truth so faithfully, hence the present interest, and maybe future value, of these songs and rhymes. For the rest, the book will speak for itself. Musa Pedestris. Rhymes of the Canting Crew. Notes, circa 1536. From The Highway to the Spitalhans, by Robert Copeland, Hazlitt, Early Popular Poetry of England, for Robert Copeland and the porter of St. Bartholomew's Hospital, Loquitur. Copeland. Come none of these peddlers this way also, with pack and bach with their bousies spesh, one, jagged and ragged with broken hose and bresh? Porter. And now, with bousie maimed nace, too, tier the patron kun the darkman case dock the dell for a coper meek. His watch shall foam a prounce's knob sheet, siarum, by salmon, and thou shall peck my jerry in thy gone, for my watch it is nace gear for the bene bouse my watch hath a coin. And thus they babble to while their teach our YFT is thin I wot not what with their peddling French. 1 Crapulus, 2 notes. The Beggar's Curse, 1608. From Lanthorn and Candlelight by Thomas Dekker, edition Grossart, 188, 3, 203. A canting song, wherein you may learn how this cursed generation pray, or, to speak truth, curse such officers as punish them. Notes. I. The Ruffin Clyde the nab of the Harmonbeck, if we maun pen lap, or rough peck, or poplars of Yerram, he cuts, bing to the rough man's, or else he swears by the light man's, to put our stamps in the Harmons, the ruffian Clyde the ghost of the Harmonbeck if we hoe a booth we Clyde the lurk. The devil take the constable's head. If we beg bread, drink bacon, or milk porridge, he says, be off to the hedges. Or swears, in the morning to clap our feet in the stocks. The devil take the constable's ghost if we rob a house we are flogged. 2. If we niggle, or mill a bowsing ken, or nip a bound that has but a win, or dup the geiger of a gentry corps ken, to the choir cuffing we bing, and then to the choir ken, to scour the crampring, and then to the trinda on the chats, in the light man's, the booba and ruffian Clyde the Harmonbeck and Harmons. If we fornicate, or thieve in an alehouse, rob a purse with only a penny in it, or break into a gentleman's house, to the magistrate we go, then to jail to be shackled, whence to be hanged on the gallows in the morning, the pox and the devil take the constable and his stocks. Or our Ben Morts, 1610. By Samuel Rowlandson. Martin Markall, Beadle of Bridewell, his defence and answer to the bellman of London. I. Tore out Ben Morts and tore, 1, Luke out Ben Morts and tore, for all the Rome cows are budged a beak, 2, and the choir coves tip the lower, 3. 2. The choir cows are budged to the bosing ken, 4, as romely as a ball, 5, but if we be spid we shall be clyd, 6, and carried to the Quirkin Hall, 7. 3. I'll budge the cove the ken, 8, with a Ben Filch in his cormy, 9, that did the prig good that binged in the keesum, 10, to tore the cobudge alarmy. 1. Look out, good women. 2. All the Rome coves, notes, have run away, notes. 3. Queer coves taken the money, 4. Have sneaked to the alehouse, 5. Nimbly, 6. Whipped, 7. Taken to jail. 8. Crept, master of the house, 9. Staff, hand. 10. Went to search for the man who had given the alarm. The Maunders Wooing, notes, 1610. By Samuel Rowlands and Martin Markall, Beadle of Bridewell, his defence and answer to the bellman of London. I will shew you what I heard at Knockvergos, drinking there a pot of English ale, 2 Maunders born and bred VP rogues wooing in their nature language. I. O Ben Mort wilt thou pad with me, 1, Ben Slate shall serve both thee and me, 2, my caster and commission shall serve versus both to Maund, 3, my bong, my lower and fambling cheats, 4, shall be at thy command. 2. O Ben could that may not be, 5, for thou hast an autumn mort who youer that is she, 6, if that she were dead and bing to his long tib, 7, then would I pad and maund with thee, 8, and whap and fawn the fib, 9. 3. O Ben Mort castle out and tore, 10, where all the room cows slop that we may tip the lower, 11, WHE underscore, asterisk, we hot tip the lower and fanked away the duds, 12, then binge we to the bowsing ken, 13, that's cut the Robin Hood, 14. 4. But O Ben what if we be clyd, 15, long we cannot foist and nip at last we shall be spied, 16, if that we be spied, O then begins our woe, with the Harmon beak out and alas, 17, to Whittington we go. 18. The. Stow your wids and plant, and would no more of that, 19, budge a beak the crack moss and tip lower with thy prat, 20, if training thou dost fear, thou no wilt foist a ean, 21, then nil, and wap and train for me. 22. A gear peck in thy gone. 23. As they were thus after a strange manner a wooing, in comes by chance a clapperdudgeon. 24. For a pinty of ale, who as soon as he was spied, they left off their roguish poetry, and fell to mock of the poor maunder thus. 6. The clapper dug Ian lies in the skipper. 25. He dares not come out for shame, but when he binges out he does budge to the gigger. 26. Tip in my skew good dame. 1. Good woman, tramp. 2. Sheet. 3. Cloak, shirt, beg for purse, money, rings. 5. Good man. 6. Wife. 7. Gone to her long home. 8. Tramp and beg. 9. Notes. 10. Find out. 11. Thieves, congregate, get money. 12. Sold the swag. 13. Go to the alehouse. 14. Called the Robin Hood. 15. Arrested. 16. Cheat and steal. 17. Magistrate. 18. Newgate. 19. Hold your jaw. Hide, and say no more. 20. Notes. 21. Hanging. Pick a purse. 22. Rob, whore, hang. 23. Notes. 24. Notes. 25. Beggar, barn. 26. Comes out, goes to people's doors. Put something in my wallet. A gauge of Ben Rombaus. Notes. 1611. By Middleton and Decker in The Roaring Girl. V1. Sung by Malcut Purse and Tircat a bullying rogue. Moll. Come you rogue, sing with me. A gauge of Ben Rombaus. 1. And a bousing can of Romvile. 2. Tircat. Is benar than a castor. 3. Peck, penam, lap or poplar. 4. Which we mill and disavoil. 5. Moll. Oh, I would lib all the lightmans. 6. Oh, I would lib all the darkmans. 7. By the Salaman, under the Ruffmans. 8. By the Salaman in the Hartmans. 9. Tircat. And scour the queer cramp ring. 10. And couch till a palliard docked my dell. 11. So my bousy nab might skew Rome bouse well. 12. Avast to the pad, let us bing wink with a frown. 13. Avast to the pad, let us bing. 1. A pot of strong ale, or wine. 2. London alehouse. 3. Better than a cloak, for meat, bread, drink, or porridge. 5. Steal on the countryside. 6. Lie all day. 7. Night. 8. By the mass. In the woods. 9. Stocks. 10. In fetters. 11. Notes. 12. Adelpot may swill strong drink. 13. Let us be off on the road. Bing out, bien morts. Notes. 1612. From Au Perseo, by Thomas Dekker. Bing out, bien morts, enterez. 1. Bing out, bien morts, enterez. Wink with a frown. 2. For all your duds are binged a waste. 3. The bien que hath the lure. 4. I met Adele, I veered her well. 5. She was benship to my watch. 6. So she and I did stall and cloy. 7. Whate'er we could catch. 8. 2. This doxy Dell can cut bien wids. 9. And wap well for a win. 10. And prig and cloy so benshiply. 11. All the dizzy avile within. 12. 3. The boil was VP, we had good looky. 13. In frost. 4. And in snow wink with a frown. 14. When they did seek, then we did creep. 15. And plant in rough man's low. 16. 4. To stalling can the mort bings then. 17. To fetch lure for her cheats wink with a frown. 18. Duds and rough peck, runbold by Harmonbeck. 19. And one by Maunders feats. 20. The You maunders all, stow what you stall. 21. To roam cows watch so quire wink with a frown. 22. And whopping Dell that niggles well. 23. And takes lure for her hire. 24. 6. And Jabe well yerked, tick roam comfeck. 25. For back by glimmer to mond. 26. To mill each ken, let cabing then. 27. Through roughments, leg or laund. 28. 7. Till cramprings quire, tipka his hire. 29. And quire kens though them catch wink with a frown. 30. A canakin, mill quire cuffin. 31. So quire to bend cause watch. 32. 8. Bien darkmans then, bouse, mort, and ken. 33. The bien cause binged a wast. 34. On chats to trine, by romcows dine. 35. For his long lib at last. 36. Binged out bien morts, enterez, and Teray, 37, bing out of the Romeville, 38, and Teray the cu, that cloyd your duds, 39, upon the chats to trine, 40. 1 go abroad, good women, 2 and look about you, 3 for all your clothes are stolen, 4 and a good fellow, a clever thief, has the money. 5 I met a wench and summed her up, 6 she suited me very well, 7 so, joining company, she watched while I stole, 8 whatever came our way. 9 this young whore can lie like truth, 10 fornicate vigorously for a penny, 11 and steal very cleverly, 12 on the countryside, 13 when the house was alarmed we had good luck, 14 in spite of frost and snow, 15 when they sought us we hid, 16 in the woods. 17 to a thieves receiving house the woman goes, 18 to get money for the swag, 19 notes, 20 got by a rogue's dexterity. 21 ye rogues do not brag of your booty, 22 to rogues who are not straight, 23 or trust a mistress, who though she, notes, 24 does so for hire. 25 with a counterfeit license and forged signatures, notes, 26 as to losses by fire, 27 to rob each house let a man go, 28 through hedge, ditch and field, 29 till fetters are his deserts, 30 and a prison is his fate, 31 a plague take the magistrate. 32 who is so hard on a clever rogue, 33 a good night then to drink, wench, an alehouse, 34 the poor fellow is gone, 35 on the gallows to hang by rogues betrayed, 36 to his long sleep. 37 so go, my good woman, 38 out of London, 39 and see the man who stole your clothes, 40 upon the gallows hanging. The Song of the Beggar, Notes, 1620. From A Description of Love, 6th edition, 1629. I am rogue and a stout one, a most courageous drinker, I do excel, 'tis known full well, the ratter, Tom, and tinker. Still do I cry, good your worship, good sir, bestow one small denier, sir, one, and Browley at the bousen can, 2, he bouse it all in beer, sir. 3. 2. If a bung be got by the high law, 4 then straight I do attend them, for if hue and creed do follow, I a wrong way sin do send them. Still do I cry, etc. 3. 10 miles to a market. I run to meet a miser, then in a throng, I nip his bung, 5, and the party ne'er the wiser. Still do I cry, etc. 4. My dainty dals, my doxes, 6, weener they see me lacking, without delay, poor wretches they will set their duds a-packing. 7. Still do I cry, etc. v. I pay for what I call for, and so perforce it must be, for as yet I can not know the man, nor Oastus that will trust me. Still do I cry, etc. 6. If any Jimmy lodging, a courteous gnaw they find me, for in their bed, aliu or dead, I leave some lice behind me. Still do I cry, etc. 7. If a gentry could be coming, 8 then straight it is our fashion, my leg I tie, close to my thigh, to move him to compassion. Still do I cry, etc. 8. My doublet sla hangs empty, and for to beg the bolder, for meat and drink mine arm I shrink, VP close to my shoulder. Still do I cry, etc. 9. If a coach I hear be rumbling, to my crutches then I hie me, for being lame, it is a shame, such gallants should denny me. Still do I cry, etc. X. With a seeming bursten belly, I look like one half dead, sir, or else I beg with a wooden leg, and a nightcap on me head, sir, still do I cry, etc. 11. In winter time stark naked I come into some city, then Uri man that spare them can, will give me clothes for pitai. Still do I cry, etc. 12. If from out the low country, 9, I hear a captain's name, sir, then straight I swear I have been there, and so in fight came lame, sir. Still do I cry, etc. 13. My dog in a string doth lead me, when in the town I go, sir, for to the blind, all men are kind, and will their alms bestow, sir, still do I cry, etc. 14. With switches sometimes stand I, in the bottom of a hill, sir, there those men which do want a switch, some money give me still, sir. Still do I cry, etc. 15. Come by a hornbook, who buys my pins or needles. In cities I these things do cree, oft times to 'scape the beetles. Still though I cry, etc. 16. In Paul's church by a pillar. 10. Sometimes you see me stand, sir, with a writ that shows what care and woes I pass by sea and land, sir. Still though I cry, etc. 17. Now blame me not for boasting, and bragging thus alone, sir. For myself I will be praying still, for neighbors have I none, sir. Which makes me cry, etc. 1 penny. 2 alehouse. 3 drink for purse. Notes. 5 steal his purse. 6 girls, whores. 7 pawn their clothes. 8 gentlemen. 9 notes. 10 notes. The Maunders Initiation, Notes, 1622. From the Beggar's Bush by John Fletcher, also in the New Canting Dict. Sung on the electing of a new Dimberdammer, or king of the gypsies. I. Cast your nabs and cares away, this is Maunders' holiday. 1. In the world look out and see, where so blessed a king as he, pointing to the newly elected prince. 2. At the crowning of our king, thus we ever dance and sing, where's the nation lives so free, and so merrily as we? 3. Be it peace, or be it war, here at liberty we are, hang all Harmenbecks we cry. 2. We the coffins queer defy. 3. 4. We enjoy our ease and rest, to the fields we are not pressed, and when taxes are increased, we are not a penny cessed. V. Nor will any go to law, with a maunder for a straw, all which happiness he brags, is only owing to his rags. Now swear him. I crown thy nab with a gauge of Ben Bouse. 4. And stall thee by the salmon into clows. 5. To maund on the pad, and strike all the cheats. 6. To mill from the rough man's commission, and slates. 7. Twang dells ith styromel, and let the choir cuffin and Harmenbeck strine and trine to the ruffin. 8. 1 beggar. 2. Constables. 3 magistrates. 4. I pour on thy pate a pot of good ale. 5. And install thee, by oath, a rogue. 6. To beg by the way, steal from all. 7. Rob hedge of shirt and sheet. 8. To lie with wenches on the straw, so let all magistrates and constables go to the devil and be hanged. The high pad's boast. B. 1625. Attributed to John Fletcher, a song from a collection of black-letter broadside ballads. Also in New Canting Dict. 1725. I keep my horse, I keep my whore, I take no rents, yet am not poor, I travel all the land about, and yet was born to ne'er a foot. 2. With partridge plump, and woodcock fine, at midnight I do often dine, and if my whore be not in case. 1. My hostess' daughter has her place. 3. The maids sit up, and watch their turns, if I stay long, the tapster mourns, nor has the cook made mind to sin, though tempted by the chamberlain. 4. But when I knock, oh how they bustle, the hostler yawns, the geldings justle, if the maid be sleepy, oh how they curse her, and all this comes of, deliver your purse, sir. 1 In the house. The Merry Beggars, Notes, 1641. From a Jovial Crew, by Richard Brome. The beggars discovered at their feast. After they have scrambled a while at their victuals, this song. I. Here safe in our skipper let's cly off our peck. 1. And bows in defiance o' the Harmenbeck. 2. Here's Panam and Lap, and good poplars of Yarram. 3. To fill up the crib, and to comfort the quarren. 4. Now bows around health to the Gowell and Cornwell. 5. Of Cis lay Bumtrinket that lies in the Strummel. 6. 2. Here's Rough Peck and Cassin, and all of the best. 7. And scrape of the dainties of Gentry Cove's feast. 8. Here's Grunter and Bleeder, with Tib of the Buttrey. 9. And Marjorie Prater, all dressed without slut try. 10. For all this Bene cribbing and peck let us then. 11. Bows a health to the Gentry Cove of the Ken. 12. Now bows around health to the Gowell and Cornwell. 13. Of Cis lay Bumtrinket that lies in the Strummel. 14. 1. Safe in our barn let's eat. 2. And drink without fear of the constable. 3. Here's bread, drink, and milk porridge. 4. To fill the belly, and comfort the body. 5. Drink a good health. Notes. 6. To Cis lay Bumtrinket lying in the straw. 7. Here's bacon and cheese. 8. And scraps from the gentleman's table. 9. Here's pork, mutton, goose. 10. And chicken, all well cooked. 11. For this good food and meat let us. 12. Drink the gentleman's health, and 13. Then drink a bumper. 14. To sis lay bum trinket. A Mort's drinking song, notes, 1641. From a Jovial Crew, by Richard Brome. Enter Patrico with his old wife with a wooden bowl of drink. She is drunk. She sings, I. This is bien bows, this is bien bows. 1. Too little is my skew. 2. I bows no lage, but a whole gauge. 3. Of this I'll bows to you. 2. This bows is better than round bows. 4. It sets the gone a giggling. 5. The autumn mort finds better sport. 6. In bowsing than in niggling. 7. This is bien bows, etc. She tosses off her bowl, falls back and is carried out. 1. Strong ale. 2. Cup or platter. 3. Water, pot for wine. 5. Mouth. 6. Wife. 7. Fornicating. A beggar I'll be. Notes, 1660 to 1663. A black letter broadside ballad. I a beggar, a beggar, a beggar I'll be, there's none leads a life more jocund than he. A beggar I was, and a beggar I am, a beggar I'll be, from a beggar I came. If, as it begins, our trading do fall, we, in the conclusion, shall beggars be all. Tradesmen are unfortunate in their affairs, and few men are thriving but courtiers and players. 2. A craver my father, a maunder my mother. 1. A filer my sister, a filcher my brother, a cantor my uncle, that card not for pelf, a lifter my aunt, and a beggar myself. In white wheaten straw, when their bellies were full, then was I got between a tinker and a trull. And therefore a beggar I'll be, for there's none lives a life more jocund than he. 3. For such pretty pledges, as lullies from hedges. 2. We are not in fear to be drawn upon sledges, but sometimes the whip doth make us to skip, and then we from tithing to tithing do trip. But when in a poor boozing can we do bibbit? 3. We stand more in dread of the stocks than the gibbet, and therefore a merry mad beggar I'll be, for when it is night in the barn tumbles he. 4. We throw down no altar, nor never do falter, so much as to change a gold chain for a halter. Though some men do flout us, and others do doubt us, we commonly bear 40 pieces about us. But many good fellows are fine and look fiercer, and owe for their clothes to the tailor and mercer. And if from the harmons I keep out my feet, 4. I fear not the Compter, King's Bench, nor the Fleet. 5. Sometimes I do frame myself to be lame, and when a coach comes, I hop to my game. We seldom miscarry, or never do marry, by the gown, common prayer, or cloak directory. But Simon and Susan, like birds of a feather they kiss, and they laugh, and so jumble together. 6. Like pigs in the pea straw, entangled they lie, till there they beget such a bold rogue as I. 6. When boys do come to us, and their intent is to follow our calling, we ne'er bind them prentice. Soon as they come to tea, we teach them to do tea, and give them a staff and a wallet to boot. We teach them their lingua, to crave and to cant. 7. The devil is in them if then they can want. And he or she, that a beggar will be, without any indentures they shall be made free. 7. We beg for our bread, yet sometimes it happens we fast it with pig, pullet, coney, and capons the church's affairs. We are no menslayers, we have no religion, yet live by our prayers. But if when we beg, men will not draw their purses, we charge, and give fire, with a volley of curses. The devil confound your good worship, we cry, and such a bold brazen-faced beggar am I. 8. We do things in season, and have so much reason, we raise no rebellion, nor never talk treason. We bill all our mates at very low rates, while some keep their quarters as high as the fates. With Shinkin A.P. Morgan, with Blue Cap, or Teague. 8. We into no covenant enter, nor league. And therefore a bonny bold beggar I'll be, for none lives a life more merry than he. 1 notes, 2 wet linen, 3 alehouse, 4 stocks, 5 notes, 6 notes, 7 beggars' patter, 8 notes. A budge and snudge song, notes, 1676 and 1712. From a warning for housekeepers, by one who was a prisoner in Newgate 1676. The second version from the Triumph of Wit, 1712. The budget is a delicate trade, 1, and a delicate trade of fame, for when that we have bit the blow, 2, we carry away the game. But if the cully nap us, 3, and the lurries from us take, 4, oh then, he rubs, us to the wit, 5, and it is hardly, though we are not, worth a make, 6. 2. But, and when we come to the wit our darbies to behold, 7, and for to, take our penitency, do out penance there, and we, booze the water cold. 8. But when that we come out again, and the merry hick we meet, 9, we bite the cully of, file off with, his coal, 10 as we walk, he pikes, along the street. 3. And when that we have filled him, 11, perhaps of half a job, 12, then every man to the bosom can, 13, oh there to fence his hog, 14, but if the cully nap us, and once again we get into the cramping rings, 15, but we are rubbed into, to scour them in the wit. 4. And when that we come to, unto the wit, for garnish they do cry, 16, marry fa you son of a whore, we promise our lusty comrogues they, shall have it by and by then, every man with his mort in his hand, 17, does booze off his can and part, with a kiss we part, and westward stand, to the nubbing cheat in a cart. 18. But slash and when that slash, dash, we come to, Tyburn slash the nubbing cheat, for, going upon slash running on, the budge, there stands, Jack Ketch, that son of a, whore slash bitch, 19, that owes us all a grudge. And slash 4, when that he hath, news slash nubbed us, 20, and our friends, tip slash tip, him no coal, 21, oh then he throws us in the cart slash he takes his chive and cuts us down, 22, and tumbles slash tips us into the slash a, hole. An additional stanza is given in Bacchus and Venus, 1737, a version which moreover contains many verbal variations. 23. 6. But if we have a friend stand by, 6 and 8 pence for to pay, then they may have our bodies back, and carry us quite away, for at St. Giles's or St. Martin's, a burying place is still, and there's an end of a dark man's budge, and the whore son hath his will. 1. Sneaking into houses and stealing anything to hand. 2. Accomplish the theft. 3. Fellow catches, for swag, properly money. 5. Take us to Newgate. Notes. 6. Halfpenny. 7. Fetters. 8. Drink. 9. Countryman. 10. Steal his money. 11. Robbed. 12. Half a guinea. 13. Alehouse. 14. Spend a shilling. 15. Handcuffs and leg shackles. 16. Footing. 17. Whore. 18. Gallows. 19. Notes. 20. Hung. 21. Give no money. 22. Knife. 23. Notes. The Maunders' praise of his Starling Mort. Notes. 1707. From The Triumph of Wit by J. Shirley. The King of the Gypsies, a song, made upon his beloved Doxy or mistress. Also in New Canting Diet. 1725. I. Doxy, oh! Thy glaziers shine, 1. As glimmer, by the Salaman. 2. No gentry mort hath prats like thine. 3. No cove e'er wapped with such a one. 4. 2. White thy fambles, red thy gawn. 5. And thy quarrons dainty is. 6. Couch a hogshead with me then. 7. And in the dark men's clip and kiss. 8. 3. What though I no togeman wear. 9. Nor commission, mish, or slate. 10. Store of strammel we'll have here. 11. And a skipper lib in state. 12. 4. Whopping thou I know does love. 13. Else the ruffin cly the mort. 14. From thy stampers then remove. 15. Thy drawers, and let's prig and sport. 16. When the lightnin' up does call. 17. Marjorie Prater from her nest. 18. And her cackling cheats withal. 19. In a boozing ken we'll feast. 20. 6. There if flour we want, I'll mill. 21. A gauge or nip for the abum. 22. Rum booze thou shalt booze thy fill. 23. And crash a grunting cheat that's yum. 24. 1 mistress, eyes. 2 fire, mass. 3 lady, notes. 4 notes. 5 hand, mouth. 6 body. 7 sleep. 8 night, notes. 9 cloak. 10 shirt or sheet. 11 straw. 12 in the barn, lie. 13 notes. 14 the devil take the woman otherwise. 15 feet. 16 stockings, revel. 17 daylight. 18 hen, 19 chickens, 20 alehouse, 21 money, steal, 22 pot, steal a purse, 23 wine, drink, 24 eat, pig. The Rummort's praise of her faithless maunder, notes, 1707. From The Triumph of Wit by J. Shirley, also in New Canting Dict. Now my kinchin cove is gone, 1. By the rumpad maundeth none, 2. Quarrons both for stump and bone, 3. Like my clapperdogen. 4. 2. Dimber dammer fare thee well, 5. Palyards all thou didst excel, 6. And thy jockum bore the bell, 7. Glimmer on and never fell. 8. 3. Thou the cramprings ne'er did scour, 9. Harmons had on thee no power, 10. Harmonbecks did never terray, 11. For thee, the drawers still had lure. 12. 4. Duds and cheats thou oft hast won, 13. Yet the cuffin choir couldst shun, 14. And the Dussyville didst run, 15. Else the chats had thee undone. 16. The crank and domera thou couldst play, 17. Or rummaunder in one day, and like an Abram cove couldst pray, yet pass with jibes well jerked away. 6. When the dark mans have been wet, 18. Thou the crack mans down didst beat, 19. For glimmer, whilst the quaking cheat, 20. Or Tiboth buttery was our meat. 21. 7. Red shanks then I could not lack, 22. Rough peck still hung on my back, 23. Granum ever filled my sack, 24. With lap and poplars held I tack. 25. 8. To thy buger and thy skew, 26. Filch and jibes I bid adieu, 27. Though thy togeman was not new, 28. In it the rogue to me was true. 1. Little man, 2. Highway, beggeth, 3. Body, 4. Notes, 5. Notes, 6. Notes, 7. Notes, 8. Notes, 9. Fetters, where, 10. Stocks, 11. Constables, look, 12. Pockets, money, 13. Clothes, general plunder, 14. Magistrate, 15. Country, 16. Gallows, 17. Notes, 18. Night, 19. Hedge, 20. Fire, duck, 21. Goose, 22. Turkey, 23. Bacon, 24. Corn, 25. Any potable, porridge, 26. Dog, wooden dish, 27. Hook, counterfeit pass, 28. Cloak. The Black Procession, notes, 1712. From The Triumph of Wit by J. Shirley. The 20 craftsmen, described by the notorious thief-taker Jonathan Wild. Good people, give ear, whilst the story I tell, of 20 black tradesmen who were brought up in hell, on purpose poor people to rob of their due. There's none shall be noosed if you find but one true. 1. The first was a coiner, that stamped in a mold. The second a voucher to put off his gold. 2. To ray you well, hark you well, see. 3. Where they are rubbed. 4. Up to the nubbing cheat where they are nubbed. 5. 2. The third was a patter, that fell to decay. 6. Who used for to plunder upon the highway. The fourth was a milk-hen to crack up a door. 7. He'd venture to rob both the rich and the poor. The fifth was a glazier who when he creeps in. 8. To pinch all the lurry he thinks it no sin. 9. To ray you well, etc. 3. The sixth is a foul-cly that not one cully spares. 10. The seventh a budge to track softly upstairs. 11. The eighth is a bulk, that can bulk any hick. 12. If the master be nabbed, then the bulk he is sick. The ninth is an angler, to lift up a grate. 13. If he sees but the lurry his hooks he will bait. To ray you well, etc. 4. The 10th is a shoplift that carries a bob, when he ranges the city, the shops for to rob. The 11th a bubber, much used of late, who goes to the alehouse, and steals all their plate. The 12th is a bow trap, if a cull he does meet he nips all his coal, and turns him into the street. To ray you well, etc. The 13th a famble, false rings for to sell. 17. When a mob, he has bid his coal he will tell. The 14th a gamester, if he sees the cull sweet. 18. He presently drops down a cog in the street. 19. The 15th a prancer, whose courage is small. 20. If they catch him horse coursing, he's nosed once for all. 21. To ray you well, etc. 6. The 16th a sheep napper, whose trade is so deep. 22. If he's caught in the corn, He's marked for a sheep, 23, the 17th a dun acre, that stoutly makes vows, 24, to go in the country and steal all the cows, the 18th a kidnapper, who spirits young men, though he tips them a pike, they oft nap him again. Tere you well, etc. 7. The 19th's a prigger of cacklers who harms, 25, the poor country higglers, and plunders the farms, 26, he steals all their poultry, and thinks it no sin, when into the hen roost, in the night, he gets in, the 20th's a thief catcher, so we him call, who if he be nabbed will be made pay for all. Tere you well, etc. In Bacchus and Venus, 1737, an additional stanza is given. 8. There's many more craftsmen whom here I could name, 27, who use such like trades, abandoned of shame, to the number of more than 60 on the whole, who endanger their body, and hazard their soul, and yet, though good workmen, are seldom made free, till they ride in a cart, and be nizzed on a tree. Tere you well, hark you well, see where they are rubbed, up to the nubbing cheat, where they are nubbed. 1 2, passer of base coin, 3, look. Be on your guard, 4, taken, 5, gallows, hung, 6, tramp or footpad. 7, housebreaker, 8, window thief, 9, valuables, 10, pickpocket, man or silly fop, 11, sneaking thief, 12, accomplice who jostles whilst another robs, countryman, 13, thief who hooks goods from shop windows, 14, public house thief, 15, confidence trick man, good-natured fool, 16, steals all his money, 17, notes, 18, an easy dupe, 19, a lure, 20, horse thief, 21, hung, 22, sheep stealer, 23, as a duffer, 24, cattle lifter, 25, poultry thief, 26, bumpkins, 27, members of the Canting crew. Frisky Moll's Song, 1724. By J. Harper, and sung by Frisky Moll in John Thurman's Harlequin Shepherd produced at Drury Lane Theatre. I. From prigs that snaffle the prancers strong, 1, to you of the Peter Lay, 2, I pray now listen a while to my song, how my bowman he kicked away. 3. 2. He broke through all rubs in the wit, 4, and cheered his darbies in twain, 5, but filing of a rumbo ken, 6, my bowman is snabbled again. 7. 3. I Frisky Moll, with my rum call, 8, wowed grub in a bowsing ken, 9, but ere for the scran he had tipped the coal, 10, the harmon he came in. 11. 4. A famble, a tattle, and 2 pops, 12, had my bowman when he was ta'en, but had he not buzzed in the diddle shops, 13, he'd still been in Drury Lane. 1. Steal horses, 2. Carriage thieves, 3. Fancy man or sweetheart, 4. Obstacles, Newgate, 5. Cut fetters, 6. Breaking into a pawnbroker's, 7. Imprisoned, 8. Good man, 9. Eat, alehouse, 10. Refreshments, paid, 11. Constable, 12. Ring, watch, pistols, 13. Gin shops. The Cantor's Serenade, Notes, 1725. From the New Canting Dictionary. Some early in the morning, at the barn doors where their doxies have reposed during the night. I. Ye morts and ye dells, 1. Come out of your cells, and charm all the palyards about ye. 2. Here birds of all feathers, through deep roads and all weathers, are gathered together to tout ye. 2. With faces of walnut, and bladder and small gut, we're come scraping and singing to rouse ye. Rise, shake off your straw, and prepare you each maw. 3. To kiss, eat, and drink till you're buzzy. 4. 1. Women, girls, 2. Beggars, notes, 3. Mouth, 4. Drunk. Retour my dear Dell. Notes, 1725. From the New Canting Dictionary. I. Each dark man's eye pass in an old shady grove, 1. And live not the light man's eye tout not my love, 2. I surtout every walk, which we used to pass, 3. And couch me down weeping, and kiss the cold grass, 4. I cry out on my mort to pity my pain, and all our vagaries remember again. 2. Didst thou know, my dear Doxy, but half of the smart, 5, which has seized on my panter since thou didst depart, 6. Didst thou hear but my sighs, my complaining and groans, thou dst surely retur, and pity my moans, 7. Thou didst give me new pleasure for all my past pain, and I should rejoice in thy glaciers again. 8. 3. But alas! 'Tis my fear that the false Patrico, 9, is reaping those transports are only my due. Retur, my dear Doxy, oh, once more retur, and I'll do all to please thee that lies in my power. Then be kind, my dear Dell, and pity my pain, and let me once more tout thy glaciers again. 4. On Redshanks and Tibs thou shalt every day dine. 10. And if it should e'er be my hard fate to trine. 11. I never will whittle, I never will squeak. 12. Nor to save my culquarn endanger thy neck. 13. Then once more, my Doxy, be kind and retur, and thou shalt want nothing that lies in my power. 1 night, 2 days, c. 3 Noel, 4 lie, 5 mistress, 6 heart, 7 return, 8 eyes, 9 hedge priest, 10 turkey, geese, 11 hang, 12 speak, 13 neck. The Vain Dreamer. Notes 1725. From the New Canting Dictionary. Yes, dark man's dreamed I of my Dell. 1. When sleep did overtake her. It was a dimber drowsy moor. 2. She slept, I durst not wake her. 2. Her gans were like to coral red. 3. 1,000 times I kissed them, 1,000 more I might have filched. 4. She never could have missed them. 3. Her strammel, curled, like threads of gold. 5. Hung dangling o'er the pillow. Great pity 'twas that one so prim should ever wear the willow. 4. I turned down the lily slat. 6. Methought she fell a screaming. This startled me. I straight awacked, and found myself but dreaming. 1 evening. 2 pretty. 3 lips. 4 stolen. 5 hair. 6 white sheet. When my dimber Dell I courted. Notes 1725. From the New Canting Dictionary. When my dimber Dell I courted. 1. She had youth and beauty. 2. Wanton joys my heart transported, and her wap was ever new. 2. But conquering time doth now deceive her, which her pleasures did uphold. All her whopping now must leave her, for alas! My Dell's grown old. 2. Her wanton motions which invited now, alas! No longer charm, her glaziers too are quite benighted. 3. Nor can any prickstar charm. For conquering time, alas! Deceives her which her triumphs did uphold, and every moving beauty leaves her, alas! My dimber Dell's grown old. 3. There was a time no cull could tout her. 4. But was sure to be undone, nor could th upright man live without her. 5. She triumphed over everyone. But conquering time does now deceive her, which her sporting st uphold, all her amrouse dammers leave her, for alas! The Dell's grown old. 4. All thy comfort, dimber Dell, is, now, since thou hast lost thy prime, that every cull can witness well, thou hast not missed thy time. There's not a prig or palliard living, who has not been thy slave enrolled. Then cheer thy mind, and cease thy grieving, thou'st had thy time, though now grown old. 1 pretty wench. 2 notes. 3 eyes. 4 man. Look at. 5 notes. The Oath of the Canting Crew. Notes 1749. From the Life of Bampfylde Moore Carew, by Robert Godby. I, Crank Cuffin, swear to be, 1. True to this fraternity, that I will in all obey rule and order of the lay. Never blow the gab or squeak. 2. Never snitch to bum or beak. 3. But religiously maintain authority of those who reign over Stop Hole Abbey Green. 4. Be their tawny king, or queen. In their cause alone will fight, think what they think, wrong or right. Serve them truly, and no other, and be faithful to my brother. Suffer none, from far or near, with their rights to interfere. No strange Abram, rough or crack. 5. Hooker of another pack, rogue or rascal, frauder, maunderer. 6. Irish toil, or other wanderer. 7. No dimber, dambler, angler, dancer, prig of cackler, prig of prancer. No swigman, swaddler, clapperdudgeon, cadgegloak, curdle, or curmudgeon. No whipjack, palliard, patrico. No jarkman, be he high or low. No dummerer or romany. No member of the family. No ballad basket, bouncing buffer, nor any other, will I suffer. But stall off now and forever all outers whatsoever, and as I keep to the foregone, so may help me Salomon. By the Mass. 1. Notes. 2. Reveal secrets. 3. Betray to bailiff or magistrate. 4. Notes. 5. Notes. 6. Notes. Beggar. 7. Notes. Come all you buffers gay. Notes. 1760. From the Humorist. A choice collection o' pound songs. A new flash song. Page 2. Come all you buffers gay. 1. That rumly do pad the city. 2. Come listen to what I do say, and it will make you wan rouse whitey. 2. The praps are at Drury Lane, and at Covent Garden also, therefore I tell you plain, it will not be safe for to go. 3. But if after a rum cull you pad. 3. Pray follow him brave and bold, for many a buffer has been grabbed, for fear, as I've been told. 4. Let your pal that follows behind, tip your bulk pretty soon, and to slap his whip in time, for fear the cull should be down. 5. For if the cull should be down, and catch you a-filing his bag. 6. Then at the Old Bailey you're found, and D.M.U. he'll tip you the lag. 7. 6. But if you should slate his staunch wipe. 8. Then away to the fence you may go. 9. From thence to the ken of 1T. 10. Where you in full bumpers may flow. 7. But now I have finished my rhyme, and of you all must take my leave. I would have you to leave off in time, or they will make your poor hearts to bleed. 1. Rogue or horse thief. 2. Prowl about. 3. Well-dressed victim. Walk. 4. Give signal to Confederate. 5. Notes. 6. Robbing. 7. Get you transported. 8. Steal. Handkerchief. 9. Receiver of stolen property. 10. House. The Potato Man. Notes. 1775. From the Rainlaw Concert, a choice collection of the newest songs sung at all the public places of entertainment. I am a saucy rolling blade. 1. I fear not wet nor dry. I keep a jackass for my trade, and through the streets do cry. Chorus. And they all rare potatoes be, and there, etc. 2. A mall I keep that sells fine fruit. 2. There's no one brings more cly. 3. She has all things the seasons suit, while I my potatoes cry. Chorus. And they all, etc. 3. A link boy once I stood the gag. 4. At Charing Cross did ply. Here's light your honor for a mag. 5. But now my potatoes cry. Chorus. And they all, etc. 4. With a blue bird's eye about my squeak. 6. And a check shirt on my back. 7. A pair of large wedges in my hoofs, and an oilskin round my hat. Chorus. And they all, etc. I'll bait a bull or fight a cock, or pigeons I will fly. I'm up to all your knowing rigs. 8. Whilst I my potatoes cry. Chorus. And they all, etc. 6. There's 5 pounds 2 pence honest weight your own scales take and try. For nibbing culls I always hate. 9. And I in safety cry. Chorus. And they all, etc. 1. Fellow. 2. Mistress. 3. Money. Notes. 4. Cry out. 5. Halfpenny. 6. Handkerchief. 7. Notes. Neck. 8. Smart tricks. 9. Cheating dealers. A Slang Pastoral. Notes. 1780. By R. Tomlinson. A parody on a poem by Dr. Byram. My time, O ye muses, was happily spent. My time, O ye kiddies, was happily spent. 1. When Nancy trigged with me wherever I went. 2. 10,000 sweet joys every night did we prove. Sure never poor fellow like me was in love. But since she is nabbed, and has left me behind. 3. What a marvelous change on a sudden I find. When the constable held her as fast as could be, I thought 'twas Bet Spriggins, but damn 'twas she. 2. With such a companion, a green stall to keep, to swig porter all day, on a flock bed to sleep, for I was so good-natured, so bobbish and gay. 5. And I still was as smart as a carrot all day, but now I so saucy and churlish am grown, so ragged and greasy, as never was known. My Nancy is gone, and my joys are all fled, and my arse hangs behind me, as heavy as lead. 3. The kennel, that's wont to run swiftly along, and dance to soft murmurs dead kittens among. Thou know'st, little buck horse, if Nancy was there, 'twas pleasure to look at, 'twas music to hear. But now that she's off, I can see it run past, and still as it murmurs do nothing but blast. Must you be so cheerful, while I go in pain? Stop your clack, and be damned to ye, and hear me complain. 4. When the bugs in swarms round me would oftentimes play, and Nancy and I were as frisky as they, we laughed at their biting, and kissed all the time, for the spring of her beauty was just in its prime. But now for their frolics I never can sleep, so I crack 'em by dozens, as o'er me they creep, curse blight you! I cry, while I'm all over smart, for I'm bit by the arse, while I'm stung to the heart. The barber I ever was pleased to see, with his pigtail come scraping to Nancy and me, and Nancy was pleased too, and to the man said, "Come hither, young fellow, and frizzle my head." But now when he's bowing, I up with my stick, cry, "Blast you, you scoundrel!" and give him a kick, and I'll lend him another, for why should not John be as dull as poor Dermot, when Nancy is gone? 6. When sitting with Nancy, what sights have I seen! How white was the turnip, the colwort how green! What a lovely appearance, while under the shade the carrot, the parsnip, the cauliflower are made. But now she mills dull, though the greens are still there. 6. They none of 'em half so delightful appear. It was not the board that was nailed to the wall, made so many customers visit our stall. 7. Sweet music went with us both all the town through, to Bagnaga, White Conduit, and Sadler's Wells too. 7. Soft murmured the kennels, the beaupots how sweet, and crack went the cherry stones under our feet. But now she to Bridewell has punched it along. 8. My eye, Betty Martin. On music a song, 'twas her voice crying mackerel, as now I have found, gave everything else its agreeable sound. 8. Gin! What is become of thy heart-cheering fire, and where is the beauty of Calvert's entire? Does aught of its taste double Gloucester beguile? That ham, those potatoes, why do they not smile? Ah! Rot ye, I see what it was you were at, why you knocked up your froth, why you flashed off your fat, to roll in her ivory, to pleasure her eye, to be tipped by her tongue, on her stomach to lie. 9. How slack is the crop till my Nancy return! No duds in my pocket, no sea-coal to burn. 9. Methinks if I knew where the watchman wowed tread, I wowed follow, and lend him a punch o' the head. Fly swiftly, good watchman, bring hither my dear, and blast me! I'll tip ye a gallon of beer. 10. Ah, sink him! The watchman is full of delay, nor will budge 1 foot faster for all I can say. X. Will no blood-hunting footpad, that hears me complain, stop the wind of that nabbing cull, Constable Payne? 11. If he does, he'll to Tyburn next sessions be dragged, and what kiddy's so rum as to get himself scragged? 12. No! Blinky, discharge her, and let her return, for ne'er was poor fellow so sadly forlorn. Zounds! What shall I do? I shall die in a ditch. Take warning by me how you're leagued with a bitch. 1. Companions. 2. Accompanied. 3. Jailed. 4. Drink. 5. Light-hearted. 6. Pix oakum. 7. Notes. 8. Gone. 9. Money. 10. Treat. 11. Note. 12. Foolish. Ye scamps, ye pads, ye divers. Notes. 1781. From the Choice of Harlequin, or the Indian Chief by Mr. Messink, and sung by John Edwin as the Keeper of Bridewell. I. Ye scamps, ye pads, ye divers, and all upon the lay. 1. In Tothill Fields gay sheep walk, like lambs ye sport and play. 2. Rattling up your darbies, come hither at my call. I'm Jigger Dubber here, and you are welcome to Milldall. 3. With my tow row, etc. 2. At your insurance office the flats you've taken in, the game they've played, my kitty, you're always sure to win. First you touch the shiners, the number up, you break. 4. With your insuring policy, I not insure your neck. With my tow row, etc. 3. The French, with trotters nimble, could fly from English blows. 5. And they've got nimble daddles, as Monsieur plainly shews. 6. Be thus the foes of Britain banged, I thump away, Monsieur, the hemp you're beating now will make your solitaire. With my tow row, etc. 4. My peepers! Who've we here now? Why, this is sure Blackmall. 7. My ma'am, you're of the fair sex, so welcome to Milldall. The cull with you who'd venture into a snoozing ken. 8. Like Blackamoor Othello, should put out the light, and then with my tow row, etc. V. I think, my flashy coachman, that you'll take better care, nor for a little bub come the slang upon your fare. 9. Your jazzy pays the garnish, unless the fees you tip. 10. Though you're a flashy coachman, here the gagger holds the whip, with my tow row, etc. Chorus omnes, we're scamps, we're pads, we're divers, we're all upon the lay, in Tothill Field's gay sheep walk, like lambs we sport and play, rattling up our darbies. We're hither at your call, your jigger dubber here, and we're forked for to Milldall, with my tow row, etc. 1. Footpads, pickpockets, notes. 2. Tothill Field's prison. 3. Warder, pick oakum for money. 5. Feet. 6. Fist. 7. Eyes. 8. Common lodging house, notes. 9. Drink, abuse. 10. Wig, footing. The Sandman's Wedding, born in 1789. A cantata by G. Parker? Recitative. As Joe the Sandman drove his noble team of roarumped jennies, "Sand ho!" was his theme, just as he turned the corner of the drum. 1. His dear loved Bess, the bunter, chanked to come. 2. With joy cried W.A. did turn his quid and stare, first sucked her Joel, then thus addressed the fair. 3. Air. I. Forgive me if I praise those charms thy glazier's bright, lips, neck, and arms, for thy snowy bubbies e'er appear like two small hills of sand, my dear. Thy beauties, bet, from top to toe have stole the heart of Sandman Joe. 2. Come wed, my dear, and let's agree, then of the booze can you'll be free. 5. No sneer from Cully, Mot, or Fro. 6. Dare then reproach my best for Joe, for he's the kitty rum and queer. 7. That all St. Giles's boys do fear. Recitative. With daylight's flashing, Bess at length replied. 8. Must Joey proffer this, and be denied? No, no, my Joe shall have his heart delight, and will be wedded ere we doors this night. 9. Well lipped, quoth Joe. No more you need to say. 10. Gee up! Gallows, do you want my sand today? Air. I. Joe sold his sand, and Clyde his coal, sir. 11. While Bess got a basket of rags, then up to St. Giles's they rolled, sir, to every bunter Bess brags. Then into a booze can they pike it. 12. Where Bess was admitted we hear, for none of the coves there but like it, as Joey, her kitty, was there. 2. Full of glee, until 10 that they started, for supper Joe sent out a win, a hog's maw between them was parted, and after they slurked it with gin, it was on an old leather trunk, sir, they married were, never to part. But Bessie, she being blind drunk, sir, Joe drove her away in his cart. 1. Street. 2. Rag gatherer. 3. Kissed her, 4. Eyes. 5. Alehouse. 6. Fellow, girl, or wife. 7. Brave and cute. 8. Eyes. 9. Sleep. 10. Spoken. 11. Pocketed his money. 12. Go. The Happy Pair. 1789. By George Parker, and Life's painter of variegated characters. Joe. Ye slang boys all, since wedlock's news, together fast has tied Moll Blabbermums and Rolling Joe, each other's joy and pride. Your broomsticks and tin kettles bring, with canisters and stones. Ye butchers bring your cleavers too, likewise your marrow bones. For ne'er a brace in marriage hitched, by no one can be found, that's half so blessed as Joe and Moll. Search all St. Giles's round. Moll. Though fancy queer gammed smutty Muns was once my favourite man, though rugged muzzled tinkering Tom for me left Mall-mouthed Nan, though patting Jack and diving Ned, 1. With blinky wide buzzing Sam, 2. Have made me drunk with hot, and stood, 3. The racket for a dram, though Scamp the ballad singing kid, called me his darling Fro, 4. I've tipped them all the double, 4. 5. The sake of Rolling Joe. Chorus. Therefore, in jolly chorus now, let's chaunt it all together, and let each Culse and Doxy's heart, 6. Be lighter than a feather, and as the Kelter runs quite flush, 7. Like natty shining kitties, to treat the coaxing, giggling brims, 8. With spunk let's post our netties, 9. Then we'll all roll in bub and grub, 10. Till from this can we go, 11. Since Rolling Joe's tucked up with Moll, and Moll's tucked up with Joe. 1. Tramping, pickpocket. 2. Pickpocket. 3. Paid for woman, girl. 5. Jilted. 6. Man, woman. 7. Money. 8. Whores. 9. Spirit, spend our guineas. 10. Drink, Food 11, Drinking House. The Bunter's Christening. Notes 1789. By George Parker and Life's Painter of Variegated Characters. I. Bess Tatter, of Hedge Lane, to Ragman Joey's joy, the coal with whom she snoozed, 1, brought forth a chopping boy, which was, as one might say, the moral of his dad, sir, and at the christening oft, a merry bout they had, sir. 2. 4, when 'twas 4 weeks old, Long Ned, and Dustcart Chloe, to give the kid a name, invited were by Joey, with whom came Muzzy Tom, 2, and Sneaking Snip, the boozer, 3, Bag-picking, Bleary-Wide Sis, and Squinting Jack, the bruiser. 4. 3. Likewise came Bullying Sam, with Cats and Dogs Meet Nellie, Young Smut, the Chimney Sweep, and Smiling Snick Snack Willie, Peg Swig and Jenny Gog, the Brims, with Birdlime Fingers. 5, brought Warbling, Seedy Dick, the Prince of Ballad Singers. 4. The guests now being met, the first thing that was done, sir, was handling round the kid, that all might smack his muns, sir. 6, a flash of lightning next. 7, Bess tipped each cull and fro, sir. 8, ere they to church did pad. 9, to have it christened Joe, sir. Away they then did trudge, but such a queer procession of seedy brims and kids is far beyond expression. The christening being o'er, they back again soon picked it. 10, to have a dish of lap. 11, prepared for those who licked it. 6. Bung all come back once more, they slobbered little Joey. 12, then, with some civil jaw. 13, part squatted, to drink bohea, and parts swigged barley swipes. 14, as short-cut they were smoking. 15, while some their patter flashed. 16, in gallows fun and joking. 17. 7. For supper, Joey stood, to treat these curious cronies, a bullock's melt, hog's maw, sheep's heads, and stale polonies, and then they swilled gin hot, until blind drunk as Chloe. At 12, all bundled from the christening of young Joey. 1 man, 2 muddled, 3 drunkard, 4 pugilists, 5 harlots, thievish, 6 kiss him, 7 drop of gin, 8 gave, man, woman, 9 walk, 10 went, 11 tea, 12 kissed, 13 words, 14 drank beer, 15 tobacco, 16 talked, 17 screaming. The Masqueraders, or The World as It Wags, Notes 1789. By George Parker and Life's Painter of Variegated Characters. I. Ye flats, sharps, and rum ones, who make up this pother, who gape and stare, just like stuck pigs at each other, as mirrors, wherein, at full length do appear, your follies reflected so apish and queer, told the roll, etc. 2. Attend while I sings, how, in every station, masquerading is practiced throughout every nation. Some mask for mere pleasure, but many we know, to lick in the rhino, false faces will show. 1. Told the roll, etc. 3. Twig counselors jabbering bout justice and law, cease greasing their fist and they'll soon cease their jaw. 2. And patriots, bout freedom will kick up a riot, till their ends are all gained, and their jaws then are quiet. Told the roll, etc. 4. Twig Methodist fizzes, with mask sanctimonious. 3. Their rigs prove to judge that their fizz is erroneous. 4. Twig Lankjaws, the miser, that skinflint old elf, from his long meager fizz, who'd think he'd the pelf. Told the roll, etc. Twig levies, they're made up of time-serving faces, with fawning and flattering for interest and places, and ladies appear too at court and elsewhere, in borrowed complexions, false shapes, and false hair. Told the roll, etc. 6. Twig clergymen, but as there needs no more proof, my chaunt I concludes, and shall now pad the hoof. 5. So nobles and gents, lug your counterfeits out, I'll take brums or cut ones, and thank you to boot. Told the roll, etc. 1. Money, 2. Bribing, 3. C for methods, 5. Walk away. The Flash Man of St. Giles, Notes, born in 1790. From the Busy Bee. I was a flash man of St. Giles, 1, and I fell in love with Nellie Styles, and I padded the hoof for many miles. 2, to show the strength of my flame, in the Strand, and at the Admiralty, she picked up the flats as they passed by. 3, and I milled their wipes from their side cly. 4, and then sung fouled the row tit, tit foul de ral, tit foul de re, and then sung foul de ral tit. 2. The first time I saw the flaming mot. 5. Was at the sign of the porter pot. I called for some pearl, and we had it hot, with gin and bitters too. We threw off our slang at high and low. 6. And we were resolved to breed a row, for we both got as drunk as David's sow. 7. And then sung foul de ral tit, etc. 3. As we were roaring forth a catch, 'twas 12 o'clock, we whacked the watch, I at his jazzy made a snatch. 8. And tried for to nab his rattle. 9. But I missed my aim and down I fell, and then he charred both me and Nell, and bundled us both to St. Martin's cell, where we sung foul de ral tit, etc. 4. We passed the night in love away, and for Justice H. we went next day, and because we could not 3 hog pay. 10. Why we were sent to Quat. 11. In Quat we lay 3 dismal weeks, till Nell with crying swelled her cheeks, and I damned the quorum all for sneaks, and then sung foul de ral tit, etc. V. From Bridewell bars we now are free, and Nell and I so well agree, that we live in perfect harmony, and grub and bub our fill. 12. For we have milled a precious go. 13. And queered the flats at Thrums E.O. every night in Titmouse Row, where we sing foul de ral tit, etc. 6. All you who live at your wits' end, unto this maxim pray attend, never despair to find a friend, while flats have bid aboard. For Nell and I now keep a gig, and look so grand, so flash and big, we roll in every knowing rig. 14. While we sing foul de ral tit, etc. 1. Notes. 2. Walked. 3. Victims. 4. Stole handkerchiefs. Side pocket. 5. Girl. Whore. 6. Talking noisily. 7. Notes. 8. Wig. 9. Steal. 10. Shilling. 11. Prison. 12. Eat and drink. 13. Made a rich haul. 14. Are up to every move. A leery mot. Notes. C. 1811. A broadside ballad. I. Rum Old Mog was a leery flash mot, and she was round and fat. 1. With twangs in her shoes, a wheelbarrow 2, and an oilskin round her hat, a blue bird's eye o'er dairies fine, as she mizzled through Temple Bar. 2. Of which side of the way, I cannot say, but she boned it from a tar. 3. Singing, Tolelloelloellido. 2. Now Moll's flash companion was a Chicklane Gill, and he gartered below his knee. 4. He had twice been pulled, and nearly lagged. 5. But got off by going to sea, with his pipe and quid, and chaunting voice. Potatoes! He would cry, for he valued neither cove nor swell, for he had wedged snug in his cly. 6. Singing, Tolelloelloellido. 3. One night they went to a cock and hen club. 7. At the sign of the Mare and Stallion, but such a sight was never seen as Mog and her flash companion. Her covey was an Emrouse blade, and he bust young Bet on the sly. 8. When Mog up with her daddle, bang up to the mark. 9. And she blacked the bunter's eye. 10. Singing, Tolelloelloellido. 4. Now this brought on a general fight. Lord, what a gallows row! 11. With whacks and thumps throughout the night, till drunk as David's sow. 12. Milling up and down, with cut heads, and lots of broken ribs. 13. But the lark being over, they ginned themselves at Jolly Tom Cribb's. Singing, Tolelloelloellido. 1. Woman or harlot. 2. Silk handkerchief. Notes. Paps. Went. 3. Stole. 4. Sweetheart. 5. Jailed. Transported. 6. Money. Pocket. 7. Notes. 8. Kissed. 9. Fist. Straight to the spot. 10. Rag gatherer. 11. Great shindig. 12. Notes. 13. Fighting. The night before Larry was stretched. Notes. C. 1816. I. The night before Larry was stretched, the boys they all paid him a visit, a bit in their sacks. 2. They fetched. They sweated their duds till they riz it. 1. For Larry was always the lad, when a friend was condemned to the squeezer. 2. But he'd pawn all the togs that he had. 3. Just to help the poor boy to a sneezer. 4. And moisten his gob 'fore he died. 2. 'Pon my conscience, dear Larry, says I, I'm sorry to see you in trouble, and your life's cheerful noggin run dry, and yourself going off like its bubble. Hood your tongue in that matter, says he, for the neckcloth I don't care a button. 5. And by this time tomorrow you'll see your Larry will be dead as mutton. All for what? K's his courage was good. 3. The boys they came crowding in fast. They drew their stools close round about him. 6 glims round his coffin they placed. 6. He couldn't be well waked without 'em. I asked if he was fit to die, without having duly repented? Says Larry, that's all in my eye, and all by the clergy invented, to make a fat bit for themselves. 4. Then the cards being called for, they played, till Larry found one of them cheated. Quick he made a hard rap at his head, the lad being easily heated. So ye chats me becase I'm in grief. Oh! Is that by the holy, the Rason? Soon I'll give you to know you'd, d thief! That you're cracking your jokes out of Sason, and scull your knob with my fist. V. Then in came the priest with his book, he spoke him so smooth and so civil. Larry tipped him a Kilmanham look, 7, and pitched his big wig to the devil. Then raising a little his head, to get a sweet drop of the bottle, and pitiful sighing he said, oh! The hemp will be soon round my throttle, and choke my poor windpipe to death. 6. So mournful these last words he spoke, we all vented our tears in a shower. For my part, I thought my heart broke to see him cut down like a flower. On his travels we watched him next day. Oh, the hangman, I thought I could kill him. Not one word did our poor Larry say, nor chon till he came to King William. 8. Ah, my dear! Then his color turned white. 7. When he came to the nubbing sheet, he was tacked up so neat and so pretty. The rambler jugged off from his feet. 9. And he died with his face to the city. He kicked too, but that was all pride, for soon you might see 'twas all over. And as soon as the noose was untied, then at darky we waked him in clover. 10. And sent him to take a ground sweat. 11. 1. Pawn their clothes. 2. Gallows or rope. 3. Clothes. 4. Drink. 5. Halter. 6. Candles. 7. Notes. 8. Notes. 9. Cart. 10. Night. 11. Buried him. The Song of the Young Prig. Notes. C. 1819. My mother she dwelt in Diet's Isle. 1. One of the Canting crew, sirs. 2. And if you know my father's style, he was the Lord knows who, sirs. I first held horses in the street, but being found defaulter, turned rumbler's flunky for my meat. 3. So was brought up to the halter. Frisk the cly, and fork the rag. 4. Draw the fogies plummy. 5. Speak to the rattles, bag the swag. 6. And finally hunt the dummy. 7. 2. My name they say is young Birdlime, my fingers are fish hooks, sirs, and I my reading learnt betime. 8. From studying pocket-books, sirs, I have a sweet eye for a plant. 9. And graceful as I amble, fine draw a coat-tail, sure I can't, so kitty is my famble. 10. Chorus. Frisk the cly, etc. 3. A night bird oft I'm in the cage. 11. But my rum chance ne'er fail, sirs, the dubsman's senses to engage. 12. While I tip him leg bail, sirs. 13. There's not, for picking, to be had, a lad so light and larky. 14. The cleanest angler on the pad. 15. In daylight or the darky. 16. Chorus. Frisk the cly, etc. 4. And though I don't work capital. 17. And do not weigh my weight, sirs, who knows but that in time I shall, for there's no queering fate, sirs. 18. If I'm not lagged to Virgin A. 19. I may a Tyburn show be. 20. Perhaps a tip-top cracksman be. 21. Or go on the high Toby. 22. Chorus. Frisk the cly, etc. 1. Notes. 2. Beggars. 3. Hackney coach, for pick a pocket. Lay hold of notes or money. 5. Steal handkerchiefs dexterously. 6. Steal a watch, pocket the plunder. 7. Steal pocket books. 8. Notes. 9. An intended robbery. 10. Skillful is my hand. 11. Lock up. 12. Jailer. 13. Run away. 14. Frolicsome. 15. Expert pickpocket. 16. Night. 17. Notes. 18. Getting the better of. 19. Transported. Notes. 20. Be hanged. 21. Housebreaker. 22. Become a highwayman. The Milling Match. Notes. 1819. By Thomas More and Tom Cribb's Memorial to Congress. Account of the milling match between Entellus and Dares, translated from the 5th book of the Aeneid by one of the fancy. With daddles high upraised, and knob held back. 1. In awful prescience of the impending thwack, both kiddies stood, and with prelusive spar, too, and light maneuvering, kindled up the war. The one, in bloom of youth, a lightweight blade, the other, vast, gigantic, as if made, express, by nature, for the hammering trade, 3, but aged, slow, with stiff limbs, tottering much, and lungs, that lacked the bellows mender's touch. Yet, sprightly to the scratch, both buffers came, for, while rivers wrung from each resounding frame, and divers digs, and many a ponderous pelt, were on their broad bread baskets heard and felt. 5, with roving aim, but aim that rarely missed round lugs and ogles flew the frequent fist. 6, while showers of facers told so deadly well, that the crushed jawbones crackled as they fell. But firmly stood Entellus, and still bright, though bent by age, with all the fancy's light. 7, stopped with a skill, and rallied with a fire the immortal fancy could alone inspire. While Dares, shifting round, with looks of thought, an opening to the cove's huge carcass sought, like General Preston, in that awful hour, when on one leg he hopped to take the tower, and here, and there, explored with active fin, and skilful feint, some guardless pass to win, and prove a boring guest when once let in. And now Entellus, with an eye that planned punishing deeds, high raised his heavy hand, but ere the sledge came down, young Dares spied its shadow o'er his brow, and slipped aside, so nimbly slipped, that the vain Naba passed through empty air, and he, so high, so vast, who dealt the stroke, came thundering to the ground, not Beast-Ck, Geacham himself, with bulkier sound, uprooted from the field of Whiggish glories, fell souse, of late, among the astonished Tories. Instant the ring was broke, and shouts and yells from Trojan flash-men and Sicilian swells filled the wide heaven, while, touched with grief to see his Paul, well known through many a lark and spree, 8, thus rumly floored, the kindest ests ran, 9, and pitying rise from earth the game old man. Uncowed, undamaged to the sport he came, his limbs all muscle, and his soul all flame. The memory of his milling glories past. 10, the shame that aught but death should see him grasped. All fired the veteran's pluck, with fury flushed, full on his light-limbed customer he rushed, and hammering right and left, with ponderous swing. 11, ruffianed the reeling youngster round the ring, nor rest, nor pause, nor breathing time was given, but, rapid as the rattling hail from heaven beats on the housetop, showers of Randalls shot around the Trojan's lugs fell peppering hot. Till now Aeneas, filled with anxious dread, rushed in between them, and with words well-bred, preserved alike the peace and Dares' head, both which the veteran much inclined to break. Then kindly thus the punished youth bespake. Poor Johnny Raw! What madness could impel so rum a flat to face so prime a swell? Seest thou not, boy, the fancy, heavenly maid, herself descends to this great hammerer's aid, and singling him from all her flash adorers, shines in his hits, and thunders in his floorers? Then yield thee, youth, nor such a spoony be, to think mere man can mill a deity. Thus spoke the chief, and now, the scrimmage o'er, his faithful pals the done-up Dares bore back to his home, with tottering gams, sunk heart, and muns and noddle pinked in every part. While from his gob the guggling claret gushed. 12, and lots of grinders, from their sockets crushed. 13, forthwith the crimson tide in rattling fragments rushed. 1, hands, head. 2, fellows, usually young fellows. 3, pugilism for men. 5, stomachs. 6, ears and eyes. 7, notes. 8, friend, frolic. 9, heavily. 10, fighting. 11, dealing blows. 12, blood. 13, teeth. Ye hip, my hearties! 1819. From Moore's Tom Cribb's Memorial to Congress. Sung by Jack Holmes, the coachman, at a late masquerade in S.D. Giles's, in the character of Lord C. S.D.E., on this song which was written for him by Mr. Gregson, etc. I first was hired to peg a hack, one they call the Erin, some time back, where soon I learned to patter flash. 2, to curb the tits, and tip the lash. 3, which pleased the master of the crown so much, he had me up to town, and gave me lots of quids a year. 4, to tool the constitutions. Here. 5, so ye hip hearties, here am I that drive the constitution fly. 2. Some wonder how the fly holds out, so rotten 'tis, within, without, so loaded too, through thick and thin, and with such heavy creeters in. But Lord, 't will last our time, or if the wheels should, now and then, get stiff, oil of palm's the thing that, flowing, 6, sets the knaves and fellows going. So you hip, hearties, etc. 3. Some wonder, too, the tits that pull this rum concern along, so full, should never back or bolt, or kick the load and driver to Old Nick. But never fear, the breed, though British, is now no longer game or skittish, except sometimes about their corn, tamer honhums ne'er were born. So you hip, hearties, etc. 4. And then so sociably we ride, while some have places, snug, inside, some hoping to be there anon. Through many a dirty road hang on. And when we reach a filthy spot, plenty of which there are, God what, you'd laugh to see with what an air we take the spatter, each his share. So you hip, hearties, etc. 1. Drive a hackney coach. 2. Talk slang. 3. Horses. Whip for money. 5. Drive. 6. Money. Sonnets for the fancy, after the manner of Petrarch. Notes, circa 1824. From Boxiana. 3. 621, 622. Education. A link boy once, Dick Helfinch stood to grin, at Charing Cross he long his toil applied. Here light, your honours for a win. 1. To every cull and drab he loudly cried. 2. In Leicester Fields, as most the story know, come black your worship for a single mag. 3. And while he shinned his Nelly sucked the bag. 4. And thus they sometimes stagged a precious go. 5. In Smithfield, 2, where Grazier's flats resort, he loitered there to take in men of cash, with cards and dice was up to every sport, and at Saltpetre Bank would cut a dash. A very knowing rig in every gang. 6. Dick Helfinch was the pick of all the slang. 7. Progress. His Nell sat on Newgate steps, and scratched her poll, her eyes suffused with tears, and bunged with gin. The session sentence wrung her to the soul, nor could she lounge the gag to shule a win. The knowing bench had tipped her buzzer queer. 8. For Dick had beat the hoof upon the pad, of Field, or Chick Lane, was the boldest lad that ever milled the cly, or rolled the leer. 9. And with Nell he kept a lock, to fence, and choose, and while his flaming MOT was on the lay, with rolling kiddies, Dick would dive and buzz, and cracking cans concluded every day. 10. But fortune fickle, ever on the wheel, turned up a rubber, for these smarts to feel. Triumph. Both ring the flats assembled round the quat. 11. The queerum queerly smeared with dirty black. 12. The dolman sounding, while the sheriffs nod, prepare the switcher to deadbook the whack, while in a rattle sit 2 blowins flash. 13. Salt tears fast streaming from each spongy eye, to nail the ticker, or to mill the cly. 14. Through thick and thin their busy muzzles splash, the moles lament for Tyburn's merry roam. That bubbled prigs must at the new drop fall. 15. And from the start the scamps are cropped at home, all in the sheriff's picture framed the call. 16. Exalted high, Dick parted with his flame, and all his comrades swore that he'd wide game. 1 penny 2 man, woman. 3 halfpenny for spent the money. 5 made a lot of money. 6 cute fellow. 7 i.e. fraternity. 8 sentenced to pickpocket. 9 picked pockets. 10 burgling. 11 goal. 12 gallows. 13 coach. Women. 14 steal a watch. Pick a pocket. 15 Newgate. 16 hangman's noose. The True Bottomed Boxer, 1825. By J. Jones and Universal Songster 2. 96. Air. Oh! Nothing in life can sadden us. I. Springs the boy for a Moleseyhurst rig, my lads, shaking a flipper, and milling a potty, fitting a knob as most excellent gig, my lads, kneading the dough as a turnout in state. Tapping the claret to him is delighting, belly go firsters and clicks of the gob, for where are such joys to be found as in fighting, and measuring mugs for a chancery job, with flipping and milling, and fobbing and knobbing, with belly go firsters and kneading the dough, with tapping of claret, and clipping and gobbing, say just what you please, you must own he's the go. 2. Springs the boy for flooring and flushing it, hitting and stopping, advance and retreat, for taking and giving, for sparring and rushing it, and will ne'er say enough, till he's downright dead beat. No crossing for him, true courage and bottom all, you'll find him a rum on, try on if you can. You shycocks, he shows em no favor, Odirat em all, when he fights he tries to accomplish his man, with giving and taking, and flooring and flushing, with hitting and stopping, huzzah to the ring, with chancery suiting, and sparring and rushing, he's the champion of fame, and of manhood the spring. 3. Springs the boy for rum going and coming it, smashing and dashing, and tipping it prime, eastward and westward, and sometimes back slumming it, he's for the scratch, and come up too in time. For the victualling office no favor he'll ask it, for smeller and ogles he feels just the same, at the pipkin to point, or upset the bread basket, he's always in twig, and bang up for the game, with going and tipping, and priming and timing till groggy and query, straightforward's the rig, with ogles and smellers, no piping and chiming, you'll own he's the boy that is always in twig. Bobby and His Merry Notes, 1826. From Universal Songster 3. 108, Tune, Dulce Domum. In Diet Street a boozkin stood, 1, oft sought by footpads weary, and long had been the blessed abode of Bobby, and His Mary. For her he nightly pad the hoof, 2, and gravel tax collect, 3, for her he never shammed this night. Though traps tried to detect him, 4, when dark he came he sought his home while she, distracted blowin', 5, she hailed his sight, and every night the boozkin rung as they sung, Oh, Bobby and His Mary. 2. But soon this scene of cozy fuss was changed to prospects queering the blunt ran shy, and Bobby brushed, 6, to get more rag not fearing, 7, to Islington he quickly hied, a traveller there he dropped on, the traps were fly, his rig they spied, 8, and ruffles soon they popped on. 9. When evening came, he sought not home, while she, poor stupid woman, got lush that night. 10. Oh, saw his sprite, then heard the knell that bids farewell. Then heard the knell of St. Pulcher's bell. 11. Now he dangles on the common. 1. Notes, alehouse. 2. Walk around. 3. Rob passers-by for police. 5. Girl. 6. Money. Went off. 7. Notes or gold. 8. Object. 9. Handcuffs. 10. Drunk. 11. Notes. Flashy Joe. Notes, 1826. By R. Morley in Universal Songster 2. 194. As Flashy Joe one day did pass through London streets, so jolly, a crying fish, he spied a lass 'twas Tothill's pride, sweet Molly. He whipped his mug with bird's eye blue. 1. He cried, Come, bus your own dear Joe. 2. She turned aside, alas, 'tis true, and bawled out, Here's live mackerel, oh! For a shilling mackerel, oh! All alive, oh! New mackerel, oh! 2. Says I, Miss Moll, don't tip this gam. 3. You knows as how it will not do, for you I milled Flash Dustman Sam. 4. Who made your peepers black and blue. 5. Vhy, then you swore you would be kind, but you have queered so much of late. 6. And always changing like the wind, so now I'll brush and sell my skate. 7. Buy my skate, etc. 3. She blubbed. Now, Joe, why treat me ill? You know I love you as my life. When I forsook both Sam and Will, and promised to become your wife, you mauled it up with brickdust Saul. 8. And went to live with her in Quat. 9. So I'll pike off with my mackerel. 10. And you may bolt with your salt cod. Here's mackerel, etc. 4. I could not part with her, d'ye, so I tells Moll to stop her snivel. 11. Your panting bubs and glistening eye. 12. Just make me love you like the divil. Vhy then, says she, come tips your dad. 13. And let us take a drop of gin, and may I choke with hard road chat if I forsake my Joe Herring. For a shilling, etc. 1. Mouth, silk handkerchief. 2. Kiss. 3. Talk like that, for fought. 5. Eyes. 6. Acted strangely. 7. Be off. 8. Took as a mistress. 9. Jail. 10. Walk. 11. Crying. 12. Paps. 13. Shake hands. My mugging maid. Notes, 1826. By James Bruton. Universal Songster 3. 103. Why lie ye in that ditch, so snug, with and filth bewrayed? 1. With hair all dangling down thy lug. 2. My mugging maid. 2. Say, mugging Moll, why that red rag? 3. Which oft hath me dismayed, why is it now so mute and mag? 4. My mugging maid. 2. Why steals the booze down through thy snout? 5. With mulberries blue arrayed, and why from throat steals hiccup out my mugging maid? 4. Why is thy mug so wan and blue? 6. In mud and muck you're laid. Say, what's the matter now with you, my mugging maid? The flask that in her fam appeared. 7. The snore her conch betrayed. 8. Told me that Hodges Max had queered. 9. My mugging maid. 1. Notes. 2. Ear. 3. Tongue for speech. 5. Drink. 6. Mouth. 7. Hand. 8. Nose. 9. Notes. Got the better of. Per Luddy. Notes. Born in 1826. By T. Dibdin. Universal Songster, Volume 3. As I was walking down the Strand, Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, as I was walking down the Strand, the traps they nabbed me out of hand. 1. Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, as I was walking, etc. Said I, kind justice, pardon me, Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, said I, kind justice, pardon me, or Botany Bay I soon shall see Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, said I, kind justice, etc. Sessions and sizes are drawing nigh, Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, sessions and sizes are drawing nigh, I'd rather you was hung than I. Luddy, Luddy, ah, poor Luddy, I. Oh, sessions and sizes, etc. 1. Police, arrested. The Pickpockets Chaunt, Notes, 1829. By W. Magin, being a translation of Vidic's song. En roulant de Verne en Verne. I. As from Ken to Ken I was going. 1. Doing a bit on the priggying lay. 2. Who should I meet but a jolly blowin'? 3. Toll LOL, LOL LOL, toll Dyrall lay. Who should I meet but a jolly blowin', who was fly to the time of day? 4. 2. Who should I meet but a jolly blowin', who was fly to the time of day? I pattered and flashed like a covey knowing. 5. Toll, LOL, etc. I. Bub or grubby, I say. 6. 3. I pattered and flashed like a covey knowing. I. Bub or grubby, I say. Lots of gatter, says she, is flowing. 7. Toll, LOL, etc. Lend me a lift in the family way. 8. 4. Lots of gatter, says she, is flowing. Lend me a lift in the family way. You may have a crib to stow in. Toll, LOL, etc. Welcome, my pal, as the flowers in May. You may have a crib to stow in. Welcome, my pal, as the flowers in May. To her ken at once I go in. Toll, LOL, etc. Where in a corner out of the way. 6. To her ken at once I go in. Where in a corner out of the way with his smeller a trumpet blowing. 9. Toll, LOL, etc. A regular swell cove lushy lay. 10. 7. With his smeller a trumpet blowing, a regular swell cove lushy lay. To his clies my hooks I throw in. 11. Toll, LOL, etc. and collar his dragons clear away. 12. 8. To his clies my hooks I throw in, and collar his dragons clear away. Then his ticker I set a going. 13. Toll, LOL, etc. and his onions, chain, and key. 14. 9. Then his ticker I set a going, and his onions, chain, and key next slipped off his bottom cloing, toll LOL, etc. and his gingerhead topper gay. 15. X. Next slipped off his bottom cloing and his gingerhead topper gay. Then his other toggery stowing. 16. Toll LOL, etc. all with the swag I sneak away. 17. 11. Then his other toggery stowing all with the swag I sneak away. Trampet, my jolly blowin', toll LOL, etc. or be grabbed by the beaks we may. 18. 12. Trampet, my jolly blowin' or be grabbed by the beaks we may. And we shall caper a heel and towing, toll LOL, etc. and Newgate hornpipe some fine day. 19. 13. And we shall caper a heel and towing and Newgate hornpipe some fine day with the mows their ogles throwing. 20. Toll LOL, etc. and old cotton humming his prey. 21. 14. With the mows their ogles throwing and old cotton humming his prey, and the fogle hunters doing toll LOL, etc. their morning fake in the priggying lay. 1. Shop, house. 2. Thieving. 3. Girl, strumpet, sweetheart, for cute in business. 5. Spoken slang. 6. drink and food, 7 porter, beer, 8 family equals fraternity of thieves, 9 nose, 10 gentlemen, drunk, 11 pockets, fingers, 12 take his sovereigns, 13 watch, 14 seals, 15 hat, 16 clothes, 17 plunder, 18 taken, police, 19 hanging, 20 girls' eyes, 21 notes. On the prigging lay, notes, 1829. By H. T. R. A translation of a French slang song. Un jour à la Croix Rouge. In Vidic's Memoirs, 1828-9 for volumes I. 10 or a dozen. Cocks of the game. 1. On the prigging lay to the flash house came. 2. Lushing blue ruin and heavy wet. 3. Till the darky, when the downy set. 4. All toddled and begun the hunt for readers, tatless, fogies, or blunt. 5. 2. Whatever swag we chance for to get. 6. All is fish that comes to net, mind your eye, and draw the yokel, don't disturb or use the fokill. Keep a lookout, if the beaks are nigh. 7. And cut your stick, before their fly. 8. 3. As I vass a crossing St. James's Park I met a swell, a well-togged spark. 9. I stops a bit, then toddled quicker, for I'd priggied his reader, drawn his ticker. 10. Then he calls, "Stop, thief!" Thinks I, my master, that's a hint to me to mizzle faster. 11. 4. When 12 bells chimed, the prigs returned, 12, and rapped at the ken of Uncle. 13. Uncle, open the door of your crib if you'd share the swag, or have one dib. 14. Quickly draw the bolt of your ken, or we'll not shell out a mag, old. 15. Then says Uncle, says he, to his blowin'. 16. D'ye twig these coves, my MOT so knowing? 17. Are they out and outers, dearie? 18. Are they fogle hunters, or cracksmen leery? 19. Are they coves of the ken, d'ye know? 20. Shall I let 'em in, or tell 'em to go? 6. Oh, I knows 'em now, hand over my breeches, I always look out for business, which is a reason why a man should rouse at any hour for the good of his house, the top o' the morning, gammon all. 21. And for VOT Vance, I begs you'll call. 7. But now the beaks are on the scene. 22. And watched by moonlight where we went, staggied us a toddling into the ken. 23. And were down upon us all, and then who should I spy but the slap-up spark. 24. What I eased of the swag in St. James's Park. 25. 8. There's a time, says King Sol, to dance and sing. I know there's a time for another thing. There's a time to pipe, and a time to snivel. I wish all Charlies and Beaks at the divil. 26. For they grabbed me on the prigging lay, and I know I'm booked for bot New York Bay. 27. 1. Pickpockets. 2. Thieving game, thieves' rendezvous. 3. Drinking gin, porter, for evening, sun. 5. Pocket books, watches, handkerchiefs, money. 6. Plunder. 7. Police. 8. Run before they see you. 9. Well-dressed. 10. Stolen his pocketbook and watch. 11. Run. 12. Thieves. 13. House. 14. Plunder. Coin. 15. Give you a halfpenny. 16. Woman. 17. Known. Man. Mistress. 18. Safe to trust. 19. Pickpockets. Buglas. 20. Of our band. 21. A cheery greeting. 22. Police. 23. Saw us going. 24. Dandy. 25. Robbed of the plunder. 26. Police and magistrates. 27. Transported. The Lag's Lament, 1829. By H. T. R. In Vidic's Memoirs, Vol. 3. 169. I. Happy the days when I varked away, in my usual line in the prigging lay, 1. Making from this, and that, and t'other, a tidy living without any bother, when my little crib was stored with swag. 2. And my Cly Vassa veil-lined money bag. 3. Jolly Vass I, for I feared no evil, funked at naught, and pitched care to the devil. 2. I had, beside my blunt, my blowin', for so gay, so nutty and so knowing. 5. On the wery best of grub we lived. 6. And 6 pence a quartern for gin I gived. My togs was the sporting splunt could buy. 7. And a slap up out and outer was I, with my MOT on my arm, and my tile on my head. 8. That air's a gem man every von said. 3. A coming Avery from Vauxhall Vaughan night, I cleared out a muzzy cove quite. 9. He'd been a strutting Avery like a king, and on his digit he sported a ring, a demon sparkler, flash and knowing. Thinks I, I'll vatch the vay he's going, and fleece my gemmen neat and clever, so, at least I'll try my best endeavor. 4. Ater, the singing and firevarks vas ended, I follows my gemmen the vay he tended. In a dark corner I trips up his heels, then for his tattler and reader I feels. 10. I pouches his blunt, and I draws his ring. 11. Priggied his buckles and everything, and saying, I thinks as you can't follow man, I pikes me off to Icky Solomon. 12. Then it happened, d'ye see, that my mot yellow a bit about the swag that I'd got, thinking that I should jeer and laugh, although I never tips no chaff. 13. Tries her hand at the downy trick, and prigs in a shop, but precious quick. Stop thief! Was the cry, and she vast taken I cuts and runs and saves my bacon. 6. Then, says Sir Richard Burney. 14. I adwise you to nose on your pals, and turn the 15, snitch on the gang, that'll be the best vay. 16, to save your scrag. Then, without delay. 17, he so pre-willed on the tree trouse varmint that she was noodled by the bow st sarmint. 18, then the beaks they grabbed me, and to prison I vast dragged. 19, and for 14 years of my life I vast lagged. 20. 7. My mot must now be growing old, and so am I if the truth be told. But the only way to get on in the world is to go with the stream, and however veery twirled, to bear all rubs. And then we suffer to hope for the smooth, then we feels the rougher, though very hard, I confess it appears, to be lagged, for a lark, for 14 years. 1. Picking pockets. 2. Plunder. 3. Pocket, for money, mistress. 5. Notes. 6. Food. 7. Clothes, money. 8. Hat. 9. Drunken. 10. Watch, pocket book. 11. Pockets his money. 12. Ran off. 13. Indulge in banter. 14. Notes. 15. Inform. 16. Betray. 17. Neck. 18. Persuaded. 19. Police. Arrested. 20. Transported. Nix my doll pals fake away. Notes. 1834. By W. Harrison Ainsworth, being Jerry Juniper's chaunt in Rookwood. In a box of the stone jug I was born. 1. Of a hempen widow the kid forlorn. 2. Fake away. 3. And my father, as I've heard say, was a merchant of capers gay. 4. Who cut his last fling with great applause. Nix my doll pals fake away. 5. To the time of hearty choke with caper sauce. 6. Fake away. The nux and quat did my schoolmen play. 7. Fake away. And put me up to the time of day. 8. Until at last there was none so knowing, no such sneaks man or buzzgloak going. 9. Fake away. Fogels and fawnies soon went their way. 10. Fake away. To the spout with the sneezers in grand array. 11. No dummy hunter had forks so fly. 12. No knuckler so deftly could fake a cly. 13. Fake away. No slowered hoxter my snipes could stay. 14. Fake away. None nap a reader like me in the lay. 15. Soon then I mounted in Swell Street High. Nix my doll pals fake away. Soon then I mounted in Swell Street High, and sported my flashiest toggery. 16. Fake away. Vainly resolved I would make my hay. Fake away. While Mercury's star shed a single ray, and ne'er was there seen such a dashing prig, with my strummel faked in the newest twig. 17. Fake away. With my fawneyed fans and my onions gay. 18. Fake away. My thimble of ridge and my dray eyes camesa. 19. All my togs were so nib-like and plash. 20. Readily the queer screens I then could smash. 21. Fake away. But my nuttiest blowin' one fine day. 22. Fake away. To the beaks did her fancy man betray. 23. And thus was I bold at last, and into the jug for a lag was cast. Fake away. But I slipped my darbies one morn in May. 24. And gave to the dubs man a holiday. 25. And here I am, pals, merry and free, a regular rollicking Romany. 26. 1. Cell, Newgate. 2. Woman whose husband has been hanged. Child. 3. Work away. 4. Dancing master. 5. Never mind, friends. 6. Hanging. 7. Thieves. Prison. 8. Taught me thieving. 9. Shoplifter. Pickpocket. 10. Silk handkerchiefs. Rings. 11. Pawnbrokers. Snuff-boxes. 12. Pocketbook. Nimble fingers. 13. Pickpocket. Steal. 14. Inside pocket buttoned up. 15. Steal a pocketbook. 16. Best made clothes. 17. Hair dressed. Fashion. 18. Hands bejeweled. Seals. 19. Gold watch. Lace-frilled shirt. 20. Clothes. Fashionable. Fine. 21. Forged notes. Pass. 22. Favorite. Girl. 23. Magistrates. Sweetheart. 24. Handcuffs. 25. Warder. 26. Gypsy. The Game of High Toby. Notes. 1834. By W. Harrison Ainsworth and Rookwood. I. Now Oliver puts his black nightcap on. 1. And every star its glim is hiding. 2. And forth to the heath is the scampsman gone. 3. His matchless cherry black prancer riding. 4. Merrily over the common he flies, fast and free as the rush of rocket, his crape-covered visor drawn over his eyes, his toll by his side and his pops in his pocket. 5. Chorus. Then who can name so merry a game as the game of all games, Hidobi? 6. 2. The traveler hears him, away, away. Over the wide, wide heath he scurries. He heeds not the thunderbolt summons to stay, but ever the faster and faster he hurries. But what daisy cutter can match that black tit? 7. He is caught. He must stand and deliver. Then out with the dummy, and off with the bit. 8. Oh, the game of Hightoby forever. Chorus. Then who can name so merry a game as the game of all games, Hidobi? 3. Believe me, there is not a game, my brave boys, to compare with the game of Hidobi. No rapture can equal the Tobyman's joys. 9. To blue devils, blue plums give the go-by. 10. And what if, at length, boys, he come to the crap? 11. Even rack punch has some bitter in it, for the mare with 3 legs, boys, I care not a rap. 12. 'Twill be over in less than a minute. Chorus. Then hip, hurrah! Fling care away! Hurrah for the game of Hidobi! 1. The moon. 2. Light. 3. Highwayman. 4. Black horse. 5. Sword. Pistols. 6. Highway robbery. 7. Fleet horse. Horse. 8. Pocketbook. 9. Highwayman. 10. Bullets. 11. Gallows. 12. Gallows. The Double Cross. Notes. 1834. By W. Harrison Ainsworth in Rookwood. I. Though all of us have heard of crossed fights, and certain gains by certain lost fights, I rather fancies that it's news how in a mill both men should lose. 1. For veer the odds are thus made even, it plays the dickens with the Stephen. 2. Besides, against all rule their sinning, veer either has no chance of vinning. Re toll, lol, etc. 2. 2 milling coves, each veed awake, veer back to fight for heavy stake. But in the meantime, so it was, both kids agreed to play across. Bold came each buffer to the scratch. 3. To make it look a tightish match, they peeled in style, and bets were making. 4. TVOS 6-4, but few were taking. Re toll, lol, etc. 3. Quite cautiously the meal began, for either knew the other's plan, each completely in the dark. 5. A VOT might be his neighbor's mark. Resolved his fibbing not to mind. 6. Nor yet to pay him back in kind, so on each other kept they tout, and sparred a bit, and dodged about. Re toll, lol, etc. 4. With mollies raised, Tom bent his back. 7. As if to place a heavy thwack, vile Jem, with neat left-handed stopper, straight threatened Tommy with a topper. 'Tis all my eye. No claret flows. 8. No facer sound, no smashing blows. 5 minutes pass, yet not a hit. How can it end, pals? Bait a bit. Re toll, lol, etc. V. Each cove vos tiered with double duty, to please his backers, yet play booty. 9. Then, luckily for Jem, a teller vos planted right upon his smeller. 10. Down dropped he, stunned. Then time was called seconds in vain. The seconds bawled. The mill is o'er, the crosser crossed, the losers von, the Viniers lost. 1. Fight. 2. Money. 3. Man. 4. Stripped. 5. Fellow. 6. Notes. 7. Hands. 8. Blood. 9. Deceive them. 10. Nose. The Thieves' Chaunt. Notes, 1836. By W. H. Smith in the Individual. I. There is a nook in the boozing ken, 1. Where many a mug I fog, 2. And the smoke curls gently, while Cousin Ben keeps filling the pots again and again, if the coves have stumped their hog. 3. 2. The liquors around are diamond bright, and the diddle is best of all. 4. But I never in liquors took delight, for liquors I think is all a bite. 5. So for heavy wet I call. 6. 3. The heavy wet in a pewter quart, as brown as a badger's hue, more than Bristol milk or gin. 7. Brandy or rum, I tipple in, with my darling blowin', Sue. 8. 4. Oh! Grunting peck in its eating. 9. Is a richly soft and savory thing. A Norfolk capon is jolly grub. 10. When you wash it down with strength of bub. 11. But dearer to me Sue's kisses far than grunting peck or other grub are, and I never funks the lambskin men. 12. When I sits with her in the boozing ken. V. Her duds are bob, she's a kinchin crack. 13. And I hopes as how she'll never back, for she never lushes dog's soup or lap. 14. But she loves my cousin the bluffer's tap. 15. She's wide awake, and her prating cheat. 16. For humming a cove was never beat. 17. But because she lately nimmed some tin. 18. They have sent her to lodge at the King's Head Inn. 19. 1. Public house. 2. Pipe, smoke. 3. Paid a shilling for gin. 5. Humbug. 6. Porter. 7. Sherry. 8. Mistress. 9. Pork. 10. Red herring. 11. Lots of beer. 12. Judges. 13. Clothes. Neat, fine young woman. 14. Drinks water or tea. 15. Innkeeper. 16. Tongue. 17. Fooling a man. 18. Stole money. 19. Newgate. Notes. The Housebreaker's Song. Notes, circa 1838. By G. W. M. Reynolds and Pickwick Abroad. I ne'er was a nose, for the Reglars came. 1. Whenever a panny was done. 2. Oh! Who would chirp to dishonor his name, and betrays his pals in a nibsome game. 3. To the traps? Not I for one. 4. Let knobs in the fur trade hold their jaw. 5. And let the jug be free. 6. Let Davies dust and a well-faked claw. 7. For fancy coves be the only law. 8. And a double-tongued squib to keep in awe. 9. The chaps that flout at me. 2. From morn till night we'll booze again. 10. And we'll pass the bingo round. 11. At dusk we'll make our lucky, and then. 12. With our nags so fresh, and our merry men, we'll scour the lonely ground. And if the swell resist our stand, we'll squib without a joke. 13. For I'm sniggered if we will be trepanned. 14. By the blarneying jaw of a knowing hand, and thus be lagged to a foreign land, or die by an artichoke. 15. 3. But should the traps be on the sly, for a change we'll have a crack. 16. The richest crib shall our wants supply. 17. Or we'll nap a fogle with fingers fly. 18. When the swell one turns his back. 19. The flimsies we can smash as well. 20. Or a ticker deftly prig. 21. But if ever a pal in limbo fell. 22. He'd sooner be scragged at once than tell. 23. Though the humbox patter talked of hell. 24. And the beak wore his nattiest wig. 25. 1. Police spy, share of the booty. 2. House was burgled. 3. Gentlemanly. 4. Police officers. 5. Old Bailey pleaders. 6. Prison. 7. Gunpowder, hand dexterous at thieving. 8. Thieves. 9. Double-barreled gun. 10. Drink freely. 11. Brandy. 12. Depart. 13. Fire. 14. Transported. 15. Hanging. Hearty choke. 16. Burglary. 17. Houses. 18. Steal. Handkerchief. 19. Skillful. 20. Pass false notes. 21. Watch. 22. Prison. 24. Parson. 25. Magistrate. Handsomest. The faking boy to the crap is gone. Notes, 1841. By Bon Gaultier in Tate's Edinburgh Magazine. I. The faking boy to the crap is gone. 1. At the nubbing cheat you'll find him. 2. The hempen cord they have girded on, and his elbows pinned behind him. Smash my glim! Cries the Reglarcard 3. Though the girl you love betrays you, don't split, but die both game and hard, and grateful pals shall praise you. 2. The bolt it fell, a jerk, a strain. The sheriffs fled asunder. The faking boy ne'er spoke again, for they pulled his legs from under. And there he dangles on the tree, that sort of love and bravery. Oh, that such men should victims be of law, and law's vile knavery. 1. Pickpocket, gallows 2, gallows 3. Blast my eyes. The Nutty Blowin' Notes, 1841. By Bon Gaultier in Tate's Edinburgh Magazine. She wore a rouge like roses, the night when first we met. Her lovely mug was smiling o'er mugs of heavy wet. 1. Her red lips had the fullness, her voice the husky tone, that told her drink was of a kind where water is unknown. I saw her but a moment, yet methinks I see her now, with the bloom of borrowed flowers upon her cheek and brow. 2. A pair of iron darbies. When next we met, she wore, too, the expression of her features was more thoughtful than before, and standing by her side, was he who strove with might and main to soothe her, leaving that dear land she ne'er might see again. I saw her but a moment, yet methinks I see her now, as she dropped the judge a curtsy, and he made her a bow. 3. And once again I see that brow, no idle rouge is there, the dubsman's ruthless hand has cropped her once luxurious hair. 3. She teases hemp in solitude, and there is no one near, to press her hand within his own, and call for ginger beer. I saw her but a moment, yet methinks I see her now, with the card and heckle in her hand, a teasing of that toe. 1. Face, porter 2. Handcuffs 3. Jailers. The Faker's New Toast, Notes, 1841. By Bon Gaultier, Nimming Ned, in Tate's Edinburgh Magazine. Come, all ye jolly covies, VOT faking do admire, 1, and pledge them British authors who to our line aspire, who if they were not Gemin born, like us had kicked at trade, and every one had turned him out a genuine fancy blade, 2, and a trump. 2. 'Tis them's the boys as knows the world, 'tis them as knows mankind, and vould have picked his pocket too, if fortune, VOT is blind, had not despite their genius, stuck them in a false position, veer they can only write about, not execute their mission, like a trump. 3. If they goes on as they're begun, things soon will come about, and we shall be the upper class, and turn the others out, their laws ve'll execute ourselves, and raise their hevelation, that's tit for tat, for they'd make that the only recreation of a trump. 4. But catch us. Only wait a bit, and we shall be their betters, for which our varmest thanks is due unto the men of letters, who, good uns all, have showed us up in our own proper light, and proved we prigs for glory, and all because it's right. 3. In a trump. 'Tis V as sets the fashion, Jack Shepherd is the go, 4, and every word of Nix my dolls the finest ladies know, and then a man his vortin make, vy, votd thinks his vay. He does votv veer used to do, he goes to Botany Bay like a trump. 6. Then fill your glasses, Dolly Pauls, why should they be neglected, as does their best to heel weight the line as V's selected. To them as makes the crackman's life, the subject of their story. 5. To Ainsworth, and to Bulwick, and to Reynolds be the glory. 6. Jolly trumps. 1. Fellows, stealing. 2. Pickpocket. 3. Steal, for fashion. 5. Burglars. 6. Notes. My Mother, Notes, 1841. By Bon Gaultier in Tate's Edinburgh Magazine. Who, when a baby, lank and thin, I called for pap and made a din, lulled me with draughts of British gin, my mother. 2. When I'd been out upon the spree, and not come home till 2 or 3, who was it then would wallop me, my mother? 3. Who, when she met a heavy swell, 1. Would ease him of his wipe so well, 2. And kiss me not to go and tell, my mother. 4. Who took me from my infant play, and taught me how to fake away, and put me up to the time of day. 3. My mother. Who'd watch me sleeping in my chair, and slyly to my fob repair. 4. And leave me not a mopus there. 5. My mother. 6. Who, as beneath her care I grew, taught my young mind a thing or two, especially the flats to do. 6. My mother. 7. I'm blessed if ever I did see so regular a trump as she. I own my virtues all to thee, my mother. 8. So hand, my pals, the drink about, my story and my glass are out. A bumper, boys, and with me shout, my mother. 1. Well-dressed man. 2. Handkerchief. 3. Made me cunning, for pocket. 5. Penny. 6. Stupid ones. The High Pads Frolic, Notes, 1841. By Lehman Reed. Being Kit's and Adelgitha's duet in 16-string jack. Odd A. Chrissy Oddsbuds, I'll on with my duds. 1. And over the water we'll flare. Kit. Coaches and prads, lasses and lads. 2. And fiddlers will be there. Odd A. Their beauty blushes bright. Kit. The punch is hot and strong. Underscore both. Underscore and there we'll whisk it, frisk it, whisk it, skip it, and trip it along. 2. Odd A. There's Charlie Rotan, and Natty Jack Ran, and giant like Giles McGee. There's Seidel so slim, and Flare Away Tim, and all of them dote on me. Kit. Adelgitha, platonically, Christopher. Odd A. But Charlie, and Jack, and Tim, in vain may exert their wit. For still I'll dance it, prance it, dance it, flaring away with Kit. 2. Kit. There's Frolicking Kate, and Rollicking Bet, and Slammerkin Saul so tall, and leery-eyed Pole, and blue-eyed Moll, blow me, I love them all. Christopher, platonically, Adelgitha. But Winnie, not Jenny nor Sue, shall wean this heart from thee, so thus I'll trip it, lip it, trip it with Adelgitha. 4. Kit. The morning may dawn as sure as you're born. Odd A. Will find us dancing alone. Kit. I'll get a hack, be off in a crack. 3. Odd A. An elegant Darby and Joan. Howled the vulgarians stare as they see you sportingly. Underscore both. Underscore 4. None can splash it, dash it, splash it, Chrissy, Addie, little you and I. 1. Clothes. 2. Horses. 3. Instant. The dashy, splashy. Little Stringer, Notes, 1841. By Lehman Reed. Being Kit's song in 16-string jack. I. A cloudy night, and pretty hard it blowed. The dashy, splashy, leery little Stringer, 1. Mounted his roan, and took the road. Phililu. My Lord Cashaw's on the road tonight. Down with the lads, make my lord alight. Ran Dan rode to Dow, on we go. Chorus. Ran Dan, etc. 2. You horrid wretch, said my lord to Ran, the dashy, splashy, leery little Stringer. How dare you rob a gentleman? Phililu. Says Jack, says he, with his knowing phiz. 2. I ain't very perticlar who it is. Ran Dan rode to Dow, on we go. Chorus. Ran Dan, etc. 3. V collared the blunt, started off for town. 3. With the dashy, splashy, leery little Stringer, horses knocked up, men knocked down. Phililu. A lady's carriage we next espied. I collared the blunt, Jack jumped inside. Ran Dan rode to Dow, on we go. Chorus. Ran Dan, etc. 4. Jack took off his hat, with a jaunty air, the dashy, splashy, leery little Stringer, and he kissed the lips of the lady fair. Phililu. She sighed a sigh, and her looks said plain, I don't care much if I'm robbed again. Ran Dan rode to Dow, on we go. Chorus. Ran Dan, etc. 1. Spirited horse. 2. Wink. 3. Money. The Bold Yeoman, Notes, 1842. By Pierce Egan and Captain Macheath. I. A chant I'll tip to you about a high-pad pal so down. 1. With his pops, and high-bred prad which brought to him renown. 2. On the road he cut a dash, to him 'twas delight. And if culls would not surrender, he shooed the kiddies fight. 3. With his pops so bright and airy, and his prad just like a fairy, he went out to nab the gold. 4. Derry down, down, derry down. 2. He met a bold yeoman, and bid him for to stand. If I do, I'm damned, said he, although you cut it grand. I'm an old English farmer, and do not me provoke. I've a cudgel, look ye here, it's a prime tough bit of oak. And I'll give you some gravy. 5. Of that I'll take my davy. 6. If you try to prig my gold. 7. Derry down. 3. Then the high Toby Gloak drew his cutlass so fine, says he to the farmer. You or I for the shine! And to it they went both, like two Grecians of old, cutting, slashing, up and down, and all for the gold. 'Twas cut for cut while it did last, thrashing, licking, hard and fast, hard milling for the gold. 8. Derry down. 4. The high pad quickly cut the farmer's towel in twain. 9. Pulled out his barking iron to send daylight through his brain. 10. But said he, I will not down you, if you will but disperse your rowdy with me, yeoman, I'm content to whack your purse. 11. Down with the dust, and save your life. 12. Your consent will end our strife. Ain't your life worth more than gold? Derry down. V. Hand up the pewter, farmer, you shall have a share. 13. A kindness, for a Toby Gloak, you must say is rare. That's right, tip up the kelter, it will make my bones amends. 14. And wherever we may meet, farmer, we'll be the best of friends. So mount your trotter and away. 15. And if you ever come this way, take better care of your gold. Derry down. 6. Now listen to me, lads, and always you'll do well, empty every cly of duke, commoner, or swell. 16. But if you stop a game cove, who has little else than pluck. 17. Do not clean him out, and you'll never want for luck. 18. So high pads drink my toast, let honor be our boast, and never pluck a poor cull of his gold. Derry down. The bridle cull and his little popgun. Notes, 1842. By Piers Egan and Captain Macheath. I. My brave brother troopers, slap up in the abode, come listen unto me while I chant about the road. Oh, prick up your listeners if you are fond of fun. 1. A bridle cull's the hero, and his little popgun. 2. Fal de roll. Lol. Lol. La. 2. One morning early he went, this rollicking blade. 3. To pick the blunt up, and he met a nice young maid. 4. I'll not rob you, said he, and so you needn't bunk. 5. But she lamest off in style, of his popgun a funk. 6. Fal de roll. Lol. Lol. La. 3. Then up came a stagecoach, and thus the Gloak did say. 7. I'm sorry for to stop you, but you must hear my lay. Come, stand and deliver. If not, sure as the sun, your journey I will stop with my little popgun. Fal de roll. LOL. LOL. 4. 'Tis by these little lays a high-padsman he thrives. 8. Oh, take all our rhino, but pray spare our lives. 9. Cry the passengers who anxious all are for to run, frightened nigh to death by his little popgun. Fal de roll. Then, my blades, when you're bushed, and must have the swag. 10. Walk into Tatler's, Shiners, and never fear the lag. 11. Then patter to all spicy, and tip 'em lots of fun. 12. And blunt you'll never want while you've got a popgun. 13. Fal de roll. La. 1. Ears. 2. Highwayman. 3. Fellow, for money. 5. Run away. 6. Went off, afraid. 7. Highwayman. 8. Highwayman. 9. Money. 10. Companions, out of luck. Plunder. 11. Watches, money, transportation. 12. Talk, civilly, give. 13. Money. Jack Flashman. Notes, 1842. By Piers Egan and Captain Macheath. I. Jack Flashman was a prig so bold, who sighed for nahan but the gold, for sounding, frisking any cly. 1. Jack was the lad, and never shy. Fal de roll. 2. Jack Long was on the town, a teaser. 2. A spicy blade for wedge or sneezer. 3. Could turn his fives to anything. 4. Nap a reader or filch a ring. 5. Fal de roll. 3. Jack was all game, and never slack. 6. In the dark he tried the crack. 7. Frisked the lobby and the swag. I'm fly to every move. His brag. 8. Fal de roll. 4. But Jack, at last, got to knowin', was made a flat by his blowin'. 9. She peached, so got him into trouble. 10. And then, tipped poor Jack the double. 11. Fal de roll. V. Jack left the jug right merry ly. 12. And bent and blacked his doxy's eye. 13. Saying, Look, marm, when next you split, I'll finish you with a rummy hit. Fal de roll. 6. My blades, before my chond I end. 14. Hear the rag sauce of a friend. 15. Ne'er trust to any fancy jade, for all their chaff is only trade. Fall de ro. 7. Let all their gammon be resisted, without you wishes to get twisted. 16. And never nose upon yourself. 17. You then are sure to keep your pelf. Fall de riddle. 1. Robbing. Pocket. 2. Clever fellow. 3. Silver plate. Snuffbox. 4. Hands. 5. Pocket book. Steal a ring. 6. Bold. 7. Evening. Burglary. 8. Aware of. 9. Betrayed by his mistress. 10. Gave information. 11. Deserted. 12. Prison. 13. Sweetheart. 14. Men. 15. Advice. 16. Hung. 17. Talk about. Miss Dolly Trull, Notes, 1842. By Pierce Egan and Captain Macheath. Of all the moes in this here jug, 1. There's none like Saucy Dolly, and but to view her dimber mug, 2. Is e'er excuse for folly. She runs such precious cranky rigs with pinching wedge and lockets, 3. Yet she's the toast of all the prigs, those stealing hearts and pockets. 2. Just twig Miss Dolly at a hop, 4. She tries to come to graces. 5. To gain her end she will not stop, and all the swells she chases. She ogles, nods, and patters flash. 6. To every flatty cully. 7. Until she frisks him, at a splash. 8. Of rhino, wedge, and tully. 9. 1. Women. Prison. 2. Pretty face. 3. Stealing plate. 4. See. Dance. 5. Act. 6. Talks slang. 7. Susceptible fellow. 8. Robs. Entirely. 9. Money. The Byblow of the Jug, Notes, 1842. By Pierce Egan and Captain Macheath. In Newgate Jail the jolly kid was born. 1. Infamy he sucked without any scorn. His mammy his father did not know, but that's no odds. Jack was a byblow. Foddy loddy hi-o. 2. Scarcely had Jack got on his young pins, 2, when his mammy put him up to some very bad sins, and she taught him soon to swear and lie, and to have a finger in every pie. Foddy loddy hi-o. 3. His mammy was downy to every rig. 3. Before he could read she made him a prig. 4. Very soon she larned Jack to make a speak, and he toddled out on the morning sneak. 5. Foddy loddy hi-o. 4. Jack had a sharp-looking eye to ogle. 6. And soon he began to nap the fogle. 7. And ever anxious to get his whack, when scarcely ripe, he went on the crack. 8. Foddy loddy hi-o. Now, my chick, says she, you must take the road, 'tis richer than the finest abode, for watches, purses, and lots of the gold. A scampsman, you know, must always be bold. 9. Foddy loddy hi-o. 6. His mother then did give Jack some advice, to her son a thief, who was not o'er nice, says she. Fight your way, Jack, and stand the brunt, you're of no use, my child, without the blunt. 10. Foddy loddy hi-o. 7. Then keep it up, Jack, with rare lots of fun. A short life, perhaps, but a merry one. Your highway dodges may then live in fame, cheat misfortune, and be sure to die game. Foddy loddy hi-o. 8. In spite of bad luck, don't be a grumbler, if you are finished off from a tumbler. 11. But to the end of your life, cut a shine, you're not the first man got into a line. Foddy loddy hi-o. 1. Child. 2. Feet. 3. Accomplished. 4. Thief. 5. Round for theft. 6. Leer. 7. Steal. Handkerchief. 8. Housebreaking. 9. Highwayman. 10. Money. 11. Cart. Notes. The Cadger's Ball, Notes, 1852. From John Laburn's popular comic song book. Tune, Joe Buggins. Oh, what a spicy flare-up, tear-up, festival terpsichore, was gubbed by the genteel cadgers in the famous rookery. As soon as it got wind, however, old S.D. Giles's vast to fall, they all declared, so help there never, they'd wind up with a stunning ball. Toll, lol, etc. 2. Jack Flip-Flap took the affair in hand, sirs, who understood the thing complete. He'd often danced afore the public, on the boards, about the streets. Old Mother Swanky, she consented to lend her lodging-house for nix. 1. Says she, the crib comes down tomorrow, so, go it, just like beans and bricks. 2. Toll, lol, etc. 3. The night arrived for Trotter shaking, 3. To Mother Swanky's snoozing crib. 4. Each downy cadger was seen taking his bit of muslin, or his rib. 5. 12 candles vas stuck into turnips, suspended from the ceiling queer. Bun's blaze of triumph was all pickles to this vegetable chandelier. Toll, lol, etc. 4. Ragged Jack, what chalk starvation, looked quite fat and swellish there, while Dick, what dumps it round the nation, had all the jaw among the fair. Limping Ned, what brought his Duchess, at home had left his wooden pegs, and Jim, what cadges it on crutches, vos the nimblest covey on his legs. Toll, lol, etc. The next arrival was old Joe Byrne, what does the fits to natur chuff, and Fog, what's blind each day in Holborn, sawed his way there clear enough. Mr. Sinnowating Sparrow, in corduroys span new and nice, druv up in his pineapple barrow, which he used to sell a win a slice. 6. Toll, lol, etc. 6. The ball was opened by Fat Mary, togged out in book muslin pure. 7. And Saucy Sam, surnamed the Lorry, who did the minuet on a square, while spifflicating Charlie Coker, and Jane of the hatchet-faced divine, just did the rowdy-dowdy poker, and out of Greasy took the shine. 8. Toll, lol, etc. 7. The silly warious next was done in tip-top style just as it should, by Muster and Mrs. Mudfog Stunning, whose hair curled like a bunch of wood. The folks grinned all about their faces. Cos Mudfog, Prince of Flashy Bucks, had on a pair of pillowcases, transmogrified slap into ducks. Toll, lol, etc. 8. The celebrated passed the sandwich to join in, no one could refuse. 6 bushels on 'em came in, and which vanished in about 2 twos. The Gatter waltz next followed arter. 9. They lapped it down, right manful ly. 10. Until Joe Guffin and his darter was in a state of forpin' New York. Toll, lol, etc. 9. Next came the past the fascination betwixt Peg Price and Dummy Dick, but Peg had such a corporation, he dropped her like a red-hot brick. The company was so enraptured they buckets of vol flowers threw, but one chap flung a bunch of turnips, which nearly split Dick's nut in two. Toll, lol, etc. X. The dose now set to gallopading, and stamped with all their might and main. They thumped the floor so precious hard in, it split the ancient crib in twain. 11. Some pitched in the road, bent double, some was smashed with bricks, done brown, so the cadgers saved the crown the trouble of sending coves to pull it down. Toll, lol, etc. 1. Nothing. 2. Merrily. 3. Walking. 4. Lodging house. 5. Sweetheart. Wife. 6. Penny. 7. Dressed. 8. Greasy. 9. Beer. 10. Drunk. 11. House. Dear Bill, this stone jug. Notes, 1857. From Punch, January 31st, page 49. Being an epistle from Toby Cracksman, in Newgate, to Bill Sykes. Dear Bill, this stone jug at which flats dare to rail, 1, from which till the next central sittings I hail, is still the same snug, free and easy old hole, where Macheath met his blowins, and Wild floored his bull. 2, an award with one's pals, not locked up in a cell. 3, to an old hand like me it's a family hotel. 4. 2. In the dayrooms the coffins we queers at our ease. 5. And at Darkman's we run the rig just as we please. 6. There's your peck and your lush, hot and reg'lar each day. 7. All the same if you work, all the same if you play, but the larks when a-gony up with us they shut. 8. As ain't up to our lurks, our flash patter, and smut. 9. 3. But soon in his eye nothing green would remain, he knows what's o'clock when he comes out again. And the next time he's quad so downy and snug. 10. He may thank us for making him fly to the jug. 11. But here comes a cuffin, who cuts short my tale, its agin rules is screven to pals out o' jail. 12. The following postscript seems to have been added when the warder had passed. 4. For them coves in Guildhall, and that blessed Lord Mayor, prigs on their 4 bones should chop whiners I swear. 13. That long over Nugget their worships may rule, as the Hydobe, Mob, Crack and Screeve Model School. 14. For if government was here, not the alderman's bench, Nugget soon ud be bad as the Pent, or the Tench. 15. 1. Prison, 2. Mistresses, 3. Friends, 4. Notes, 5. Warders, bamboozle, 6. Night, 7. Meat and drink, 8. Greenhorn, 9. Tricks, talking slang, obscenity, 10. Imprisoned, 11. Up to prison ways, 12. Riding, 13. On knees should pray, 14. Highwayman, swell mobsman, burglars, forgers, 15. Notes. The Leery Man, Notes, 1857. From the Vulgar Tongue, by Ducange Anglicus. Of ups and downs I've felt the shocks since days of bats and shuttlecocks, and Alecampane and Albert Rocks, when I the world began, and for these games I often sighed both mar money and Spanish fly, and flying kites, too, in the sky, for which I've often ran. 2. But by what I've seen, and where I've been, I've always found it so, that if you wish to learn to live too much you cannot know. For you must now be wide awake, if a living you would make, so I'll advise what course to take to be a leery man. 2. Go first to costermongery, to every fakement get a fly, 1, and pick up all their slangery, but let this be your plan, put up with no kiboshery, 2, but look well after poshery, 3, and cut teetotal sloshery, 4, and get drunk when you can. 4. And when you go to spree about, let it always be your pride to have a white tile on your knob, 5, and bulldog by your side your fogle you must flashly tie, 6, each word must patter flashery, 7, and hit cove's head to smashery, to be a leery man. To Covent Garden or Billingsgate you of a morn must not be late, but your donkey drive at a slashing rate, and first be if you can. From short pipe you must your bacca blow, and if your donkey will not go, to lick him you must not be slow but well his hide must tan. 6. The fakement con by knowing rooks must be well known to you, and if you come to fibbery, you must mug 1 or 2. Then go to S.D. Giles's rookery, 8, and live up some strange nookery, of no use domestic cookery, to be a leery man. 7. Then go to pigeon fancery and know each breed by quiz of eye, bald heads from skinny MS by their fly, go wrong you never can. All fighting coves too you must know Ben Caunt as well as Bendigo, and to each mill be sure to go, and be one of the van. 8. Things that are found before they're lost, be always first to find. Restore dogs for £1 or 2 you'll do a thing that's kind, and you must sport a blue billy, or a yellow wipe tied loosely. 9. Round your scrag for blokes to see. 10. That you're a leery man. 9. At knock and nouns and tiddlywink, to be a sharp you must not shrink, but be a brick and sport your chink. 11. To win must be your plan. And set-toose and cock-fighting are things you must take delight in, and always try to be right in and every kidment scan. X. And bullying and chaffing too, to you should be well known, your knob be used to bruisery. 12. And hard as any stone. Put the kibosh on the dibbery, know a joey from a tibbery, and now and then have a black eye, to be a leery man. 11. To fairs and races go must you, and get in rows and fights a few, and stopping out all night it's true must often be your plan. And as through the world you budgery, get well awake to fudgery, and rub off every grudgery, and do the best you can. 12. But mummery and slummery you must keep in your mind, for every day, mind what I say, fresh fakements you will find. But stick to this while you can crawl, to stand till you're obliged to fall, and when you're wide awake to all you'll be a leery man. 1. Dodge, learn. 2. Nonsense. 3. Money. 4. Drink. 5. Hat, head. 6. Necktie. 7. Talk slang. 8. Notes. 9. Handkerchief. 10. Neck. Men. 11. Good fellow. Money. 12. Head. Pugilism. 100 stretches hence. Notes, 1859. From the Vocabulum, or Rogue's Lexicon, by G. W. Matzel, New York. Where will be the culls of the Bing? 1. 100 stretches hence. 2. The Bene Morts who sweetly sing. 3. 100 stretches hence. The autumn cacklers, autumn coves. 4. The jolly blade who wildly roves. 5. And where the buffer, bruiser, blowin. 6. And all the cops, and beaks so knowin. 7. 100 stretches hence. 2. And where the swag so bleakly pinched. 8. 100 stretches hence. The thimbles, slangs, and danglers filched. 9. 100 stretches hence. The chips, the fawnies, chatty feeders. 10. The bugs, the bounds, and well-filled readers. 11. And where the fence, and snoozing Ken. 12. With all the prigs and lushing men. 13. 100 stretches hence. 3. Played out they lay, it will be said 100 stretches hence. With shovels they were put to bed. 14. 100 stretches since. Some rubbed to wood had napped a winder. 15. And some were scragged and took a blinder. 16. Planted the swag and lost to sight. 17. We'll bid them one and all good night. 100 stretches hence. 1. Publicans. 2. Years. 3. Pretty women. 4. Married women and men. 5. Boon companion. 6. Smuggler, pugilist, whore. 7. Police, magistrate. 8. Plunder cleverly stolen. 9. Watches, chains, seals, stolen. 10. Money, rings, spoons. 11. Breastpins, purses, pocket book. 12. Receiver of stolen goods, brothel. 13. Thieves, drunkards. 14. Buried. 15. Taken to jail. Had cheated a life sentence. 16. Hanged, drowned oneself. 17. Got rid of the plunder. The Chickalary Cove, notes, c. 1864. I'm a Chickalary bloke with my 1, 2, 3, 1. Whitechapel was the village I was born in. For to get me on the hop, or on my tibby drop. 2. You must wake up very early in the morning. I have a rorty gal, also a knowing pal. 3. And merrily together we jog on. I doesn't care a flatch, as long as I've a tatch for some panum for my chest, and a tog on. 5. I'm a Chickalary bloke with my 1, 2, 3. Whitechapel was the village I born in. For to get me on the hop, or on my tibby drop, you must wake up very early in the morning. 2. Now cool my downy kixies, the style for me. 6. Built on a plan very naughty, the stock around my squeeze a giver color C. 7. And the vested with the bins so rorty. 8. My tailor serves you well, from a perjure to a swell. 9. At Groves's you're safe to make a sure pitch. 10. For ready in 'em down, there ain't a shop in town. 11. Can lick Groves in the cut as well as Shoreditch. 12. I'm a Chickalary bloke, etc. 3. Off to Paris I shall go, to show a thing or two to the dipping blokes what hangs about the cafes. 13. How to do a cross fam, for a super or a slang. 14. And to bustle them grand arms I'd give the office. Now my pals I'm going to slope, see you soon again, I hope. My young woman is awaiting, so be quick, now join in a chike, the jolly we all like. 15. I'm off with a party to the Vic. I'm a Chickalary bloke, etc. 1. Whitechapel swell. 2. Got the better of me. 3. Flashly dressed, clever, 4. Halfpenny, hat. 5. Eatables, coat. 6. Look, trousers flashy cut. 7. Neck, flash. 8. Vest, pockets. 9. Teetotaler. 10. Place. 11. Money. 12. Beat. 13. Pickpockets. 14. Watch, chain. 15. Salute, shout. Blooming Aesthetic, 1882. From the Rag, September 30th. A dealer in coke young man, a wallop his moke young man, a slosher of pals, a spooning with gals. 1. An ought to be blowed young man. 2. A tell a good whopper young man. 2. A slogging a copper young man. 3. A pay on the nod. 4. An always in quat. 5. A sure to be scragged young man. 6. 3. A Sunday flash togs young man. 7. A pocket of hogs young man. 8. A save all his rhino. 9. A cut a big shine. Oh, we'll soon have a pub young man. A powder and paint young girl, not quite a saint young girl, an always get tight. 10. A stay out all night, have a kid in the end young girl. 11. 2. Make a bloke a choke young girl, love a gin soak young girl. 12. On the curb come a cropper, runnin' by a copper. 13. Fine 40 bob, young girl. 3. A tallow-faced straight young girl, a never out late young girl, a salvation mummery, smola sanglummery, kid by a captain young girl. 1. Making love. 2. Lie. 3. Assaulting the police. 4. Take unlimited credit. 5. In prison. 6. Hung. 7. Clothes. 8. Silver. 9. Money. 10. Drunk. 11. Child. 12. Drunken bout. 13. Policeman. Ari at a Political Picnic, by T. Milliken in Punch, October 11th. Dear Charlie, How are you, my ribstone? Seems scrumptious to write the old name. I have quite lost the rant of you lately. Been playing some dark little game? 1. I'm keeping mine hup as per usual, fussed in the pick of the fun, for wherever there's larks on the tappy there's airy as sure as a gun. 2. The latest new lays demonstrations. You've heard on 'em, Charlie, no doubt, for they're at 'em all over the shop. I have had a rare bustle about. All my Saturday arfs are devoted to politics. Fancy, old chump, me doing the sawdusty reglar, and follering swells on the stump. 2. 3. But bless yer, my bloater, it isn't all chi music, votes, and ear. 3. Or they wouldn't catch me on the ready, or nail me for 9 pence. No fear. Processions I've got a bit tired of, hoof padding and scrooging's dry rot, but political picnics mean sugar to them as is fly to what's what. 4. Went to one on 'em yesterday, Charlie, a reg'lar old up and down lark. The palace free gratis, mixed up with the old country fair in a park, and Rosherville Gardens chucked in, with a dash of the bean feast will do, to give you some little idea of our day with Sir Jinks Bottleblue. V. Make much of us, Charlie? Lord bless you, we might ha' been blooming Chinese doing the rounds at the L3s. 'Twas regular go as you please. Lawn tennis, quoits, cricket, and dancing for them as must be on the shove. But I preferred pecking and prowling, and spotting the mugs making love. 6. Don't catch me slinging my legs about arter a beast of a ball at 90 degrees in the shade or so, Charlie, old chap, not at all. Athletics ain't hardly my form, and a cutaway coat and tight bags are the species of togs for yours truly, and lick your loose flannels to rags. 7. So I let them as like do a swelter. I sauntered about on the snap. Rum game this your politics, Charlie, seems arf talky and trap. Just fancy old Bluebottle letting the multitude picnic and lark, and make Battersea Park of his pleasure grounds, Bartholomew Fair of his park. 8. To show his true love for the people, says as one vote of thanking tall talker, and wasn't it rude of a bloke as was munching a bun to cry Walker, I'm Tory right down to my boots, at a price, and I bellered. Ear, but they don't cop yours truly with chaff none the more, my dear Charlie, no fear. 9. Old Bottle Blue tipped me his flipper, and I'd refreshed, and all that. 10. Why rather, says I, what do you think? At which he stared into his hat, and went a bit red in the gills. Must ha' thought me a muggins, old man. 11. To ask sec a question of airy, as though grabbing short was his plan. X. I went the rounds proper, I tell yer. 'Twas like the free run of a bar, and politics wants lots o' wetting. Don't catch me perched up on a car, or holding a flagpole no more. No, processions, dear boy, ain't my fad, but political picnics with fireworks, and plenty of swizz ain't arf bad. 11. The palaver was sawdust and treacle. Old Bottle Blue buzzed for a bit, and a sniffy young Wisconsin barnacles landed what he thought o' it. Said old Gladstone was like Simpson's weapon, a bit of a hass and all jor, when a noisy young rad in a widdywake wanted to give him what for. 12. Yah. Boo. Turn him hout, sings yours truly, thinkin' the fun was at end, but bless yer, 'twas only a sputter. I can't say the meeting looked grand. 5,000 they reckoned us, Charlie, but if so I guess the odd 3 were spooning about in the hallies, or lappin' up buns and bohea. 13. The band and the opping was prime though, and Aryan course was all there. I had several turns with a snappy young party with star-colored air. Her name she hinfin me was Polly, and when in my appiest style, I says, Polly is nicer than politics, didn't she color and smile? 14. We got back just in time for the fireworks, a proper flare-up, and no kid, which finished that day's demonstration, and must have cost many a quid. What fireworks and park feeds do demonstrate, Charlie, I'm blessed if I see, and I'm blowed if I care a brass button, so long as I get a cheap spree. 15. The patter's all bow-wow, of course, but it goes with the buns and the beer. If it pleases the bigwigs to spout, why it don't cost bus nothing to cheer. Though they ain't got the on of it, Charlie, the toffs ain't, no go and no spice. Why, I'd back Barney Crump at our sing-song to lick 'em 2 times out o' twice. 16. Still I'm all for the lords and their lot, Charlie. Rads are my error, you know. Change are into sea and you've got 'em, and airy atesh anythink low. So if demonstrations mean skylarks, and lotion as much as you'll carry, these busts of spontaneous opinion may reckon all round upon airy. 1. Sight. 2. Nonsense. 3. Talking. 4. Walking. 5. Eating. Fools. 6. Trousers. 7. Prowl. 8. Notes. 9. Catch. 10. Shook hands. 11. Face. Fool. 12. Something to talk about. Rum coves that relieve us. 1887. By Heinrich Baumann in Londonisman. I. Rum coves that relieve us. 1. Of clunkers and pieces. 2. Is gin rally lagged. 3. Or wuss luck gets scragged. 4. 2. Are smashers and divers. 5. And noble contrivers not sold to the beaks. 6. By the coppers and sneaks. 7. 3. Yet mooch in arch screevers. 8. Concocting deceivers, chaps as reap like their own what by Tothos were sown. 4. Piratical fakers. 9. Of bosh by the acres, these muckworms of trash cut, oh, a great dash. But there, it don't matter since, to cut it still fatter, by OK and by crook VV got up this book. 6. Tell ye how? VY in rum kens. 10. In flash cribs and slum dens. 11. I the alleys and courts, mong the distis sorts. 7. When jawin' with Jilly or Mag and her Billy, these shoved down in black their elegant clack. 12. 8. So from heartful young digers, from vaxy old codgers. 13. From the blowins v got. 14. Soon to know VOT is VOT. 9. Now then there is your sumptuous tuckin' of most scrumptious and dainty magpie. 15. Will ye just come and try? 1. Thieves. 2. Money. 3. Imprisoned, 4. Hung. 5. Counterfeiters, pickpockets. 6. Magistrates. 7. Police, informers. 8. Prowling, begging letter writers. 9. Writers of blood and thunder. 10. Queer places. 11. Thieves' resorts. 12. Talk. 13. Men. 14. Prostitutes. 15. Speech. The Owns Good Night, 1887. By William Ernest Henley. I. You Bible sharps that thump on tubs. 1. You lurkers on the Abramsham. 2. You sponges miking round the pubs. 3. You flimey titters fond of flam. 4. You Judes that clobber for the stram. 5. You ponces good at talking tall, with fawnies on your Dexter fam. 6. A mott's good night to one and all. 7. 2. Likewise you malls that flash your bubs. 8. For swells to spot and stand you Sam. 9. You bleeding bonnets, pugs, and subs, you swatchel coves that pitch and slam. 10. You magsmen bold that work the cram. 11. You flats and joskins great and small, gay grass widows and lawful jam. 12. A mott's good night to one and all. 3. For you, you coppers, narks, and dubs. 13. Who pinched me when upon the snam. 14. And gave me mumps and mullygrubs. 15. With skilly and swill that made me clam. 16. At you I merely lift my gam. 17. I drink your health against the wall. 18. That is the sort of man I am. A mott's good night to one and all. The farewell. Paste M, and larrup M, and lamb. Give Kennedy, and make M crawl. 19. I do not care one bloody damn. A mott's good night to one and all. 1. False clericos. 2. Beggar feigning sickness. 3. Cadgers, loafing. 4. Saucy girls, nonsense. 5. Women dress, game. 6. Rings, right hand. 7. Harlot. 8. Prostitutes, expose paps. 9. C. Pay 4. 10. Punch and Judy man. 11. Pattering tradesman. 12. Wife. 13. Police, informers, warders. 14. Arrested, stealing. 15. The blues. 16. Refuse food. 17. Leg. 18. Urinate. 19. Thrash them and make them stir. Villon straight tip to all cross coves. Notes. 1887. By William Ernest Henley. Tout aux taverns etaux vias. I. Suppose you screeve, or go cheap jack? 1. Or fake the broads? Or fig a nag? Or thimble rig? Or nap a yak? Or pitch a snide? Or smash a rag? Suppose you duff? Or nose and lag? Or get the straight and land your pot? How do you melt the multi-swag? Booze and the blow-ins cop the lot. 2. Fiddle, or fence, or mace, or mac, or moscaneer, or flash the drag, deadlurk a crib, or do a crack, pad with a slang, or chuck a fag, bonnet, or tout, or mump and gag, rattle the tats, or mark the spot you cannot bank a single stag, booze and the blow-ins cop the lot. 3. Suppose you try a different tack, and on the square you flash your flag? At penny aligning make your whack, or with the mummer's mug and gag? For nix the dibs you bag at any graft, no matter what. Your merry goblins soon stravig, booze and the blow-ins cop the lore. The moral. It's up the spout and Charlie wag with wipes and tickers and what not. Until the squeezer nips your scrag, booze and the blow-ins cop the lot. 1. See notes for translation. Culture in the Slums, 1887. By William Ernest Henley. Inscribed to an intense poet. I, Rondo. I. Oh, crikey, Bill! She ses to me, she ses. Look sharp. Ses she. With them their sausages. Yeah. Sharp with them their bags of mystery. 1 for lo. She ses. For lo. Old pal. Ses she too. I'm blooming peckish, either more nor less. 3. 2. Was it not prime? I leave you all to guess how prime. To have a Jude in love's distress, 4. Come spooning round, and murmuring Balmalee. 5. Oh, crikey, Bill! 3. For in such rorty wise doth love express, 6. His blooming views, and asks for your address, and makes it right, and does the gay and free. I kissed her, I did so. And her and me was pals. And if that ain't good business. Oh, crikey, Bill! 2. Villanelle. I. Now ain't they utterly too. 7. She ses, my missus mine, ses she, them fly me little bits of blue. 8. 2. Joe, just you cool nice and skew. 9. Upon our old miagony, now ain't they utterly too. 3. They're better than a pot and a screw, they're equal to a Sunday spree, them fly me little bits of blue. 4. Suppose I put 'em up the flue. 10. And booze the profits, Joe? Not me. 11. Now ain't they utterly too? V. I do thy art fake, I do. Joe, I'm consummate, and I see them fly me little bits of blue. 6. Which, Joe, is why I ses to you, aesthetic like, and limp, and free, now ain't they utterly too, them fly me little bits of blue? 3. Ballade. I often does a quiet read at Booty Shelley's poetry. 12. I thinks that Swinburne at a screed is really almost too fly, at Signor Wagner's harmony. 13. I likes a merry little flutter, I've had at Pater many a shy, in fact, my form's the bloomin' utter. 2. My mark's a tidy little feed, and enter Irving's gallery, to see old Amleth do a bleed, and Ellen Terry on the die, or Frankie's ghost at High Spy, and parties carried on a shutter. 14. Them vulgar capos is my eye. In fact, my form's the bloomin' utter. 3. The Grosvenor's nuts, it is, indeed. I goes for Ullman unlike pie. It's equal to a friendly lead. 15. To C.B. Jones's Judes go by. Stanhope he makes me fit to cry. Whistler he makes me melt like butter. Studwick he makes me flash my cly. 16. In fact, my form's the bloomin' utter. I'm on for any art that's I talks as quiet as I can splutter, I keeps a dado on the sly, in fact, my form's the blooming utter. 1. Sausages. 2. Friend. 3. Very hungry for a girl. 5. Fondling, softly. 6. Thus expressively. 7. Nice. 8. I.e. China. 9. Look at. 10. Pawn. 11. Drink. 12. Botticelli? 13. Wagner? 14. The Corsican Brothers? 15. Notes. 16. Spend money. Tata 1887. By Dagonet G. R. Sims, in Referee, November 7th. As she walked along the street with her little plates of meat, 1. And the summer sunshine falling on her golden barnet fair, 2. Bright as angels from the skies were her dark blue mutton pies. 3. In my east and west stand Cupid, 4. Shot a shaft and left it there. 2. She'd a Grecian, I suppose, 5. And of Hampstead Heath 2 rows, 6. In her sunny south that glistened, 7. Like 2 pretty strings of pearls, down upon my bread and cheese, 8. Did I drop and murmur, please be my storm and strife, dear Tati, 9. Oh, you darlingest of girls. 3. Then a bow wow by her side, 10. Who till then had stood and tried a Jenny Lee to banish, 11. Which was on his Jonah's whale, 12. Gave a hydrophobia bark, she cried, what a Noah's Ark. 13. And right through my rank and riches, 14. Did my cribbage pegs assail. 15. 4. Ere her bulldog I could stop she had called a ginger pop, 16. Who said, what the Henry Melville, 17. Do you think you're doing there? And I heard as off I slunk, why the fellow's Jumbo's trunk. 18. And the Walter Joyce was Toddy's, 19. With the golden barnet fair. 20. 1 feet, 2 hair, 3 eyes, 4 breast, 5 nose, 6 teeth, 7 mouth, 8 knees, 9 wife, 10 dog, 11 flea, 12 tail, 13 lark, 14 breeches, 15 legs, 16 slop equals policeman, 17 devil, 18 drunk, 19 voice, 20 hair. A Plank Bed Ballad, 1888. By Dagonet G. R. Sims, in Referee, February 12th. I understand, if you please, I'm a traveling thief. The Gonifs all call me the gypsy. 1. By the rattler I ride when I've taken my brief. 2. And I sling on my back an old kipsy. 3. 2. If I pipe a good chat, why, I touch for the wedge. 4. But I'm not a particular robber. I smug any snowy I see on the hedge. 5. And I ain't above daisies and clobber. 6. 3. One day I'd a spree with 2 firms in my bry. 7. And a toy and a tackle, both red UNS. 8. And a spark prop a pal, a good screws man, and I. 9. Had touched for in working 2 dead UNS. 4. I was taking a ducat to get back to town. 10. I had come by the Rattler to Dover, when I saw as a reeler was roasting me brown. 11. And he rapped, I shall just turn you over. 12. I guyed, but the reeler he gave me hot beef. 13. And a scuff came about me and hollered. I pulled out a chive, but I soon came to grief. 14. And with screws and a James I was collared. 15. 6. I was fullied, and then got 3 stretch for the job. 16. And my trip cussed the day as I seen her. 17. She sold off my home to some pals in her mob. 18. For a couple of funt and 10 dinar. 19. 7. Oh, Donnies and ohms, what gives me the spur? 20 is, I'm told by a mug, he tells whoppers. 21. That I ought to have grease to have kept out of stir. 22. The dukes of the narks and the coppers. 23. 1 boys, 2 rail, ticket, 3 basket for C, horse, go for, silver plate, 5 steel, linen, 6 boots, clothes, 7 5-pound notes, pocket, 8 watch, chain, gold, 9 diamond pin, 10 ticket, 11 detective, closely scanning me, 12 said, search you, 13 ran, T chased me, 14 knife, 15 burglar's tools, caught, 16 remanded, years, 17 mistress, 18 friends, set, 19 5-pound notes, shillings, 20 girl, fellows, 21 man, 22 bribed, 23 hands, detectives, police. The Rondo of the Knock, 1890. By Dagonet G. R. Sims, in Referee, 20 AP page 7. He took the knock. No more with jaunty air. 1. He'll have the push that made the punter stare. No more in monkeys now odds on he'll lay. 2. And make the ever grumbling fielder gay. 1 plunger more has had his little flare. 3. And then came to Monday when he couldn't square. 4. Stripped of his planies a poor denuded jay. 5. He took the knock. Where is he now? Echo answers, where? Upon the turf he had his little day, and when stone broke, he could no longer pay. 6. Leaving the ring to gnash its teeth and swear, he took the knock. 1. Gave in. 2. £500. 3. Opportunity. 4. Pay up. 5. Fellow. 6. Ruined. The Rime of the Rusher, 1892. By Doss Chiderdoss in Sporting Times, October 29th in appropriate rhyming slanguage. I was out one night on the strict teetote. 1. 'Cause I couldn't afford a drain. I was wearing a leaky I'm afloat. 2. And it started to France and Spain. 3. But a toff was mixed in a bull and cow. 4. And I helped him to do a bunk. 5. He had been on the I'm so tap, and now. 6. He was slightly elephant's trunk. 7. 2. He offered to stand me a booze, so I. 8. Took him round to the Mug's retreat, and my round the houses I tried to dry. 9. By the Anna Maria's heat. 10. He stuck to the I'm so to drown his cares, while I went for the far and near. 11. Until the clock on the apples and pears. 12. Gave the office for us to clear. 13. 3. Then round at the club we'd another bout, and I fixed him at nap until I had turned his skyrockets inside out. 14. And had managed my own to fill. Of course, I had gone on the half-ounce trick. 15. And we quarreled, and came to blows. But I fired him out of the Roy quick, and he fell on his I suppose. 16. 4. And he laid there, weighing out prayers for me, without hearing the plates of meat. 17. Of a slop, who pinched him for D and D. 18. And disturbing a peaceful beat, and I smiled as I closed my 2 mince pies. 19. In my insect promenade, for out of his nibs I had taken a rise. 20. And his stay on the spot was barred. The next morning I brushed up my Barnet fare. 21. And got myself up pretty smart. Then I sallied forth with a careless air, and contented raspberry tart. 22. At the first big pub I resolved, if POS. 23. That I'd sample my lucky star, so I passed a flimsy on to the boss. 24. Who served drinks at the There You Are. 25. 6. He looked at the note, and the air began with his language to pen and ink. 26. For the mug I'd fleeced had been his head man. 27. And had done him for lots of chink. 28. I'm blessed if my luck doesn't hum and ha, for I argued the point with skill. But the once a week made me go ta-ta. 29. For a month on the can't keep still. 30. 1. Without drink. 2. Coat. 3. Rain. 4. Swell. Row. 5. Get away. 6. Rap. 7. Drunk. 8. Drink. 9. Trousers. 10. Fire. 11. Beer. 12. Stairs. 13. Warning. 14. Pockets. 15. Bounce. 16. Nose. 17. Feet. 18. Policeman. Arrested. Drunk and disorderly. 19. Eyes. 20. Him. Advantage. 21. Hair. 22. Heart. 23. Possible. 24. Banknote. 25. Bar. 26. Stink. 27. Fellow. Cheated. 28. Robbed. Money. 29. Beak. 30. Everlasting will equals mill. What share? Notes or knocked 'em in the Old Kent Road, 1892. By Albert Chevalier. Last week down our alley come a toff. 1. Nice old geezer with a nasty cough. 2. Sees my missus, takes his topper off. 3. In a very gentlemanly way. Ma'am, says he, I ave some news to tell. Your rich Uncle Tom of Camberwell popped off recent, which it ain't to sell, for leaving you his little donkey shay. What share? All the neighbors cried. Who are you going to meet, Bill? Have you bought the street, Bill? Laugh. I thought I should ave died, knocked 'em in the Old Kent Road. 5. 2. Some says nasty things about the moke. 6. One cove thinks his leg is really broke. 7. That's his envy, 'cause we're carriage folk, like the toffs as rides in Rotten Row. Straight. It woke the alley up a bit. 8. Thought our lodger would ave at a fit, when my missus, who's a real wit, says, I oughtash a bus, because it's low. What share? N.C. 3. When we starts the blessed donkey stops, he won't move, so out I quickly ops, pals start whacking him, when down he drops, someone says he wasn't made to go. Lor, it might ave been a foreign, my old Dutch knows out to do the grand. 9. First she bows, and then she waves her and, calling out we're going for a blow. What share? N.C. 4. Every evening on the stroke of 5, me and Mrs. takes a little drive, you'd say. Wonderful they're still alive! If you saw that little donkey go. I soon showed him that he'd have to do just whatever he was wanted to. Still I shan't forget that rowdy crew ollerin'. W.O.A. Steady! Nettie W.O.A. What share? N.C. 1. Well-dressed man. 2. Man. 3. Hat. 4. Died. Mistake. 5. Made them stare. 6. Donkey. 7. Fellow. 8. No mistake. 9. Wife. Make a show. Our Little Nipper. Notes. 1893. By Albert Chevalier. I'm just about the proudest man that walks. I've got a little nipper. When he talks, 1. I'll lay your 40 shiners to a quid. 2. You'll take him for the father, me the kid. Now as I never yet was blessed why wealth, I've had to bring that youngster up myself, and though his education has been free, he's always had the best of tips from me. 3. And he's a little champion, do me proud well he's a knockout, 4. Takes after me and ain't a bit too tall. He calls his mother Sally, and his father good old Pally, and he only stands about so high, that's all. 2. He gets me on at skills and he flukes. 5. And when he wants to he can use his dooks. 6. You see him put him up, well there, it's great, he takes a bit of lickin' at his weight. He'll stick up like a Briton for his pals, and ain't he just a terror with the gals? I loves to see him cuttin' of a dash, a walkin' down our alley on the mash. 7. There, he's a little champion, do me proud well he's a knockout, I've knowed him take a girl on 6 foot tall. He'll get himself up dossy. 8. Say I'm going out why Flossie, and he only stands about so high, that's all. 3. I used to do a gin crawl every night. 9. And very, very often come home tight. 10. But now of all such a bits I've got rid, I allus wants to get home to the kid. In teachin' him I takes a regular pride, not books, of course, for them he can't abide, but artful little icky little ways. 11. As makes the people sit up where we stays. 12. Spoken, only last Sunday me and the missus took him out for a walk, I should say he took us out. As we was a-comin' home I says to the old gal, let's pop into the broker's arms and ave a drop o' beer? She didn't raise no objection so in we goes, followed by his nibs. I'd forgotten all about him. I goes to the bar and calls for 2 pots of 4 Alf. Suddenly I feels him a tuggin' at my coat. What's up? Says I. What did you call for? Says he. 2 pots of 4 Alf. Says I. Oh? Says he. Ain't mother goin' to ave none? Well, he's a little champion, do me proud well he's a knockout. Drink up. Says he. 3 pots, miss, it's my call. I says. Now Jackie, he says. And a screw of bocce. And he only stands about so high, that's all. 1 child, 2 shillings, pound, 3 information, 4 notes, 5 notes, 6 hands, 7 courting, 8 dressy, 9 round of jizz shops, 10 drunk, 11 funny, 12 stare. The Coster Serenade, 1894. By Albert Chevalier. You ain't forgotten yet that night in May, down at the Wellsharp, which is Endon Way, you fancied winkles and a pot of tea. 4 Alf, I murmureds. Good enough for me. Give me a word of hope that I may win. You prods me gently with the winkle pin. We was as 'appy as could be that day down at the Wellsharp, which is Endon Way. Oh, 'Arriet, I'm waiting for you, my dear. Oh, 'Arriet, I'm waiting alone out here. When that moon shall cease to shine, false will be this earth of mine. I'm bound to go on lovin' you, my dear. Dear? 2. You ain't forgotten how we drove that day down to the Wellsharp, in my donkey shay, folks with a chai shouted. Ain't they smart? 1. You looked a queen, me every inch a bart. Seemed that the moke was saying, do me proud. Mine is the nobbiest turnout in the crowd. 2. Me and my pearlies felt a toff that day. 3. Down at the Wellsharp, which is Endon Way. Oh, 'Arriet, and see. 3. 8 months ago and things is still the same. You're known about by your maiden name. I'm getting cheeve-eyed by my pals cos why. 4. Nightly I warbles for your reply. Summer is gone, and it's a freezin' now, still love's a burnin' in my 'ert, I vow, just as it did that 'appy night in May down at the Wellsharp, which is Endon Way. Oh, 'Arriet, and see. 1 shout, 2 finest, trap, 3 swell, 4 chaffed. Notes. Rhymes of the Canting crew. Footnote. Throughout these notes, free use has been made of the National Dictionary of Biography, a work which, without question, contains the latest and most accurately sifted array of biographical information, much of which could not be obtained from any other source whatever. These lines are of little interest apart from the fact of being the earliest known example of the canting speech or peddler's French in English literature. Sorry in point or meaning, they are sorrier still as verse. Yet, antedating, by half a century or more, the examples cited by Audley and Harman, they possess a certain value. They carry us back almost to the beginnings of cant, at all events to the time when the secret language of rogues and vagabonds first began to assume a concrete form. Usually ascribed to Thomas Dekker, who conveyed them bodily, and with errors, to Lanthorn and Candlelight, published in 1609, this jingle of popular canting phrases, strung together almost at haphazard, is the production of Robert Copeland, 1508 to 1547, the author of The Highway to the Spittle House, a pamphlet printed after 1535, and of which only 2 or 3 copies are now known. Copeland was a printer-author, in the former capacity a pupil of Caxton in the office of Wynkyn de Ward. The plan of The Highway is simplicity itself. Copeland, taking refuge near St. Bartholomew's Hospital during a passing shower, engages the porter in conversation concerning the low cells, mighty beggars and vagabonds, the meesheers, hedge creepers, filix and lusks, that ask lodging for our Lord's sake. Thereupon is drawn a vivid and vigorous picture of the seamy side of the social life of the times. All grades of vagrom men, with their frauds and shifts, are passed in review, and when Copeland asks about their bousy speech, the porter entertains him with these lines. Lines 2 and 4. Bousy equals drunken, sottish, dissipated. So Skelton in Ely nor Ramen, Harl. Mrs. Edition Park, I. 416, her face all bousy. Booze equals to drink heavily is still colloquial, and equals to drink was in use as early as AD 1300. Line 4. Cove, or cove, equals a man, an individual. Main nace, nace or nazy, equals helplessly drunk, lat. Nausea equals sickness, cf. Line 9 nacegear. Line 5. Tier, ture or tor, equals to look, to see. Patrian cove, patrico, patricove, or paticove, equals a strolling priest, cf. Audley Frat. Of Vagabonds, 1560, page 6. A patriarch company doth make marriages, and that is until death depart the married folky, which is after this sort: when they come to a dead horse or any dead cattle, then they shake hands and so depart, you one of them a sorrel way. The form patrian cove seems to suggest a derivation from pattering or muttering. The Pater Noster, up to the time of the Reformation, was recited by the priest in a low voice as far as and lead us not into temptation when the choir joined in. Dark man. Case, or case, equals a sleeping apartment or place. Ward, barn, or inn. Dark man's equals night plus lat. Casa equals house, etc. Man's is a common canting affix equals a thing or place, e.g. lightman's equals day. Rough man's equals a wood or bush. Greenman's equals the fields. Cheapman's equals cheapside market, etc. Line 6. Dock the dell equals deflowered the girl. Dell equals virgin. See Harman, caveat, 1575, page 75. A dell is a young witch, able for generation, and not yet known or broken by the upright man. Coper meek, or make, equals a halfpenny. Line 7. His watch equals he, my watch equals I, or me, cf. His nabs and my nabs in modern slang. Phone a, s, equals to get, to steal, to snatch. Prounce's knob cheat equals prince's hat or cap, cheat, a, s, equals thing, and mainly used as an affix. Thus, belly sheet equals an apron, cackling sheet equals a fowl, crashing chets equals the teeth, nubbing sheet equals the gallows, and so forth. Line 8. Siaram by salmon. The meaning of Siaram is unknown. By salmon, or Solomon, equals a beggar's oath, I.e. by the altar or mass. Peck my Jerry equals eat excrement, cf. turd in your mouth. Line 9. gone equals mouth. My watch, see ante, line 7. Nace gear equals nauseous stuff, cf ante, line 4. Gear equals generic for thing, stuff, or material. Line 10. Bene baus equals strong drink, or wine. The Beggar's Curse. Thomas Dekker, one of the best known of the Elizabethan pamphleteers and dramatists, was born in London about 1570, and began his literary career in 1597-8, when an entry referring to a loan advance occurs in Henslow's diary. A month later 40 shillings were advanced from the same source to have him discharged from the counter, a debtor's prison. Dekker was a most voluminous writer, and not always over-particular whence he got, or how he used, the material for his tracts and plays. The Bellman of London bringing to light the most notorious villanies that are now practiced in the kingdom, 1608, of which 3 editions were published in 1 year, consists mainly of pilferings from Harman's Caveat for Common Cursilers, first published in 1566-7. He did not escape conviction, however, for Samuel Rowland showed him up in Martin Markall. Yet another instance of wholesale conveyance is mentioned in the note to Canting Rhymes, ante. In spite of this shortcoming, however, and a certain recklessness of workmanship, the scholar of today owes Dekker a world of thanks. His information concerning the social life of his time is such as can be obtained nowhere else, and it is, therefore, now of sterling value. Lanthorn and Candlelight is the second part of the Bellman of London. Published also in 1608, it ran to 2 editions in 1609, a fourth appearing in 1612 under the title of O per se O, or A New Crier of Lanthorn and Candlelight, being an addition or lengthening of the Bellman's second night walk. 8 or 9 editions of this second part appeared between 1608 and 1648, all differing more or less from each other, another variation occurring when in 1637 Dekker republished Lanthorn and Candlelight under the title of English Villanies, shortly after which he is supposed to have died. Tore out Ben Mort's. Samuel Rowlands, a voluminous writer circa 1570 to 1628, though little known now, nevertheless kept the publishers busy for 30 years, his works selling readily for another half-century. Not the least valuable of his numerous productions from a social and antiquarian point of view is Martin Markall, Beadle of Bridewell. His defense and answer to the Bellman of London, see both notes ante. Martin Markall delivers himself of a vivid and original account of the regiment of rogues, when they first began to take head, and how they have succeeded one the other successively unto the 6th and 20th year of King Henry VIII, gathered out of the Chronicle of Crack Ropes, etc. He then criticizes somewhat severely the errors and omissions in Dekker's Canting glossary, adding considerably to it, and finally joins issue with the Bellman in an attempt to give, song for song, Dekker's Canting Rhymes, plagiarized from Copeland, and The Beggar's Curse. Thus apparently gave birth to the present verses and to those entitled The Maunders Wooing, that follow. Stanza I, line I, Ben equals lat. Bene equals good. Mort equals a woman, chaste or not. Line 3. Romecove equals a great rogue. B.E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1690, I.E. An organizer or the actual perpetrator of a robbery. Quire Cove equals a subordinate thief. The money had passed from the actual thief to his confederate. Ram, or rum, and quire, or queer, enter largely into combination thus: Ram equals gallant, fine, clever, excellent, strong. Rambaus equals wine or strong drink. Rumbite equals a clever trick or fraud. Rumblowen equals a handsome mistress. Rumbung equals a full purse. Rumdiver equals a clever pickpocket. Rumpatter equals a well-mounted highwayman, etc. Also queer equals base, roguish. Queerbung equals an empty purse. Queer coal equals bad money. Queer diver equals a bungling pickpocket. Queerkin equals a prison. Queermart equals a foundered whore, and so forth. Budge equals a general verb of action, usually stealthy action. Thus, budge a beak equals to give the constable the slip, or to bilk a policeman. To budge out, or off, equals to sneak off. To budge an alarm equals to give warning. The Maunders Wooing. See previous note. Stanza 2, line 2. Autumn Mort equals a wife. Thus Harman, caveat, 1575. These autumn morts be married women, as there be but a few. For autumn in their language is a church, so she is a wife married at the church, and they be as chaste as a cowie I have, that goeth to bull every moon, with what bull she careth not. Line 5. Wap equals to lie carnally with. Stanza 4, line 5. Whittington equals Newgate, from the famous Lord Mayor of London who left a bequest to rebuild the jail. After standing for 230 years, Whittington's building was demolished in 1666. Stanza V, line 2. Crackmans equals hedges or bushes. Tip lower with thy prat equals, literally, get money with thy buttocks, i.e. by prostitution. Stanza 6, line 2. Clapperdogen equals b, e, dict. Cant. Crew, 1690. A beggar born and bred. Also Harman, caveat, etc. page 44. These go with patched cloaks, and have their morts with them, which they call wives. A gage of Ben Rambaus. Thomas Middleton, another of the galaxy of Elizabethan writers contributing so many sidelights on Shakespeare's life and times, is supposed to have been of gentle birth. He entered Gray's in about 1593 and was associated with Dekker in the production of The Roaring Girl, probably having the larger share in the composition. Authorities concur in tracing Dekker's hand in the Canting scenes, but less certainly elsewhere. The original of Moll Cutpurse was a Mary Frith, 1584 to 1659, the daughter of a shoemaker in the Barbican. Though carefully brought up, she was particularly restive under discipline, and finally became launched as a bully, pick-purse, fortune-teller, receiver, and forger, in all of which capacities she achieved considerable notoriety. As the heroine of The Roaring Girl, Moll is presented in a much more favorable light than the facts warrant. Line 11. And couch till a palliard docked my dell equals, literally, and lie quiet while a beggar deflowered my girl, but here probably equals while a beggar fornicates with my mistress. Bing out, bien morts. See note 2. The Beggar's Curse. Dekker, introducing these verses, affirms, it is a canting song not composed as those of the bellmans were, out of his own brain, but by the cantors themselves, and sung at their meetings, in which, all things considered, Dekker is probably protesting overmuch. Stanza V, line 3. And whopping dell that niggles well equals a harlot or mistress who spreads acceptably. Stanza 9, line 2. Bing out of the Ramvile, i.e. to Tyburn, then the place of execution. Ramvile equals London. The Song of the Beggar. The description of love is an exceedingly scarce little garland, which first appeared in 1620, but of that edition no copies are known to exist. Of the 6th edition, from which this example is taken, one copy is in the British Museum and another in the library collected by Henry Huth Esq. A somewhat similar ballad occurs in the Roxburgh collection I, 42, the chorus being almost identical, under the title of The Cunning Northern Beggar. The complete title is a description of love, with certain epigrams, elegies, and sonnets, and also Mast. Ionson's Answer to Mast. Withers. With the Cree of Ludgate, and the Song of the Beggar. The 6th edition. London, printed by M. F. for Francis Cowles at the upper end of the Old Bailey near Newgate, 1629. Stanza 2, line I. If a bung be got by the high law, i.e. by highway robbery. The Maunders Imitation. John Fletcher, 1579 to 1625, dramatist, a younger son of Dr. Richard Fletcher, afterwards Bishop of London, by his first wife Elizabeth, was born in December 1579 at Ryan, Sussex, where his father was then officiating as minister. A John Fletcher of London was admitted October 15, 1591, a pensioner of Benate, Corpus College, Cambridge, of which college Dr. Fletcher had been president. DYCC assumes that this John Fletcher, who became one of the Bible clerks in 1593, was the dramatist. Bishop Fletcher died, in needy circumstances, June 15, 1596, and by his will, dated October 26, 1593, left his books to be divided between his sons Nathaniel and John. The Beggar's Bush was performed at court at Christmas 1622, and was popular long after the Restoration. Fletcher was buried on August 29, 1625 at St. Saviour's, Southwark. In The Great Plague, 1625, says Aubrey, Letters Written by Eminent Persons, Volume 2. PTI. Page 352, a knight of Norfolk or Suffolk invited him into the country. He stayed but to make himself a suite of clothes, and while it was making fell sick of the plague and died. The High Pad's Boast. See Note 2. The Maunders, Initiation. Ante. The Merry Beggars. Little is known of the birth or extraction of Richard Brome, and whether he died in 1652 or 1653 is uncertain. For a time he acted as servant to Ben Jonson. The Jovial Crew was produced in 1641 at the Cockpit, a theatre which stood on the site of Pitt Place running out of Drury Lane into G.T. Wilde St. Stanza I, line 5. Go well and come well equals outgoing and incoming. A Mort's drinking song. See Note 2. The Merry Beggars. Ante. A beggar I'll be. This ballad is from the Bagford collection which, formed by John Bagford, 1651 to 1716, passed successively through the hands of James West, President of the Royal Society, Major Pearson, the Duke of Roxburgh and Mr. B. H. Bright, until in 1845 it and the more extensive Roxburgh collection became the property of the nation. Stanza 2, line 1. Maunder equals beggar. Line 2. Filer equals pickpocket, filcher equals thief. Line 3. Canter equals a tramping beggar or rogue. Line 4. Lifter equals a shop thief. Stanza 4, line 8. Compter, or counter, King's Bench, nor the Fleet, all prisons for debtors. Stanza V, line 6, jumble equals to copulate. Stanza 8, line 5. With Shinkenape Morgan, with blue cap, or Teague equals with a Welshman, Scotchman, or Irishman, generic, as now are Taffy, Sandy, and Pat. A Budge and Snudge Song. Chappell in Popular English Music of the Olden Time says that this song appears in the Canting Academy, 2nd edition 1674, but the writer has been unable to find a copy of the book in question. The song was very popular, and many versions, all varying, are extant. The two given have been carefully collated. The portions in brackets, comma, for example, stanza 2, line 6, stanza 3, lines 1, 7, stanza 4, lines 5, 8, etc., only appear in the New Canting Dict. 1725. It was sung to the tune now known as There Was a Jolly Miller Once Lived on the River Dee. Title. Budge equals one that slips into a house in the dark, and taketh cloaks, coats, or what comes next to hand, marching off with them. B.E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1690. Snudge equals one that lurks under a bed, to watch an opportunity to rob the house. B.E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1690. Stanza I, line 7. Wit equals Newgate, see note page 204. Stanza V, line 3. Jack Ketch, The Public Hangman, 1663 to 1686. The Maunder's praise of his strowling mort. The Triumph of Wit by J. Shirley is a curious piece of bookmaking, scissors and paste in the main, which ran through many editions. Divided into 3 parts, the first 2 are chiefly concerned with the whole art and mystery of love and all its nicest intrigues, choice letters with their answers, and such like matters. Part 3 contains the mystery and art of canting, with the original and present management thereof, and the ends to which it serves, and is employed, illustrated with poems, songs, and various intrigues in the canting language with the explanation, etc. The songs were afterwards included in the New Canting Dict. 1725, and later on in Bacchus and Venus, 1731. Title. Strowling mort equals a beggar's trull. Pretending to be widows sometimes travel the countries, are light-fingered, subtle, hypocritical, cruel, and often dangerous to meet, especially when the ruffler is with them. B.E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1690. Stanza I, line 1. Doxy. These doxes be broken and spoiled of their maidenhead by the upright men, and then they have their name of doxes, and not afore. And afterwards she is calm men and indifferent for any that will use her. Harmon, caveat, page 73. Line 3. Prats equals buttocks or thighs. Line 4. Wap equals to copulate, also stanza 4, line I. Stanza 2, line 4. Clip and kiss equals to copulate. The Rummort's praise of her faithless maunder. Obviously a companion song to the previous example. See note ante. Rummort equals a beggar or gypsy queen. Stanza I, line 1. Kinchinkove equals, literally, a child or young lad, here as an endearment. Line 4. Clapperdogeon equals. The payar or clapperdogons are those that have been brought up to beg from their infancy, and frequently counterfeit lameness, making their legs, arms, and hands appear to be sore. Triumph of Wit, page 185. Stanza 2, line 1. Dimberdammer equals a chief man in the canting crew, or the head of a gang. Line 2. Palliard, see note stanza I. Line 3. Jockum equals penis. Line 4. Glimmer equals fire, here, a pox or clap. Stanza V, line 1. Crank or counterfeit crank. These that do counterfeit the cranky be young knaves and young harlots that deeply dissemble the falling sickness. Harman, caveat 1814, page 33. Line 1. Dommer equals a beggar feigning deaf and dumb. Line 2. Rummonder equals to feign madness. Line 3. Abram Cove equals a beggar pretending madness to cover theft. Line 4. Jibes well jerked equals pass or license cleverly forged. The Black Procession. See note as to J. Shirley on page 209. Frisky Moll's Song. John Harper, died in 1742, actor, originally performed at Bartholomew and Southwark fairs. On October 27, 1721, his name appears as Sir Epicure Mammon in The Alchemist at Drury Lane. Here he remained for 11 years, taking the parts of booby squires, fox hunters, etc., proving himself what Victor calls a jolly facetious low comedian. His good voice was serviceable in ballad, opera, and farce. On account of his natural timidity, according to Davies, he was selected by Highmore, the patentee, in order to test the status of an actor, to be the victim of legal proceedings taken under the Vagrant Act, 12 Queen Anne, and on November 12, 1733 he was committed to Bridewell as a vagabond. On November 20th, he came before the Chief Justice of the King's Bench. It was pleaded on his behalf that he paid his debts, was well esteemed by persons of condition, was a freeholder in Surrey, and a householder in Westminster. He was discharged amid acclamations on his own recognizance. The Cantor's Serenade. The New Canting Dictionary, 1725, is, in the main, a reprint of the Dictionary of the Canting * Crew, c. 1696, compiled by B.E. The chief difference is that the former contains a collection of canting songs, most of which are included in the present collection. Stanza I, line 3. Palliards, see note, page 210, 10 lines from bottom. Retour my dear Dell. See note 2. The Cantor's Serenade. This song appears to be a variation of a much older one, generally ascribed to Chas II, entitled I Pass All My Hours in a Shady Old Grove. The Vain Dreamer. See note 2. The Cantor's Serenade. When my Dimberdell I courted. See note 2. The Cantor's Serenade. The first two stanzas appear in a somewhat different form as a new song, to the time of Beauty's ruin in the Triumph of Wit, 1707, of which the first stanza is as follows. When Dorinda first I courted, she had charms and beauty too, conquering pleasures when she sported, the transport it was ever new, but wastful time does now deceive her, which her glories did uphold, all her arts can ne'er relieve her, poor Dorinda is grown old. Stanza I, line 4. Wap equals the act of kind. Dimberdell equals pretty wench. Adele is a young witch, able for generation, and not yet known or broken by the upright man. When they have been lyin' with all by the upright man, then they be doxes, and no dells. Harman. Stanza 3, line 3. Upright men. The second rank of the canting tribes, having sole right to the first night's lodging with the dells. B.E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1696. The Oath of the Canting Crew. Bamford Moore Carew, the king of the gypsies, born in 1693, was the son of the rector of Bickley, near Tiverton. It is related that to avoid punishment for a boyish freak he, with some companions, ran away and joined the gypsies. After a year and a half Carew returned for a time, but soon rejoined his old friends. His career was a long series of swindling and imposture, very ingeniously carried out, occasionally deceiving people who should have known him well. His restless nature then drove him to embark for Newfoundland, where he stopped but a short time, and on his return he pretended to be the mate of a vessel, and eloped with the daughter of a respectable apothecary of Newcastle-on-Tyne, whom he afterwards married. He continued his course of vagabond roguery for some time, and when Claus Patch, a king, or chief of the gypsies, died, Carew was elected his successor. He was convicted of being an idle vagrant, and sentenced to be transported to Maryland. On his arrival he attempted to escape, was captured, and made to wear a heavy iron collar, escaped again, and fell into the hands of some friendly Indians, who relieved him of his collar. He took an early opportunity of leaving his new friends, and got into Pennsylvania. Here he pretended to be a Quaker, and as such made his way to Philadelphia, thence to New York, and afterwards to New London, where he embarked for England. He escaped impressment on board a man-of-war by pricking his hands and face, and rubbing in bay salt and gunpowder, so as to simulate smallpox. After his landing he continued his impostures, found out his wife and daughter, and seems to have wandered into Scotland about 1745, and is said to have accompanied the Pretender to Carlisle and Derby. The record of his life from this time is but a series of frauds and deceptions, and but little is absolutely known of his career, except that a relative, Sir Thomas Carew of Hackern, offered to provide for him if he would give up his wandering life. This he refused to do, but it is believed that he eventually did so after he had gained some prizes in the lottery. The date of his death is uncertain. It is generally given, but on no authority, as being in 1770, but I.P. writing from Tiverton, in Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, Volume 4, page 522, says that he died in 1758. The story of his life in detail is found in the well-known, and certainly much printed, Life and Adventures of Bamfield Moore Carew, the earliest edition of which, 1745, describes him on the title page as the noted Devonshire stroller and dog-stealer. This book professes to have been noted by himself during his passage to America. But though no doubt the facts were supplied by Carew himself, the actual authorship is uncertain, though the balance of probability lies with Robert Godby, a printer and compiler of Sherborne, Dorsetshire, who printed an edition in 1749. A correspondent of Notes and Queries, however, states that Mrs. Godby wrote it from Carew's dictation. N. and 2 Quetzales S3. 4. 330, 440, 522. Line 1. Crank Cuffin equals Queer Cove equals a rogue. Line 9. Stophole Abbey. The nickname of the chief rendezvous of the Canting crew. B. E. Dict. Cant. Crew, 1696. Line 17. Abram equals formerly a mendicant lunatic of Bethlehem Hospital who on certain days was allowed to go out begging, hence a beggar feigning madness. Ruffler Crack equals an expert rogue. Line 18. Hooker equals perilous and most wicked knaves, for, as they walk a day times, from house to house, to demand charite, well noting what they see, that will they be sure to have, for they customably carry with them a staff of 6 foot long, in which within 1 ynch of the tope thereof, ys a little hole bored through, in which hole they putty an iron hook, and with the same they wyl pluck unto them quickly anything that they may reach ye therewith. Harman, Caveat, 1869, page 35-36. Line 19. Frater equals such as beg with a sham patent or brief for spittals, prisons, fires, etc. B. Line 20. Irish toil equals a beggar thief, working under pretense of peddling pins, lace, and such like wares. Line 21. Dimberdammer equals the chief of a gang, also an expert thief. Angler equals hooker, see ante. Line 23. Swigman equals a beggar peddling haberdashery to cover theft and roguery. Clapperdogeon equals a beggar born and bred, See note page 210, 10th line from bottom. Line 24. Curtal. A curtal is much like to the upright man, that is, one in authority who may call to account, command a share, chastise those under him, and force any of their women to serve his turn. But highest authority is not fully so great. He useth commonly to go with a short cloak, like to grey friars, and his woman with him in like livery, which he calleth his altham if she be his wife, and if she be his harlot, she is called his doxy. Harmon. Line 25. Whipjack equals a rogue begging with a counterfeit license. Palliard equals a beggar born and bred. Patrico equals a hedge priest. Line 26. Jarkman equals he that can write and read, and sometimes speak Latin. He useth to make counterfeit licenses which they call jibes, and sets to seals, in their language called jarks. Harmon. Line 27. Dommerer equals a rogue pretending deaf and dumb. Romany equals a gypsy. Line 28. The family equals the fraternity of vagabonds. Come all you buffers gay. In the Roxburgh collection 2. 504 is a ballad upon which the present song is clearly based. It is called the West Country Nymph, or the Little Maid of Bristol to the time of young Jemmy, i.e. the Duke of Monmouth, Charles I's natural son. The first stanza runs: Come all you maidens fair, and listen to my ditty. In Bristol city fair there lived a damsel pretty. The Potato Man. Stanza 2, line 2. Cly equals properly pocket, but here is obviously meant the contents. Stanza 4, line 1. Blue bird's eye equals a blue and silk handkerchief with white spots. A slang pastoral. Of R. Tomlinson nothing is known. The Dr. Byram whose poem is here parodied is perhaps best remembered as the author of a once famous system of shorthand. He was born in 1691, went to the Merchant Taylor's School, and at the age of 16 was admitted a pensioner of Trinity College, Cambridge. It was here that he wrote My Time, O Ye Muses. He died in 1763, and his poems, no inconsiderable collection, were published in 1773. Ye scamps, ye pads, ye divers. Stanza I, line 1. The lay equals a pursuit, a scheme, here equals thievery and roguery in general. Stanza 4, line 4. Like Blackamoor Othello and C, the reference is to Othello v. 2. Yet she must die, else she'll betray more men. Put out the light, and then, put out the light. The Sandman's Wedding. Though George Parker's name is not formally attached to this cantata, there would appear little doubt, from internal evidence, that it, with the two songs immediately following, forms part of a characteristic series from the pen of this roving soldier actor. Parker was born in 1732 at Green Street, near Canterbury, and was early admitted, he says, to walk the quarterdeck as a midshipman on board the Falmouth and the Guernsey. A series of youthful indiscretions in London obliged him to leave the Navy, and in or about 1754 to enlist as a common soldier in the 2th Regiment of Foot, the 2nd Battalion of which became in 1758 the 67th Regiment, under the command of Wolfe. In his regiment he continued a private, corporal, and sergeant for 7 years, was present at the siege of Belle Isle, and saw service in Portugal, Gibraltar, and Minorca. At the end of the war he returned home as a supernumerary exciseman. About 1761 his friends placed him in the King's Head Inn at Canterbury, where he soon failed. Parker went upon the stage in Ireland, and in company with Brownlow Ford, a clergyman of convivial habits, strolled over the greater part of the island. On his return to London he played several times at the Haymarket, and was later introduced by Goldsmith to Colman. But on account of his corpulence Colman declined his services. Parker then joined the provincial strolling companies, and was engaged for 1 season with Digges, then manager of the Edinburgh Theatre. At Edinburgh he married an actress named Haydon, from whom, however, he was soon obliged to part on account of her dissolute life. Returning again to London, he set up as wandering lecturer on elocution, and in this character travelled with varying success through England. In November 1776 he set out on a visit to France, and lived at Paris for upwards of 6 months on funds supplied by his father. His resources being exhausted, He left Paris in the middle of July 1777 on foot. On reaching England, he made another lecturing tour, which proved unsuccessful. His wit, humor, and knowledge of the world rendered him at one time an indispensable appendage to convivial gatherings of a kind, but in his later days he was so entirely neglected as to be obliged to sell gingerbread nuts at fairs and race meetings for a subsistence. He died in Coventry poorhouse in April 1800. The Happy Pair and the Bunter's Christening and the Masqueraders. See note and E2. The Sandman's Wedding, Life's Painter, etc. ran through several editions. The Flash Man of St. Giles. Stanza 2, line 7. Drunk as David's sow equals beastly drunk. Grove's Classical Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue says, one David Lloyd, a Welshman, who kept an alehouse at Hereford, had a sow with 6 legs, which was an object of great curiosity. One day David's wife, having indulged too freely, lay down in the sty to sleep, and a company coming to see the sow, David led them to the sty, saying, as usual, "There is a sow for you. Did you ever see the like?" One of the visitors replied, "Well, it is the drunkenest sow I ever beheld." Whence the woman was ever after called Davy's sow. Illyria Moti. Stanza 3, line 1. Cock and Hen Club equals a free and easy for both sexes. Stanza 4, line 4. Tom Cribb, see note page 223. The night before Larry was stretched. Neither the authorship nor the date of these inimitable verses are definitely known. According to the best authorities, Wilmar, a shoemaker of Waterford, wrote the song. Dr. Robert Burroughs, Dean of St. Finbarr's, Cork, to whom it has been so often attributed, certainly did not. Often quoted in Song Book and elsewhere. Francis Sylvester Mahoney, better known as Father Prout, contributed to Froissart's magazine the following translation into the French. La mort de Socrate. Par l'Abbé de Prout, cure du Monteux Crescens, Pres de Cork. A la veille d'être pendu, not Laurent Ricut dans son gîte, honneur que lui était bien dû, de nombre amis la visite, car chacun scavate que Laurent a son tour rendrait la peril, chapeau monter, et vestingageant, pour que l'ami put boire butel, and I fair, agassir sec, le sot. Hélas, notre garden! Louis J. Combien j'ai regret ton sort! Te voilà fleur, que sur sa tige moison la cruelle morte! O diable! Détail. Leroy George! Si me fate la valeur d'un bouton, devant le boucher que emigorge, j'ai serai comme un du mouton, et saurai mater du courage. De Amos déjà la cohorte remplacate son étroit reduit, 6 chandelles, ho! Qu'on apporte, donnons du lustre à cette nuit. Alors j'ai cherché à connaître s'il était dûment repenti? Bah! C'est les fourberies de prêtres les gredins, ils menti, et leurs contient for sant faux. Elon demande les cartes. Au je leur envoie un larron catriche, donner tout rempli, il prend feu et du bon coup de poing à l'affiche. Ha coquin! De mon dernier jour tu crois profiler, poetry, tu osses me jouer si tur. Prends ci pour ta peine, vil traitor! Et apprends à te bien conduire. Quand nous ces nos sabbats, Laurent, nc triste repair pour le disposer aux tripes, voit entrer monsieur le vicaire. Après un sinister regard, le front de sa main ilse frat, disant tout haute. Venez plus tard, et tout has. Vilain calotte! Pousse son vers il vide deux fois. Lors il parle de l'échafaud, et de sa dernière crevette, grands de. Que si perce beau de la voir mourir en sacrate. Le trajet en chantant il fit, la chanson point any fut en somme. Mais palette un peu quand il vit la statue de Roy Guillaume, les pendards n'aiment pas si Roy. Quand fut about de son voyage, le gibbet fut prêt en unclin, mourant il tourne de visage vers la bonne ville de Dublin. Il danse la carmagnole, et mount comme fit Malbrook. Pousse nous enterames le drôle au cimetière de Donnybrook que son âme soit en repose. Stanza v, line 3. Kilmainham, a jail near Dublin. Stanza 6, line 7. King William, the statue of William III erected on College Green in commemoration of the Battle of the Boyne. It was long the object of much contumely on the part of the Nationalists. It was blown to pieces in 1836, but was subsequently restored. The Song of the Young Prig, said to have been written by little Arthur Chambers, the Prince of Prigs, who was one of the most expert thieves of his time. He began to steal when he was in petticoats, and died a short time before Jack Sheppard came into notice. Internal evidence, however, renders this attributed authorship very improbable. Stanza I, line 1. Diet's Isle, i.e. Diet St. Giles, afterwards called George St. Bloomsbury, was a well-known rookery where thieves and their associates congregated. Stanza 2, line 3. And I my reading learnt betime from studying pocket books. Pocket book equals reader. Stanza 4, line 1. To work capital equals to commit a crime punishable with death. Previous to 1829, many offenses, now thought comparatively trivial, were deemed to merit the extreme penalty of the law. The Milling Match. Tom Cribb's Memorial to Congress, with a preface, notes, and appendix. By one of the Fancy. London, Longmans and Company, 1819. There were several editions. Usually, with good reason, ascribed to Thomas More. It may be remarked that, though the Irish Anacreon's claim to fame rests avowedly on his more serious contributions to literature, he was, nevertheless, never so popular as when dealing with what, in the early part of the present century, was known as the fancy. Pugilism then took the place, in the popular mind, that football and cricket now occupy. Tom Cribb was born at Honham in the parish of Bitton, Gloucestershire, in 1781, and coming to London at the age of 13 followed the trade of a bell hanger, then became a porter at the public wharves, and was afterwards a sailor. From the fact of his having worked as a coal porter he became known as the Black Diamond, and under this appellation he fought his first public battle against George Maddox at Wood Green on January 7, 1805, when after 76 rounds he was proclaimed the victor, and received much praise for his coolness and temper under very unfair treatment. In 1807 he was introduced to Captain Barclay, who, quickly perceiving his natural good qualities, took him in hand, and trained him under his own eye. He won the championship from Bob Gregson in 1808, but in 1809 he was beaten by Jem Belcher. He subsequently regained the belt. After an unsuccessful venture as a coal merchant at Hungerford Wharf, London, he underwent the usual metamorphosis from a pugilist to a publican, and took the Golden Lion in Southwark. But finding this position too far eastward for his aristocratic patrons, he removed to the King's Arms at the corner of Duke Street and King Street, St. James's, and subsequently, in 1828, to the Union Arms, 26 Panton Street, Haymarket. On January 24, 1821, it was decided that Cribb, having held the championship for nearly 10 years without receiving a challenge, ought not to be expected to fight any more, and was to be permitted to hold the title of champion for the remainder of his life. On the day of the coronation of George IV, Cribb, dressed as a page, was among the prize fighters engaged to guard the entrance to Westminster Hall. His declining years were disturbed by domestic troubles and severe pecuniary losses, and in 1839 he was obliged to give up the Union Arms to his creditors. He died in the house of his son, a baker in the High Street, Woolwich, on May 11, 1848, aged 67, and was buried in Woolwich churchyard, where, in 1851, a monument representing a lion grieving over the ashes of a hero was erected to his memory. As a professor of his art he was matchless, and in his observance of fair play he was never excelled. He bore a character of unimpeachable integrity and unquestionable humanity. Ya hip, my hearties! Stanza 3, line 8. Hounds. A race of horses endowed with human reason, and bearing rule over the race of man. A reference to Dean Swift's Gulliver's Travels, 1726. Sonnets for the Fancy. Pierce Egan, the author of The Adventures of Tom and Jerry, was born about 1772 and died in 1849. He had won his spurs as a sporting reporter by 1812, and for 11 years was recognized as one of the smartest of the epigrammatists, songwriters, and wits of the time. Boxiana, a monthly serial, was commenced in 1818. It consisted of sketches of modern pugilism, giving memoirs and portraits of all the most celebrated pugilists, contemporary and antecedent, with full reports of their respective prize fights, victories, and defeats, told with so much spirited humor, yet with such close attention to accuracy, that the work holds a unique position. It was continued in several volumes, with copperplates, to 1824. At this date, having seen that Londoners read with avidity his accounts of country sports and pastimes, he conceived the idea of a similar description of the amusements pursued by sporting men in town. Accordingly, he announced the publication of Life in London in shilling numbers, monthly, and secured the aid of George Cruikshank and his brother, Isaac Robert Cruikshank, to draw and engrave the illustrations in aquatint, to be colored by hand. George IV had caused Egan to be presented at court, and at once accepted the dedication of the forthcoming work. This was the more generous on the king's part because he must have known himself to have been often satirized and caricatured mercilessly in the green bag literature by G. Cruikshank, the intended illustrator. On July 15, 1821 appeared the first number of Life in London, or The Day and Night Scenes of Jerry Hawthorne, Esq., and his elegant friend, Corinthian Gem, accompanied by Bob Logic, the Oxonian, in their rambles and sprees through the metropolis. The success was instantaneous and unprecedented. It took both town and country by storm. So great was the demand for copies, increasing with the publication of each successive number, month by month, that the colorists could not keep pace with the printers. The alternate scenes of high life and low life, the contrasted characters, and revelations of misery side by side with prodigal waste and folly, attracted attention, while the vivacity of dialogue and description never flagged. Stanza 3, line 10. New drop. The extreme penalty of the law, long carried out at Tyburn, near the Marble Arch corner of Hyde Park, was ultimately transferred to Newgate. The lament for Tyburn's merry Rome was, without doubt, heartfelt and characteristic. Executions were then one of the best of all good excuses for a picnic and jollification. Yet the change of scene to Newgate does not appear to have detracted much from these functions as shows. Newgate today, says a recent writer in the Daily Mail, is little wanted, and all but vacant, as a general rule. In former days enormous crowds were herded together indiscriminately, young and old, innocent and guilty, men, women, and children, the heinous offender and the neophyte in crime. The worst part of the prison was the press yard, the place then allotted to convicts cast for death. There were as many as 60 or 70 sometimes within these narrow limits, and most were kept 6 months and more, thus hovering between a wretched existence and a shameful death. Men in momentary expectation of being hanged rubbed shoulders with others still hoping for reprieve. If the first were seriously inclined, they were quite debarred from private religious meditation, but consorted, perforce, with reckless ruffians, who played leapfrog, and swore and drank continually. Infants of tender years were among the condemned. Lunatics, too, raged furiously through the press yard, and were a constant annoyance and danger to all. The condemned sermon in the prison chapel drew a crowd of fashionable folk, to stare at those who were to die, packed together in a long pew hung with black, and on a table in front was placed an open coffin. Outside, in the Old Bailey, on the days of execution, the awful scenes nearly baffle description. Thousands collected to gloat over the dying struggles of the criminals, and fought and roared and trampled each other to death in their horrible eagerness, so that hundreds were wounded or killed. 10 or a dozen were sometimes hanged in a row, men and women side by side. The true bottomed boxer, the universal songster, or museum of mirth, forming the most complete collection of ancient and modern songs in the English language, with a classified index, embellished with a frontispiece and woodcuts, designed by George Cruikshank, etc. 3 vols. London, 1825-26. 8 vo. Stanza I, line 1. Moleseyhurst rig equals a prize fight. Moleseyhurst, near Hampton Court, was long a favorite venue for pugilistic encounters. Line 3. Fibbing a knob is most excellent gig equals getting in a quick succession of blows on the head is good fun. Line 4. Kneading the dough equals a good pummeling. Line 6. Belly go firsters equals an initial blow, generally given in the stomach. Line 8. Measuring mugs for a chancery job equals getting the head under the arm, or in chancery. Stanza 2, line 1. Flooring equals downing, a man. Flushing equals delivering a blow right on the mark, and straight from the shoulder. Line 5. Crossing equals unfair fighting, shirking. Stanza 3, line 5. Victualling office equals the stomach. Line 6. Smeller and ogles equals nose and eyes. Line 7. Bread basket equals stomach. Line 8. In twig equals in form, ready. Bobby and his Mary. See antiphra note on Universal Songster. Stanza I, line 1. Diet Street, see note page 222. Stanza 2, line 16. St. Pulchre's bell, the great bell of St. Sepulchre's Holborn, close to Newgate, always begins to toll a little before the hour of execution, under the bequest of Richard Dove, who directed that an exhortation should be made to prisoners that are within, who for wickedness and sin are appointed to die, give ear unto this passing bell. Poor Luddy. Thomas John Dibdin, 1771 to 1841, the author of this song, was an actor and dramatist, an illegitimate son of Charles Dibdin the elder. He claimed to have written nearly 2,000 songs. The Pickpocket's Chaunt. Eugene Francois Vidocq was a native of Arras, where his father was a baker. From early associations he fell into courses of excess which led to his flying from the paternal roof. After various, rapid, and unexampled events in the romance of real life, in which he was everything by turns and nothing long, he was liberated from prison, and became the principal and most active agent of police. He was made chief of the police de Charite under Messrs. Delaval and Franchette, and continued in that capacity from the year 1810 till 1827, during which period he extirpated the most formidable gangs of ruffians to whom the excesses of the Revolution and subsequent events had given full scope for daring robberies and iniquitous excesses. He settled down as a paper manufacturer at St. Mandé near Paris. Of Magin, 1793 to 1842, it may be said he was, without question, one of the most versatile writers of his time. He is, perhaps, best remembered in connection with the Nox Ambrosiani, which first appeared in Blackwood, and with the idea of which Magin is generally credited. He was also largely concerned with the inception of Fraser's. Magin's English rendering of Vidocq's famous song first appeared in Blackwood for July 1829. For the benefit of the curious, the original is appended. It will be seen that Magin was very faithful to his copy. En roulant de Verne en Verne, 1, pour apprendre à Gupiner, 2, J. Rencontre la Mercandière, 3. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, que du pivois solis sate, 4. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. Rencontre la Mercandière que du pivois solis sate. J. Louis Jaspin and Bigorn. 5. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, tu es tu donc un morfiller? 6. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. Louis Jaspin and Bigorn. Tu es tu donc un morfiller? J. du chene pivois sans lance. 7. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain. Et du Larton Savan, 8. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. du chene pivois sans lance et du Larton Savan, unlured, unturnant, 9. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, et un pieu pour repiller, 10. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. Unlured, unturnant et un pieu pour repiller. J. en quil don sa cambriole, 11. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, Esperante Ellen Tifler, 12. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. en quil don sa cambriole Esperante Ellen Tifler. J. Rembroco coin du rifle, 13. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, un messier capiancate, 14. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. Rembroco coin du rifle un messier capiancate. J. San don ses Valades, 15. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, son Carl J. Pasig, 16. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. J. San don ses Valades, son Carrie J. Pasig, son Carl etsa Tacant, 17. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, etses attaches de c, 18. L'enfant malheureux d'Andy. Son Carl etsa Tacant, etses attaches de c, son Calant etsa Montandi, 19. L'enfant malheureux d'Andain, et son Cambra Galush l'enfant malheureux d'Andy. Sun Calant etsa montanti et sun comber galush, 20, sun frusk, aussie sa lizette, 21, l'enfa malura dondane, etses tyrants brodanks, 22, l'enfa malura dondi. Sun frask, aussie sa lizette etses tyrants brodanks. Cromp, mercandier, 23, l'enfa malura dondane, car nous serians bequils, 24, l'enfa malura dondi. Cromp, mercandier, car nous serians bequils. Sur la placard de Verne, 25, l'enfa malura dondane, tu nous faudrait gambler, 26, l'enfa malura dondi. Sur la placard de Verne il nous faudrait gambler, allums de tout cs largus, 27, l'enfa malura dondane, et du trip rassemble, 28, l'enfa malura dondi. Allums de tout cs largus et du trip rassemble, et de cs charlots bones drills, 29, l'enfa malura dondane, tu abulant coupener. 30, l'enfa malura dondi. 1 Verne town. 2 coupener to steal. 3 mercandier tradeswomen. 4 du pivois solicate sold wine. 5 Jaspin and Bigorn say in Cant. 6 Morfiller to eat and drink. 7 Chenu good. Lance water. 8 Larton Savan white bread. 9 Lured door. Tournant key. 10 Pew bed. Repiller to sleep. 11 Jane quill I enter. Cambriole room. 12 Entifler to marry. 13 Rembroke see. Rifle fire. 14 Mezizir man. Pioncate as sleeping. 15 Valades pockets. 16 Carl money. Pasigue taken. 17 Taucant watch. 18 Attaches de sea silver buckles. 19 Calant chain. Montanti breeches. 20 Cambre galush laced hat. 21 Frusk coat. Lizette waistcoat. 22 Tyrant's brodanks embroidered stockings. 23 Footnote Cromp run away. 24 Bequils hanged. 25 Placard de Verne public place. 26 Gambler to dance. 27 Allums stared at. Largus women. 28 Treep crowd. 29 Charlot's bones drills jolly thieves. 30 Abulant coming. Stanza 13 line 5. Cotton, the ordinary at Newgate. On the prigging lay. H. T. R. The English translator of Wittig's Memoirs, for volume 1828-9, says of this and the following renderings from the French that they, with all their faults and all their errors, are to be added to the list of the translator's sins, who would apologize to the muse did he but know which of the 9 presides over slang poetry. The original of On the Prigging Lay is as follows. Un jour à la Croix Rouge nous étions dix à deux, she interrupted herself with. Come all instant meme. Nous étions dix à deux two grinches de renam. 1. Nous attendions la sorgue. 2. Volant poisser de bogues. 3. Pour faire du bilan. 4 bis. Partage au non partage tout est à notre usage. En épargnons le poitou. 5. Poissons avec adresse. 6. Messiers et gonzesses. 7. Sans faire de reg out. 8 bis. Desus le pondo change certain argent de change se cribleo charon. 9. Jean gantai sa tocanti. 10. Ses attaches brillantes. 11. Avec ses billements. 12 bis. Quan deux plombs croissant. 13. Ses pigers sen retournant. 14. Au tapis de Montron. 15. Montron over tal lured. 16. Si2 verque jayable. 17. Et piaus en ton boxen. 18 bis. Montron drogue à sa larque. 19. Bonnies moi donc giraful. 20. Cassant cs pigers la? 21. De grinchesseurs de bogues. 22. Esquinteurs de betoques. 23. Les canobers tu pas? 24 bis. Et vite ma colbiet. 25. Quan je vois mon affure. 26. Je suis toujours père. 27. Du plus grand que du monde je vais à la profonde. 28. Pour vous donner du phrase bis. Mais déjà la Petrarque. 29. Eau Claire de la Mouchard, 30, Neus Reluge de Loin. 31, Leventia est étrange, si tate l'argent de change, que surveit les rues sans. 32 bis. A de fois elle en rigole. 33, ou bien elle en pavillon. 34, Quan devrait Lansquiner. 35, Rail, Griviers, et Cones. 36, Nous ont pour la Sigonie. 37, Tretons Marrons Palms. 38 bis. 1. Thieves. 2. Night. 3. Watches. 4. Money. 5. Let us be cautious. 6. Let us rob. 7. Citizen and wife. 8. Awaken suspicion. 9. Cried. Thief. 10. I took his watch. 11. His diamond buckles. 12. His banknotes. 13. 12 o'clock strikes. 14. The thieves. 15. At the cabinet. 16. Your door. 17. Give money. 18. Sleep at your house. 19. Asks his wife. 20. Says my love. 21. These thieves. 22. Watch stealers. 23. Buglas. 24. Do you not know them? 25. Breeches. 26. Prophet. 27. Ready. 28. Cellar. 29. Patrol. 30. The moon. 31. Look at us. 32. Spies. 33. Laughs. 34. Jokes. 35. To weep. 36. Exempt. Soldiers and gendarmes. 37. Palace of Justice. 38. Taken in the act. The Lag's Lament. See note ante. On the prigging lay. The original runs as follows. Air l'Europelote. Travailant d'ordinaire. La sort don pantin. 1. Don main et main de fer faisan trace bon chopin. 2. Ma gente cambriole. 3. Rendabli de came latte. 4. De la dollo flaque. 5. Je vivais sans disgrace. Sans regout and I mores. 6. Sans taf et sans regret. 7. J. Fate par comme lance. 8. Gerard Larducape. 9. Soifant picton sans lance. 10. Pivois non maquille. 11. Tyrants, passe à la rouse. 12. Attaches de gratis. 13. Comme riot galuche. 14. Keminent en bon drill. Un jour à la courtille je men étais en ganti. 15. En faisant nos gambades, un grand messier franc. 16. Volant faire parade. Sarah un bogue d'Orient. 17. Après la gambriade. 18. Le filent sur l'estrade. 19. Dies boeuf j sturbis. 20. Jane flake sa limes. 21. Sun bogue, ses frusques, ses passes. 22. J men fusso furalis. 23. Par contretemps, mal argue, volant se piquer d'honneur, craignant que j la nargum moque en suis pas taffer. 24. Pour gonfler ses valads en casque don en raid. 25. Cert de sigus a foison. 26. En la cribble à la grive. 27. Jem la don etm esquive. 28. L est pommi marin. 29. Le cour d'oeil Louis Jabot. 30. Mange certes nonneurs. 31. Louis tire en carat Louis montant la couleur. 32. Elle en vint, en miligat. 33. Adieu, ma cambriole, mon beau pieu, mes dardants. 34. J. monti à la Sigonie. 35. Ami gerbe à la grotte. 36. Au tap et pour des ans. 37. Ma largue en sera plus Gironda. J. serais viac ossi. 38. Faudra pour plaire au monde, clinkant, frusque, maki. 39. Tout passe dans la tine. 40. Evicoicon en Justine. 41. C'est un F. Flanchette. 42. Des lunges de tirade. 43. Pour un rigolade. 44. Pour un moment d'attrate. 1. Evening in Paris. 2. A good booty. 3. Chamber. 4. Full of goods. 5. Money in the pocket. 6. Without fear or uneasiness. 7. Without care. 8. An increase. 9. A handsome mistress. 10. Drinking wine without water. 11. Unadulterated wine. 12. Stockings. 13. Lace. 14. Laced hat. 15. Clad. 16. Citizen. 17. A gold watch. 18. Dance. 19. Following him in the boulevard. 20. I stun him. 21. I take off his shirt. 22. I steal his watch, clothes, and shoes. 23. The receiving house. 24. Coward. 25. Enters a shop. 26. Steals money. 27. They call for the guard. 28. I fly. 29. Taken in the fact. 30. The commissary questions him. 31. Denounces his accomplices. 32. Tell a falsehood. 33. They tie me. 34. My fine bed, my loves. 35. The dock. 36. They condemn me to the galleys. 37. To exposure. 38. Old. 39. Rouge. 40. In this world. 41. Whatever people say. 42. Lot. 43. 12 years of fetters. 44. Fool. Stanza 2, line 2. So gay, so nutty and so knowing, see Don Juan, Canto 11, stanza. Stanza 6, line I. Sir Richard Burney, the chief magistrate at Bow St. Nix my doll, pals, fake away. Ainsworth in his preface to Rookwood makes the following remarks on this and the 3 following songs. As I have casually alluded to the flash song of Jerry Juniper, I may be allowed to make a few observations upon this branch of versification. It is somewhat curious with a dialect so racy, idiomatic, and plastic as our own cant, that its metrical capabilities should have been so little essayed. The French have numerous chansons d'argot, ranging from the time of Charles Bourdin and Villon down to that of Vidocq and Victor Hugo, the last of whom has enlivened the horrors of his Dernier Jour d'un Condamné by a festive song of this class. The Spaniards possess a large collection of romances de Germania, by various authors, amongst whom Quevedo holds a distinguished place. We, on the contrary, have scarcely any slang songs of merit. This barrenness is not attributable to the poverty of the soil, but to the want of due cultivation. Materials are at hand in abundance, but there have been few operators. Dekker, Beaumont and Fletcher, and Ben Jonson have all dealt largely in this jargon, but not lyrically, and one of the earliest and best specimens of a canting song occurs in Brome's Jovial Crew, and in the Adventures of Bamfield Moore Carew there is a solitary ode addressed by the mendicant fraternity to their newly elected monarch, but it has little humor, and can scarcely be called a genuine canting song. This ode brings us down to our own time, to the effusions of the illustrious Pierce Egan, to Tom Moore's Flights of Fancy, to John Jackson's famous chant, On the High Toby Spice Flash the Muzzle, cited by Lord Byron in a note to Don Juan, and to the glorious Irish ballad, Worth Them All Put Together, entitled The Night Before Larry Was Stretched. This is attributed to the late Dean Burrows, of Cork. See note, page 220 ed. It is worthy of note that almost all modern aspirants to the graces of the Musa Pedestris are Irishmen. Of all rhymesters of the road, however, Dean Burrows is, as yet, most fully entitled to the laurel. Larry is quite the potato. I venture to affirm that I have done something more than has been accomplished by my predecessors, or contemporaries, with the significant language under consideration. I have written a purely flash song, of which the great and peculiar merit consists in its being utterly incomprehensible to the uninformed understanding, while its meaning must be perfectly clear and perspicuous to the practiced patter of Romany, or peddler's French. I have, moreover, been the first to introduce and naturalize amongst us a measure which, though common enough in the argotic minstrelsy of France, has been hitherto utterly unknown to our pedestrian poetry. How mistaken Ainsworth was in his claim, thus ambiguously preferred, the present volume shows. Some years after the song alluded to, better known under the title of Nix My Dolly, Pals, Fake Away, sprang into extraordinary popularity, being set to music by Rodwell, and chanted by glorious Paul Bedford and clever little Mrs. Keeley. The Game of High Toby, and The Double Cross. See note 2. Nix My Doll, Pals, etc. Auntie. The Housebreaker's Song. G. W. M. Reynolds followed closely on the heels of Dickens when the latter scored his great success in the Pickwick Papers. He was a most voluminous scribbler, but none of his productions are of high literary merit. The Faking Boy to the Crap is Gone, The Nutty Blowin', The Faker's New Toast, and My Mother. Bond Waltier, was the joint nom de plume of W. E. A. Town and Sir Theodore Martin. Between 1840 and 1844 they worked together in the production of the Bon Gualtier Ballads, which acquired such great popularity that 13 large editions of them were called for between 1855 and 1877. They were also associated at this time in writing many prose magazine articles of a humorous character, as well as a series of translations of Goethe's ballads and minor poems, which, after appearing in Blackwood's magazine, were some years afterwards, 1858, collected and published in a volume. The 4 pieces above mentioned appeared as stated in Tales Edinburgh magazine under the title of Flowers of Hemp or the Newgate Garland, and are parodies of well-known songs. The High Pad's Frolic and The Dashy Splashy Little Stringer. Lehman Reed, 1802-47, an author of numerous successful dramatic pieces, and a contributor to the weekly and monthly journals of the day, chiefly to the New Monthly and Bentley's. He was born in Hamburg, his father a barrister. Some of the best parts ever played by Liston, John Reeve, Charles Matthews, Keeley, and G. Wilde were written by him. The Bold Yeoman, The Bridal Cull and His Little Pop Gun, Jack Flashman, Miss Dolly Troll, and The Bye-Blow of the Jug. See Note 2. Sonnets for the Fancy, page 225. Captain Macheath was one of Egan's latest, and by no means one of his best, productions. It is now very scarce. The Cadger's Ball. John Laburn, a once popular, but now forgotten music hall artiste and songwriter, issued several collections of the songs of the day. It is from one of these that The Cadger's Ball is taken. Dear Bill, this stone jug. The state of affairs described in this poem is now happily a thing of the past. Newgate, as a prison, has almost ceased to be. Only when the courts are sitting do its functions commence, and then there is constant coming and going between the old city jail and the real London prison of today, Holloway Castle. The Leary Man? The Vulgar Tongue by Ducarge Anglicus is, as a glossary, of no account whatever, the only thing not pilfered from Brandon's poverty, mendicity, and crime being this song. Where that came from deponent knoweth not. 100 stretches hence. The Rogue's Lexicon, mainly reprinted from Grose's Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue, is of permanent interest and value to the philologist and student for the many curious survivals of, and strange shades of meaning occurring in, slang words and colloquialisms after transplantation to the States. G. W. Matzel was for a time the chief of the New York police. The Chickalary Cove. Vance, a music hall singer and composer in the 60s, made his first great hit in Jolly Dogs, or Slap Bang. Here we are again. This was followed by The Chickalary Cove, a classic in its way. Airy at a Political Picnic. The airy ballads are too fresh in public memory to need extensive quotation. The example given is a fair sample of the series, which, taken as a whole, very cleverly hit off the idiosyncrasies and foibles of the London larrikin. Stanza 8, line 4. Walker equals be off. Rum coves that relieve us. Heinrich Baumann, the author of Londonism and an English-German glossary of cant and slang, to which Rum coves that relieve us forms the preface. Vion's Good Night. Vion's Straight Tip. And Culture in the Slums. William Ernest Henley, poet, critic, dramatist, and editor, was born at Gloucester in 1849, and educated at the same city. In his early years, says men of the time, he suffered much from ill health, and the first section of his book of verses, 1888, 4th edition 1893, in hospital, Rhymes and Rhythms, was a record of experiences in the Old Infirmary, Edinburgh, in 1873-5. In 1875 he began writing for the London magazines, and in 1877 was one of the founders as well as the editor of London. In this journal much of his early verse appeared. He was afterwards appointed editor of the Magazine of Art, and in 1889 of the Scots, afterwards the National Observer. To these journals, as well as to the Athenaeum and Saturday Review, he has contributed many critical articles, a selection of which was published in 1890 under the title of Views and Reviews. In collaboration with Robert Louis Stevenson, he has published a volume of plays, one of which, Beau Austin, was produced at the Haymarket Theatre in 1892. His second volume of verses, The Song of the Sword, marks a new departure in style. He has edited a fine collection of verses, Lyra Heroica, and with Mr. Charles Whibley, an anthology of English prose. In 1893, Mr. Henley received the honor of an LL.D. degree of St. Andrews University. At the present time, he is also editing the New Review, a series of Tudor translations, a new Byron, a new Burns, and collaborating with Mr. J. S. Farmer in Slang and its Analogues, an historical dictionary of slang. Villon straight tip, stanza I, line I, scrive equals provide, or work with, begging letters. Line 2. Fake the broads equals pack the cards. Fig a nag equals play the coper with an old horse and a fig of ginger. Line 3. Nap a yak equals steal a watch. Line 4. Pitch a snide equals pass a false coin. Smash a rag equals change a false note. Line 5. Duff equals sell sham smugglings. Nose and lag equals collect evidence for the police. Line 6. Get the straight equals get the office, and back a winner. Line 7. Multi-expletive equals bloody. Line 8. Booze and the blow-ins cop the lot, cf. 'Tis all to taverns and to lasses. A. Lang. Stanza 2, line 1. Fiddle equals swindle. Fence equals deal in stolen goods. Mace equals Welsh. Mac equals pimp. Line 2. Moscaneer equals to pawn for more than the pledge is worth. Flash the drag equals wear women's clothes for an improper purpose. Line 3. Deadlurk a crib equals housebreak in church time. Do a crack, burgle with violence. Line 4. Pad with a slang equals tramp with a show. Line 5. Mump and gag equals beg and talk. Line 6. Tats equals dice. Spot at billiards. Line 7. Stag equals shilling. Stanza 3, line 2. Flash your flag equals sport your apron. Line 4. Mug equals make faces. Line 5. Nix equals nothing. Line 6. Graft equals trade. Line 7. Goblins equals sovereigns. Stravig equals go astray. The moral. Liner. Slash I up the spout and Charlie wag underscore equals expressions of dispersal. Line 2. Wipes equals handkerchiefs. Tickers equals watches. Line 3. Squeezer equals halter. Scrag equals neck. Tatai. A plank bed ballad. And the rondo of the knock. G. R. Sims Dagonet needs little introduction to present-day readers. Born in London in 1847, he was educated at Harwell College, and afterwards at Bonn. He joined the staff of Fun on the death of Tom Hood the Younger in 1874, and the Weekly Dispatch the same year. Since 1877 he has been a contributor to the Referee under the pseudonym of Dagonet. A voluminous miscellaneous writer, dramatist, poet, and novelist, Sims shows yet no diminution of his versatility and power. What share? Our Little Nipper. And The Coster's Serenade. Albert Chevalier, a coster poet, music hall artist, and musician of French extraction, was born in Hammersmith. He is a careful, competent actor of minor parts, and sings his own little ditties extremely well. In Don Juan, Canto 11, stanzas 17 to 19, Byron thus describes one of his dramatis personae. Poor Tom was once a kiddy upon town, a thorough varmint and a real swell, full flash, all fancy, until fairly diddled, his pockets first, and then his body riddled. He from the world had cut off a great man who in his time had made heroic bustle. Who in a row like Tom could lead the van, booze in the ken, or in the spell can hustle. Who queer a flat. Who, spite of Bow Street's ban, on the high Toby splice so flashed the muzzle? Who on a lark, with black-eyed Sal, his blowing, so prime, so swell, so nutty, and so knowing? In a note Byron says, the advance of science and of language has rendered it unnecessary to translate the above good and true English, spoken in its original purity by the select mobility and their patrons. The following is the stanza of a song which was very popular, at least in my early days. If there be any German so ignorant as to require a traduction, I refer him to my old friend and corporeal pastor and Master John Jackson, Esq., professor of pugilism. On the high Toby splice flashed the muzzle in spite of each gallows old scout. If you at the spell can hustle, you'll be hobbled in making a clout. Then your blowing will wax gallows haughty. When she hears of your scaly mistake, she'll surely turn snitch for the 40, that her jack may be regular weight. John Jackson, to whom is attributed the slang song of which the foregoing stanza is a fragment, was the son of a London builder. He was born in London on September 28, 1769, and though he fought but thrice, was champion of England from 1795 to 1803, when he retired, and was succeeded by Belcher. After leaving the prize ring, Jackson established a school at No. 13 Bond Street, where he gave instructions in the art of self-defense, and was largely patronized by the nobility of the day. At the coronation of George IV he was employed, with 18 other prize-fighters dressed as pages, to guard the entrance to Westminster Abbey and Hall. He seems, according to the inscription on a Metzitant engraving by C. Turner, to have subsequently been landlord of the Sun and Punch Bowl, Holborn, and of the Cock at Button. He died on October 7, 1845 at No. 4 Lower Grosvenor Street, West, London, in his 77th year, and was buried in Brompton Cemetery, where a colossal monument was erected by subscription to his memory. Byron, who was one of his pupils, had a great regard for him, and often walked and drove with him in public. It is related that, while the poet was at Cambridge, his tutor remonstrated with him on being seen in company so much beneath his rank, and that he replied that Jackson's manners were infinitely superior to those of the fellows of the college whom I meet at the high table. J. W. Clark, Cambridge, 1890, page 140. He twice alludes to his old friend and corporeal pastor and master in his notes to his poems, Byron, Poetical Works, 1885-6-2. 144-6. 427, as well as in his hints from Horace, IBI. 503. And men unpracticed in exchanging knocks must go to Jackson ere they dare to box. Moore, who accompanied Jackson to a prize fight in December 1818, notes in his diary that Jackson's house was a very neat establishment for a boxer, and that the respect paid to him everywhere was highly comical. Memoirs, 2. 233. A portrait of Jackson, from an original painting then in the possession of Sir Henry Smythe, Bart., will be found in the first volume of Miles's Pugilistica, Op. Page 89. There are 2 Metzitant engravings by C. Turner. 2. In Boucicault's Janet Pride, revival by Charles Warner at the Adelphi Theatre, London in the early 80s, was sung the following, here given from memory. The Convict's Song. The Farewell. Farewell to old England the beautiful. Farewell to my old pals as well. Farewell to the famous old Bly whistle, where I used for to cut sich a swell, recurrel, oh! The word hic, these 7 long years I've been serving, and 7 I've got for to stay, all for bashin' a bloke down our alley, whistle, and a talking his hucksters away. The Complaint. There's the captain, what is our commandoer, there's the boatswain and all the ship's crew, there's the married as well as the single UNS, whistle. Knows what we poor convicts goes through. The suffering, it ain't 'cause they don't give us grub enough, it ain't 'cause they don't give us CLOS, it's a 'cause all we light-fingered gentry, whistle, goes about with a log on our toes. The Prayer. Oh, had I the wings of a turtle-dove, across the broad ocean I'd fly, right into the arms of my policy love, whistle, and on her soft bosom I'd lie. The Morel. Now all you young Viscounts and Duchesses, take warning by what I've to say, and mind all your own what you touches is, whistle, or you'll jine us in Botany Bay. Oh! Recurrel, riatidae, recurrel, iddy.